has come now.
Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street, I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, of packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see us now. You're packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you, for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view, light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. We follow our hearts, we see in the signs, led by the stars, not knowing where we're going. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far, it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white landscapes right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of The Last Hit. We are here on March 6th, just after the final games of week number 7. I'm joined by Ox and Lyric, my constant co-host. Guys, checking in on you as we go 2 weeks away from the playoffs of LPL. Ox, welcome to Last Hit. How you feeling?
I'm pretty good. I feel like the split has gone so fast at this point. It still feels like week 3, but yep, 2 weeks left. Crazy, as is our game. Lyric, checking in on you after having casted the last 2 games of the night. You all right? You hanging in there?
Look,
you got your coffee?
Look, it's been a tragic week because Mole started, Mole lost,
no.
and honestly, when Mole loses, life sucks. So
at least you got to be there for it. I mean, that's something. You got to watch it unfold. Your buff didn't help him, but
it's okay because my call for Mole was always winning worlds. It's spring. You don't win worlds in spring. You win worlds in summer.
It's a long game.
So you're right. I can cope.
Yeah, I can tell. Your face definitely doesn't look worried whatsoever. But let's go ahead and get to the nitty-gritty. We have finally had our first teams locking in playoffs. We've got RNG, V5, and Weibo Gaming, all 3 getting a playoff berth in the spring 2022 season. Unfortunately for LNG, tonight it was their chance to join that top 4 group, but they fell short.
Yeah, LNG, I don't know. I mean, we obviously just came off that series. That series just happened. We were just chatting beforehand, like LNG's Game 3 draft, a bit confusing. LNG picking the Viego 2 times in a row, which, I think is just a takeaway from TN and being like, haha, we're taking your best jungler. But I don't know if it's much of a takeaway when it literally does absolutely nothing in the game at all. Loses lane, does nothing.
Just to clarify, if people didn't see it, it was Viego top, not jungle, that they took away. So.
Just to throw in a little bit of craziness there.
I just feel like that draft made so little sense in Game 3, but I don't know, man. I feel like LNG, there was so much hype coming in the season, 7-0. It's like, oh, look at this team, they're so good. Tarzan, Doimbi. And then it's like, there were elements of the roster that were underperforming for sure. Like, I was like not convinced, but at least I was like Tarzan is on point, and I feel like even he's been a little bit lackluster in the recent series. Like it feels like the past couple of weeks they've just gotten stomped on repeat by everyone but TT. So
yeah, there you go. I was just saying,
even his smites have not been on point, which is just so weird.
That's
right?
The scary part.
He's been getting outsmited. Hysterics told me they're both right.
Outsmitten.
I just love to see the gears turning.
They're both right.
I'm here
but
for.
Yeah, I feel like in almost all of their recent series, we've seen Tarzan lose like a smite fight where the enemy jungler just literally walks up and smites. Not like flashes over the pit, nothing. Just walks up in his face, presses smite, and you're like, what is going on, dude?
And I saw Ashin was tweeting that, LNG haven't been able to beat any of the top 5 teams. Also, they're on a horrible slump for themselves. And they still have some opportunities to lock in the playoffs. At least they had that huge win streak at the beginning of the season to help them out, but you're definitely looking at LNG with some question mark pings going into the last 2 weeks for sure. But they haven't locked in playoffs. So let's scoot them out of the conversation. Let's talk about our big three, as tonight we did have V5 locking in, and because of their win, RNG do lock in as well. Weibo having locked in their first, I guess the first playoff berth in the LPL last night.
Yeah, and I'll kind of start. I think we can start on Weibo, because Weibo are such a weird team in their recent series. Because
they really
it feels
are.
like Weibo have just decided in the recent series, like, okay, one game we're just gonna absolutely troll. They played against LGD to lock it in. It was game 2 where they're picking the Zillion.
Lightly.
It's super cool, and they're like 4K gold up at 15 minutes. And they just start running in one by one to the enemy jungle, like getting picked off. There was the earlier series they had this, but I can't remember who it was against, where they were trying to like save a top lane dive or something. And once again, SOFM jumps in first, dies. The Shy jumps in, dies. Kind of rinse and repeat. Overall, I don't think it's too big of like a worrying sign. This team is just weird. I think a lot of their strengths are still there in terms of like their strong laners. SOFM's still not super proactive in the early game, which I think set up for RNG to beat them with those early dives to bot. But I don't know. I think Weibo are still one of the teams you are going to have more confidence in for quality of play and just overall the shot calling coming through. Oh, and Sword Art debuted. I won't talk about that. Someone else can talk about that.
Yeah.
There you go.
Wholesome Brother Gaming is back in town, man.
I don't know. I feel like it's such a weird one. Like dropping the game against LGD as well. I don't know. Like this is obviously one of our top teams.
Don't worry about that.
This
That's
is
just a
obviously-
bump in the road.
It's like our top teams. We're gonna be more critical, but it really feels like it's not just them. It's V5 as well. Just it's like they
It
do a bit
really
of
is.
trolling. It's like
the circle. It's the circle, man. I'm not. It's just a wonderful world in the LPL.
And it's like some series we get, and it's like, okay, this is what we expect fully. This is like very convincing. And then some series, I'm like, how is it even possible that you're dropping that game? Like, it's just perplexing. And I mean, I feel like RNG, I'm more convinced of. But then they had that series against R8, and I was like, what the hell was
Yeah.
that? So I feel like, especially compared to the LCK where they have T1 who's like undefeated. And yes, in some games they're not flawless and everything, but
Yeah.
it feels like they wrap things up quite well. I feel like in the LPL, all our top teams, it just feels like, there's a couple of series where I'm not sure what's going on. I don't know if, they just decide to run it a bit.
So,
if they're like, let's try something.
For
It's just-
clarity, I feel like this is not obviously like the main contributor, but I feel like one of the reasons why we see this happen in LPL every split is with the schedule, right? Like, I feel like a lot in the schedule we'll see a team like play one day, the break the next day, and then play the other. And I feel like, right, there has to be cutting corners somewhere in terms of where you're going to put your time and resources into prep. And
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like for the smarter teams, maybe not for the smarter teams, for a lot of the top teams, right, it's against those bottom tier teams. I'd much rather be Weibo and V5 dropping games to nobodies
Yeah.
than like LNG right now, right? Heading into
To
playoffs, being like,
nobodies.
my God, who do we play against?
Woo! Woo!
I said it.
Oh,
I
this
said
is
it.
I mean, the
spicy.
thing is, you say that, but even so, like we saw V5 drop to JDG, right? And
That's
I feel like
true.
they're not.
Yeah, true.
They're
You're
not-
nobodies.
That was
No.
yeah. No. I think that might be a little worrisome. You might
Yeah,
get
then we saw
just
Weibo
shoot out
drop
of
to
here.
RNG, and that one was
I want to go back to Weibo a little bit though, because the Shy, although he has been returning to form, you can say that twice as well, because in the last couple series there's been a couple times it's a little bit iffy on some
That's
of the
just the
plays, a
Shy,
little bit
though.
back.
I feel
That's
like-
what I'm saying. Like, but he seems so stable this year. Now you're starting to see some of those crazy flip flops that we know him
To
for.
be fair,
You know-
I don't feel like any of the Shy's like ints or flip flops have been like really game losing or detrimental though. I feel like that is
True.
one big difference.
I will
True.
say that the TP Ghost grasp for Victor Top felt a little bit game losing. I think that-
I'll give you that one.
How you gonna get? Yeah, I was gonna say, where's the rebuttal?
Dude, I feel like it's such a talent, because like if you're a player who's like your reputation is you're flawless, then when you have a bad game, like Tarzan, right? Tarzan right
Yeah.
now, we just talked about him. Like,
Yep.
dude, Tarzan's looking rough, and this is so uncharacteristic. The Shy could literally int so hard in a series. And we're like, that's just the Shy. Like,
That's
he's built
just the
this
Shy.
reputation.
That's the
what
thing,
he's
though.
gonna
They
do.
built
Genius
up
branding,
in,
genius
in
branding.
the past. Exactly.
Sprint a few games every split and just really make people think, okay.
Why
it's-
doesn't every pro player do this? Come
it's
on,
not.
this
It's great.
needs
It's good.
to be branding 101 one for esports players from now
you
on.
immune.
It's your first couple years, but make sure you make pop-off plays too. So the conversation for Weibo, obviously very, very proper for them to have gotten the first playoff berth in the LPL, but now V5 themselves struggling a little bit. They could have locked it in before. They could have been the first ones, but they weren't. They finally do so, though, tonight. And the team as a whole still finding some struggling when they're transitioning early game blowouts into actual victories.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the series, I mean, it's against Ultra Prime, right? I feel like the first game there was a couple of mistakes, but it was mostly okay. Second game was just a crush, but I mean, that JDG series really,
Yeah.
it's kind of just mind-blowing that they actually lost from that point. That's the thing. I mean, I feel like it happens so often. Particularly, I think Jinx is just such a problem. Like, there's so many games where, like, the stronger team will prioritize, you know, things like Hecarim and various other picks that are understandably prioritized earlier. And then the weaker team will just take Jinx. And then you make a mistake, suddenly Jinx gets a reset, wins a team fight, you get all the gold bounties, you get an objective bounty, you get like a Baron or something, and it's like, okay, now the game's over. And I feel like this happens so often where, like, you know, obviously a good team with Jinx can do a lot, but I feel like if you're a weaker team, picking Jinx is just like the best way to upset.
Yeah, kind of like a free get out of jail free. I mean, I loved your guys' segment. I heckin' love Arcade. I feel like that's not only true. That's not only true for Ultra Prime as well. Like just 100% with
not,
Jinx.
man.
I feel like so many teams rely on that pick as such an absolute crutch. It's so disheartening. I was even looking, right, because I think we're up to like 180 picks of it in LPL or something along those lines. And it's almost at a 60% win rate in 180 game sample size in pro play and, you know, the most competitive region in the world. Like that just feels like such a problem to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially because like these weaker teams are getting the hands on it, right? Because sometimes you have picks that have high win rate, you know, or low win rate, and it can be skewed by like sample size. But this is a massive sample size, and it's like at that high sample size, it's a mix of teams getting it, and like weaker teams will get it. Because that's the thing, like if weaker teams get something like Rumble Jungle, then obviously they're gonna have a worse win rate with that pick. But I mean, the Jinx is clearly just excelling no matter who has it. And yes, you can obviously deal with it. You can obviously find wins against it. But just the fact that it's so consistently finding these comebacks, and I think that the changes that we saw really allow comebacks to happen so much easier than we previously saw.
I mean, even in the LNG game today, I can't remember which one where. You know, they fell behind so far early. They find one team fight. They start collecting all the objective bounties. And then suddenly out of nowhere, they go from like 4K behind to they're actually up. They're actually up. And the bounties are still there, like off of all the massive power plays they just made with this. And it's like, yeah, it feels so easy to just come back into a game and find the wins. So, I don't know, kind of pivoting back to V5. The one thing I do want to say about V5 that will always stand out to me is I feel like V5 are the best team in terms of being able to force a lead. I feel like that's the one thing that stayed true for them.
Absolutely.
They are the one team who will slam their foot on the gas pedal when they find an advantage and like keep being like, hey, you have a sword. I have a much bigger sword. Bam, I'm going to kill you when they do it. And they win quick. They win exciting.
Yeah.
The issues are there. I still feel like V5 have not, throughout the split, been one of our better teams in terms of like map play. I feel like RNG have looked better than them. EDG and their wins look better than them. Even Weibo, I feel like, look more convincing than them. I feel like the one thing that V5 has going for them is the fact that they're just willing to force you to make choices. They're willing to push into your jungle, look for these really egregious picks. They're constantly looking for side lane picks. They're kind of the premier pick team in the LPL in my mind with how much, each individual moving part looks for these kills because their team proximity stats actually aren't that high. They're not like linked up all the time looking for these big 5v5s. No, it's very like individual or 2-man or 3-man groups.
And we saw today, right? They were just constantly pressuring Ultra Prime. Just I like the forward percentages, especially in this last series. Like it's got to be incredible to look at those stats because that's what happens when they get the lead and they can also transition it into the late game. But then you see the falters in JDG when the macro decisions in late game team fighting are a little bit harder for them to execute, especially when they put a lot of eggs into the early game basket. It feels like.
Yeah, and I feel like the series, I mean, it's expected against Ultra Prime, but I think they did a pretty good job. And honestly, Carson Hecarim was just really just charging down anyone who existed. I thought it was hilarious, the sort of double enchanter in the second game where he was just running anyone down.
So fast.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like I'm more convinced on RNG than any of the teams at the top end, but even they have their moments. But I feel like V5, I think individually, a lot of the players have stepped up. I think Photic, expectations went super high for him, and he's really been delivering. I think the bot lane, honestly, it's hard to say because obviously you have Ricky in the roster, he's looking good, but I think the bot lane has just been performing so exceptionally. And I think even compared to bot lanes of other teams, I think they've been performing better than RNG bot lane and EDG bot lane. And then Rich as well. Like, I remember when Rich came onto the roster, everyone was thinking, the general consensus was this is going to be like a side grade from Invincible. And then he's just been so much better than he was in the LCK, right? It's not just our expectations are wrong, but he is just flat out, massively better than he was in the LCK.
No shout outs to PP God, though? Come on, man.
I mean, I said triple P bot lane has just been on point, right? I think the bot lane 2v2 is really been exceptional. And again, it's been, we came into this, we have Rookie in the mid lane, you kind of expect him to be popping off, right? But I think the bot lane on top have really been the surprises for me.
And speaking of surprises, I guess it's not so much of a surprise with the legacy they have. RNG taking down the defending world champions in a tightly contested series just the other night, I guess just last night. How does this RNG squad just continue to make late season pushes like this? It is just inherently built into the organization, it feels like.
I feel like at this point, now that they have had this core roster, just having those systems set in place from last year make it very easy for them to, even if they have a slow start at the beginning of the split, right? I mean, you know what winning formula was there before. So I think it's very easy to try and recreate that. I feel like in terms of there were obviously individual form problems coming into the split. I think both Ben and their bot lane weren't showing up. But even in terms of picks, I wasn't a big fan of how RNG were drafting for a lot of the split. Their bot lane was super one-dimensional. I mean, they were literally only Jinx and Aphelios. They wouldn't ever branch out into the Caitlyn's or it took a while to see the Zeri. And it was only Nautilus. Only Nautilus for me, nothing else. And I feel like now that we're starting to see their bot lane branch out a little bit, Gala having some really good Zeri performances in recent weeks. Obviously, Ben had already started to step up earlier on in the split. And I feel like the map play for RNG's always been there. That's one thing whenever we have our caster meetings every week and we talk about who's the best teams, we're always when RNG finds a lead, it might not be the same.
I think we lost Lyric for a second.
Am I still gone? Am I still gone?
That's what he's left us with. Yeah.
I love the screenshot that we have right now. I don't know if I'll actually get it in the episode, but it'd be hilarious because his face is just completely frozen in mid-speak. Yeah, but I'm sure he had some big analytics there.
I think, he's gone off making a fantastic point about how RNG have looked like the most complete team.
He's back.
I'm back?
I will say, I feel like one of the things is Shahu, but I feel like the Corki nerfs really helped this team.
Yes,
I feel like this team was over-prioritizing Corki so much. And it's Shahu can be such a massive force, right? There's such, super scaling picks you can pick in the side lanes, right? We've seen the Gwen in the top lane, things like Jace Graves. In the bot side, obviously Jinx goes without saying. It's if you pick a mid, you can get control of the matchup and then lean that pressure sides. So easy to snowball. And then it's just Corki duty. And I feel like that's how they lost against RA, right? Yeah. Strive was just bullying Shahu at the lane. I'm Shahu's been so good in the mid lane. Put him on a pick that has agency. And I feel I don't know if it's the Corki nerfs that kind of prompted this, or it's just they were naturally trending towards this, but they are looking so much better now that he's not on Corki duty because they were just spamming that so many games in a row.
Yeah. It was, my God, it was so bad. It's not even he's a bad Corki, but he is the man who gets things done for them in the early game. Thank God that pick is gone. Ari's coming in. We're getting more LeBlanc. We're seeing more Vex. I think these are the picks where Shahu's really just going to be able to enable the rest of the team because I feel Wei has been the one point on the map where I don't think Wei's bad by any means, but I feel Wei's definitely not performing like he did at Worlds, where it felt a lot of games Wei was just single-handedly taking over for the side of RNG.
Yeah, and obviously, still a couple more weeks to pan all that out for RNG themselves. But we spent a lot of time talking about the top 4 teams. I want to turn the conversation over to our up-and-coming 2 teams that have taken the LPL spotlight, it seems, JDG and Top Esports. Let's talk about JDG first because, as we were kind of foreshadowing to, they did beat V5 in such dominant late-game fashion. It just feels like that essence of JDG is being pumped into this new iteration.
Yeah, I think Hope has really been really stepping up this roster. I don't know, it's kind of funny because we were talking a bit about this. I'm pretty sure we said Hope was the big hope, but he has really been delivering when the team needs. And they haven't always had the cleanest early games, but when they get to those late game team fights, that's where I think he's able to shine and the team is sort of able to play around him.
Yeah, I feel like this team, Kelsey, when she featured, put it a good way that I really like how this roster building ended up panning out. Because I feel like one big problem JDG had last year was they didn't really have a lane that pulls pressure early, and they didn't have a late game carry. Now you kind of have both, because you got 369 who, again, is willing to play super aggressive early on, gives you a lane to play around in the early game, even in terms of just being able to pull jungle, and then, you kind of play and figure a plan around that is there. And obviously you have Hope to set up to be the big late game carry. Yagao's always been more of a role player, more of like a backseat. With Xiaohu and Corki we were just talking about, it is Yagao and the Victor. Thank God, again, that's kind of being stepped away from in recent series as well. But I think they have a solid plan in terms of how they play out the early game. You see Kanavi put a lot of attention towards top to set 369 up. If it works out, I think JDG are also one of our cleaner teams in terms of snowballing their wins. And Missing as well has stepped up. Hope was never a player to any question for. Back in 2020, Hope was like the best player for that EDG roster when EDG didn't make Worlds and weren't performing well. But I think Missing was probably my biggest question mark coming into the split, because Missing did not look good last year by any means. And even though Missing's still not like a world beater support, I feel like in lane, they've been totally solid. And in team fights, Missing has impressed me. Getting vision, Missing does not impress me. He still does get quite out an absolute ton. But, he's hitting the engages. And that's all you need from Missing.
Yeah.
Hit the engages.
That's all you need in the LPL. That's one of the check cards that you need to be a support in the LPL. I got to turn the conversation over to Kanavi, though. This guy, when he first came to the LPL from Griffin, he had the essence of what we look for in LPL junglers. He had that aggression. He had that early game prowess, I felt like. And then now we don't have that same up-and-comingness that Kanavi has had, because he's been around for a couple years now on JDG. And I still remember the days when I thought this guy was like the next big, absolute smash every single person in LPL jungler. Didn't pan out that way, but they are starting to pick it up together, and it's more so through the team play instead of the individual play for Kanavi.
I feel like the Kanavi story is kind of funny, because like he came into LPL 2020, and like I remember the first few weeks, everyone was so focused on like these early game ganking junglers and just pretty much sacking all your camps for your laners. And Kanavi came in and said, "Screw that. I'm full clearing. We're just going to pick a bunch of winning lanes. I'm going to invade. I'm not really going to interact all that much with my laners." And that's when the meta started transitioning to like Graves every game. And I think Kindred also was in meta back then. He was one of the big adopters of that.
Lilia maybe as well.
Lilia meta. And that's when, teams like Suiting as well got the big buff with, SOFM being so good at that style. But I feel like Kanavi was the first one in LPL to really come in and be like, hey, this is what's good. I feel like a more aggressive Kanavi was what we needed to see when the meta started transitioning away from that in 2021. And I feel like this is finally the split where Kanavi's found like a happy medium in terms of like being able to sacrifice for his laners, but also Kanavi typically still comes out ahead with a CS advantage. He plays a ton of different picks. I've been surprised to see him go towards things like the Rek'Sai, the Nidalee, like a lot of things that he wasn't willing to go to before. And I always feel like he had a pretty, not shallow pool in terms of what he could play, but he was one of those players who would like find comfort in a few picks and typically stick to them. And I feel like Kanavi has branched out in like so many different ways this year that we didn't see in the past.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. He's bringing out these picks when the situation asks for it, right? When there's an opportunity to sort of capitalize. I feel like it's one of those things where like having that balance of being aggressive, being able to play for your team when it needs it, but also maintaining like a lead. And he did bring the Graves out recently. He wasn't too successful, but I think like Hecarim in particular is like one of those picks that I feel like really personifies that style. Like you have strong ganks, great engage, but you farm fast, and I feel like it's risen so much in priority recently with the jungle changes, but also just like has so much agency in these games.
It's actually incredible. I was saying in the cast today, it just feels like the LPL jungler is Hecarim. Like you just find so many different synergies with the way that LPL playstyle is through the jungle. But let's go ahead and transition to top esports. You just coming off the cast, Lyric. They are the gatekeepers to LNG. Just seems like we have gatekeeping cards handing out in the LPL today.
Man, this team confuses me because none of their series are convincing whatsoever. Literally none of them. The EDG one, they should have lost. By all means, they should have lost the EDG one. The BLG one, a little bit more convincing. Today's, again, kind of back and forth. Game 2, a bit of a mess. Game 3, I feel like they benefit, again, so much off of the draft choices coming out from the side of LNG. I think it was their FPX series as well. Wasn't completely there. So I don't know. I don't feel like this team, I feel like it's really hard for me to put this team in a box in terms of like what they do well or poorly. They play very generally. Like I feel like a lot of their comps have champions that can like both side lane and team fight. Obviously today, like the Graves and the Rise being prominent ones where it's like, depending on the enemy laners, you win sides, or if not, you could always just opt into the 5v5. You have ability to make proactive plays in the early game with the Realm Warp. I feel like TN's like time split between lanes is like pretty even. I think he spends more time around mid than his side lanes, but I don't think he tends to go like top or bot more. It feels like this team's very pick lane, like strong lanes that they feel comfortable with. I feel like a lot of their comps I will look at sometimes be like, it doesn't make a whole ton of sense holistically, but all their lanes win, and it kind of sets up for their individualistic play style. And then, I mean, this team, I feel like they so many times constantly outplay in either skirmishes or team fights just off of like insane mechanics or being able to kite out the fight correctly or whatever it is. So I don't know. Top esports are a bit magical. Ox, what's your read on the mojo?
You say they have some mojo.
Some mojo.
Right? I feel like it's one of those things where early in the split, we were kind of talking about this, and I remember Munch saying, like, you know, as much as they were doing a bit crap at the time, like, the top esports, like, surely they could just turn around at some point. And they kind of have,
They
right?
got a jar of mojo somewhere in the back, right?
There's so much individual talent, I feel, in this roster, and it's been interesting to see Wayward being, like, put in as the starting top lane and performing pretty solidly, but I still feel like it's as you said, you know, they're on a 6-win streak. I've watched the games, I've seen them play. You know, I look at the schedule. It still feels weird.
They feel like a top team,
streak, right? You know, like they're literally currently 6th, and I'm still just like, You know, I don't understand how they got there. I don't understand how they're on a 6-win streak. They are obviously, but it's still just
because they have Knight. Duh.
True.
He
Yeah,
has
true,
literally
true.
been like the shining light for this team, and it, obviously, I mean, he's had such a great track record. But I just feel like Knight has had such an interesting year so far.
I think as well, a big thing is their game score is actually really, really rough, right? They're 17 wins and 15 losses. And they actually, so like, you know how they're 6th in terms of like their overall series standing, but in terms of like their game score standing, they're tied with Rare Adam and OMG at 9th and 10th with 53%. I feel like it's one of those things where like, whenever they win a series, it really feels like back and forth. And then when they were losing series in a split, it was kind of just like getting a bit stomped. So
yeah.
Like that's the thing is we've basically seen only slightly more wins than losses in terms of games for them, and yet they're 8-4 in series. So definitely a bit of a weird one.
I do feel like the changes that came out though in terms of what they've improved at. I feel like Wayward makes them feel more at home. Again, I feel like Wayward plays more reminiscent to how 369 did, which was actually a huge part of how Top Esports played the game. You know, I think with how aggressively 369 played, no matter like if he was inting or not, I think they really relied on that pressure and having a constant point on the map that was willing to make those dives. So Wayward, as we saw today, right? Wayward's pretty much always like pushing forward under enemy turret, looking for these plays. But I feel like Wayward moves way more than 369 did. I've seen so many games where Wayward either is helping TN invade the enemy jungle or hovering around mid. Two things 369 never did. And the other thing I think has obviously been Mark. I feel like even though I'm not sold on their mid game or like how they're winning a lot of their games, like it looks more solid and more stable than before with the previous iteration of the roster. Again, you're seeing a lot more moments where they are like conscious of the key abilities on the enemy team, whether it's like things like flanks or like an Orianna ball or things like this. And they're actually playing around them accordingly. Even today's game, playing around some of doing these Gallia ultimates quite nicely, just being able to get out of there, kite back. And yeah, I feel like overall, this team has improved at some things. They're still not super convincing, but let's be real. No team in the LPL is super convincing right now.
Exactly. Hey, I was saying
not.
circle. That's all that. Hey, as a play-by-play, that's all I can hold on to in the LPL. Speaking of holding on to, we're gonna go back in time a little bit. Last hit episode. Interesting way to say that. We did discuss the path jump from 12.2 all the way to 12.4 and how that would affect teams, what differences we might see, who is going to be most affected, who will take advantage of it. And I think we have seen a little bit of that play out. Obviously, the Gnar presence has shot through the roof, and we have seen a ton of other differences in pressure, and especially it feels like strategies have kind of gotten more unique through a lot of teams.
I feel like I don't know. I expect
you don't
more.
agree, Lyric. I agree.
So,
I see you looking at me over there.
Funny enough, I was supposed to cast that game. I don't think I did in the end. I can't remember why. But I made a graphic of the changes, and me and Jake were like, "Man, there's so many changes. What do we do?" I'm like, "I'm just gonna put Gnar in, Renekton out, Corki out, Ari in," because I felt like that was pretty much what we would see in terms of like meta champions coming in and out, and I feel like that's actually what we've seen. We've seen Gnar come in top, we've seen Ari come in mid, and both Renekton and Corki are pretty much gone, and that is about it. I guess overall we're seeing more proactivity in terms of mid lane picks than before, since there isn't like this egregious like, oh my god, Corki's gonna scale. We need to match with Orianna or Victor. So now we are getting more Vex than before. We are getting more LeBlanc. We're seeing some Zoe, some Syndra, which makes it way more fun. Like, thank God we're at this meta. But I kind of feel like that's about it. So mid lane champion pool, definitely the big one.
Yeah, I feel like it's because even in 12.2, it was kind of like RNG against RA in that 12.2 patch. I know they obviously picked Corki Victor, but I was kind of getting this feeling that, these scaling mids that couldn't really handle priority just weren't really holding up, especially when there's things like Ryze being such high priority as well. It's like, if you have scaling bot lane, scaling top lane, you have these picks like Gwen, Jinx, where you can, if they get ahead, it's like game over. It just feels like, yes, you can pick a scaling mid laner, or you can pick a mid laner that's proactive, still holds up reasonably well in the late stages, and then you make things happen, snowball your side lanes, and it's like, would you rather have, a Jinx with 3 items or a Aphelios with 2 items? It's like a no-brainer, and I feel like I expected so much more from the patch change, right, with all the bruise itemization changes. But the problem is, like, at the end of the day, you nerf the items, some of the champions are still just broken, right?
Yeah.
Turns out, oh no, my Godric is nerfed, but I'm still immortal for 5 seconds. Great, I still win whenever I gank, and I can just duel basically anyone but Trundle.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit like whatever, and I think you kind of nailed it in the head. Not that much has changed. I think as well, so we were so late to move patch, things start to leak in a little bit before we switched to 12.4. So I think Hecarim was a big one that teams had started to pick up on 12.3, 12.4, and then teams started to play it before we switched patch because they're like, oh, this is actually pretty good. Then the patch hits and it's like even better. Like Hecarim's prioritized so heavily. I feel like the Hullbreaker thing as well is that like, Hullbreaker came around because people were like, oh, nerfs to the bruise itemization. Hullbreaker is actually a really good item, but then people were building it even before the nerfs came in because they're like, oh yeah, this is just good. It's like you get those things where like the system changes and things are actually like overlooked. It's forcing people to like look for new builds, new items, new options, new champions. But overall, it just felt very deflating. I'm like 12.4, 2 patch skip. It's gonna be different.
Where's my
And I'm like,
Renata?
oh, no. It's like minor
I
changes
need
at
more.
best. But I will say that the mid pool change definitely comforting, especially when we saw like a couple of Azir games, right? I was dreading like a push back to like Azir, Corki, Victor. That would be such a boring meta. But I mean, we saw that the other day it was BLG, right?
Yep, Buffo.
BLG against FPX. Oh my lord, man, that game. Man, it was a slow one. I tell you, it felt like we're watching the LCK. Not even that. I feel like LCK games are faster than that. It just felt like that old meta where it was so stale.
Yikes. That's a yikes. Why is nobody picking Renata? Why is this not happening? I need more of Renata Glass in my life.
I will say, right, I feel like Renata is this pick where you get out of lane, has some exceptional assets to it, right? The ultimate is can be so good, even if it doesn't necessarily connect. The fact that it's just like so much CC and it zones enemy team away is pretty amazing. Great for anti-dive. The W as well in the right scenario with the hyper carry. Beautiful. You can even use it like it doesn't have to be on a defensive hyper carry. Things in Aurelia. Like what are you supposed to do? Because Aurelia, you can't really CC her that easily because she always builds like Merc Treads and has Tenacity and Ruins. And then you can't kill her because she has this W on her. So it's kind of nuts. But the problem is her cooldowns are so long in lane, right? So you can punish her. And the problem is the support meta at the moment in the LPL. Like I thought we'd see more from the LCK where they lean more towards these enchanters. Like I feel like, if enemy team has something like Yumi, I mean, feel Karma's, maybe a bit tentative because she has a lot more harass than you. But even then, I feel like you manage that lane. But like in the LPL, I was just thinking if the enemy team picks Leona or Nautilus, they will just kill you again and again and again and repeat. And the thing is, you can't even use the W to turn around because like Leona will be 50% HP by the time you're dead. And then we'll just walk away, and and it's like, okay, you don't get a return kill. So I just feel like he's not suited to the meta in the LPL. As much as she is fun to watch, and we did obviously get a game with her, but I just think it's so volatile.
Yeah, volatility fits Renata a little bit more. You shot me down before we started recording, Ox, but Lyric, maybe you can back me up here. Maybe I'm just dumb as well. What's up with my seemingly seen increase in double AP solo lanes here in the LPL? Am I onto something? Is my investigative journalism correct at all?
I actually don't feel like it's some like consorted plan or idea to going with double AP. I think you look at it,
I think it's all a conspiracy, Lyric. All right,
like you look at it, right? I mean, typically you're gonna end up right now with AP mids. I don't feel like there's any like over exceptionally strong like AD mid laners coming in, and obviously AP junglers not really in the best spot. The problem is when you look at top lane champion pool, like Gwen is by far the best top laner easily, and then I feel like picks like Kennen and Gragas are both just really good answers into a lot of other meta picks that we do see come out quite often. So The only place I'm not a huge fan of double AP is when your mid laner is like an assassin. Like we've seen LeBlanc or Ari be paired with, maybe a Kennen in the top side or something like that. I'm like, I feel like enemy not prioritizing MR is so important for those champions in mid. But I feel like typically when we're seeing a lot of control mages, the Orianas, things like this come out, it's actually not too big of a deal. And I feel like for LPL, our teams have always cared more about their specific lane matchups. So that's why they're not going to go, I have this AP mid laner. Should I not take Kennen into this matchup? No, I'm going to smash this matchup.
Especially with more, right? I feel like the more buffs, like an AD carry building more before was so underwhelming. They would just like get a hex drink and something that. It still felt like a little bit, but now like more is such a good item where I feel like you can affordably build it on. I mean, not even just AD champs. You can build it on like any sort of AD champ all, not just AD carries. I mean, like you can build it on bruises as well, and the shield is just massive. So I feel like if you end up having a game where you're taking, like as you said, something like a LeBlanc and a Kennen, as an AD carry, I just build them more, and I feel kind of great about it. Plus, like cleanse is so. I feel like cleanse is just so frequently taken. Like any AD carry is like, they have 2 forms of CC I can cleanse. Boom, I'm taking it. Job's done. It just makes you feel so useless.
It really does, and it's been interesting. Something else also that you guys were kind of talking about earlier, and I want to dive a little bit more into. Maybe you guys can fix the issue. Maybe we can find a solution. What happens to Jinx? Does Jinx just stay this strong for the rest of 2022? Like how do you tackle this problem? How do you break the character armor that is Arcane? You can't.
I was gonna say my only response to this, and not to flame Riot, is I can love Arcane. That's the only response I can.
Jace is pretty good as well, right? I feel like I'm surprised to see Vi buff.
We saw a lot of Victor at the beginning of the season.
Yeah,
It's just.
Dude, I feel like they'll
Where's
nerf
the Heimerdingers?
They'll nerf Jinx. They'll buff Heimer. They'll buff. No, I
please,
feel like those things
please buff Heimer. Please, I'm in. I'm down. I'm sold.
Yeah, I feel like we'll get to this point where they'll just go, oh, we should probably nerf Jinx, right? They'll be like, hit Q now does like half as much damage, like an auto attacks or something. They'll just go.
You're not allowed to take lethal tempo anymore. It's just not available.
Like I don't know, her auto attacks become a skill shot or something weird. I don't know. They'll just nerf her on the ground and she'll come out of the meta. Or I feel like what's weird is that we've just not seen teams, especially like Corki's no longer a ban. That's kind of been freed up. And I know there's other things, like Zeri came in as a pretty high tier ban. But I feel like teams should just like ban it more frequently. I think there's a lot of scenarios that are like worried, oh, we ban Jinx, they have Aphelios. I feel like Aphelios, like, there's a lot more counterplay to him, right? I feel like you can outrange him. I feel like, there's a lot of scenarios where he doesn't interact with them well. I feel like if you have enough dive, like, sure, red-white can sometimes be hard to dive into him, but, like, there's definitely times where, like, there's a composition like Hecarim or, like, Galio Camille where it's, like, you just cannot exist.
Or even outranging him, right? Like, Jace top, Syndra mid type situation.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like Jinx, there's a lot less counterplay, and I think teams could just ban it. I particularly think stronger teams in the league, I said this point before, how like it feels like lower teams are picking up free wins with Jinx. I think higher teams should be more respectful and just going into these games like ban it away if you don't have like a clear strategy to deal with it. Because I think it leaves so much potential. You make one mistake, which over the course of a series, like you are going to make mistakes, right? Even the better teams are going to, against much weaker teams, will at least make a mistake or two. And it leaves so much potential for just to come back. So it's kind of weird that I feel like, we've had these 280 carries that are so sort of prominent. We do get occasions where they're traded off and banned, but it just feels like they're left open so often when you could just not leave them open, right?
It feels as well like in the past, at least in my eyes, there's always been at least some sort of soft counter to every ADC. And against Jake, is there a counter? Like, is there an ADC that you can see on the list that is just like, okay, well, you're going to win every single matchup against Jinx? I don't feel like that's a possibility in this split.
Ban phase is counter. That's it.
That's the only counter.
Say,
that's what I'm saying. There's no workable solution in the game.
I feel like unless you have like an extremely lopsided support matchup, not really. And heck, even then, right? I mean, you're Jinx. You switch to Fishbones and you just clear ways from afar.
And you just stay really far away from them.
Like, I think as Karma is a lane that we've sort of seen as like a decent answer because you can just bully out a lane quite heavily. And then like if you're taking any of the safety tools for Jinx, like Tom Kench or Thresh, you will have an awful time. If you're taking like Nautilus or Leona, then you kind of need jungle pressure to make that lane work. But even then, like, yes, it's gonna win out the laning phase, but it feels like still so volatile if you mess up. I feel like, Aphelios, there's definitely, the more team composition counters, I think, is the big issue for Aphelios at the moment. And then with Zeri, I feel like there's so many counters for Zeri. Like, sure, if Zeri gets the perfect scenario, this champion can absolutely pop off. In team fights, we've seen some monster moments, don't get me wrong. But also, like we saw today, it just get absolutely stomped into the ground by the Draven, right? When we saw Photic pick that up.
That was so brutal.
We saw that comp from EDG against Gala, where they had, like, Galio, Camille, Hecarim, Tristan, and Nautilus. It's like, you cannot play the game against that. It's like, yeah, you just need... like, Tristan is great into it, Draven's great into it. These champions who can just jump on her or get in range of her and just beat her up, or bully her out in lane. And then on top of that, if you have team fighting tools that, like, just lock a target down, point and click, you can deal with it. I think that's the thing. Is like, in team fights, if the enemy team has a Aphelios or Zeri and we have the right tools, I'm like, cool, whatever, we can handle this. I feel like with Jinx, it's like, even if you have the right tools, if you just mess one thing up, you've made one mistake, it's like, that, okay, we've lost, game over, you missed a skill shot, boom, Jinx, Pat has taken over,
Whoopsies. Well, hey, it's always a fun conversation. I'm glad we could get a little bit of a recap on seeing what that 2-patch jump really actually did. The next part of this, though, I will say it's a little bit of a two-pronged one for me, because I think there's an analytical side to the LPL, and then there's a gut feeling side to the LPL, all right? And I want you guys to bear with me with that one, because I got to see what role is the strongest in the LPL. Now, bear with me, the analytical side of it, what role in terms of champion pools is the best, what gets the most value out of the position. The emotional one is which role is filled with the best players in the LPL. So let's start with the analytical one. We'll let you get your big brainness out here and see what you guys think, because I have my own opinions, and I know it's really big brain. So I'll make sure to have that at the end to cap off anything that you guys don't say.
Funny enough, I think the most impactful role right now is Jinx. I think it's Jinx.
It's like, I feel like every team that's like on the lower end, I always like it's like OMG with like Abel when he's on the right pick, or like Hope from JDG. I mean, they're not on the lower end, but still, I feel like, Betty. I feel like there's so many players. I mean, Puff and Southland as well. Elk on Ultra Prime. I feel like I'm looking at all these teams and I'm like, if they get Jinx, right? I see the hope. They get Jinx in the, and then I just think they can definitely carry. And I think the thing is just like, she's such a, like, Aphelios, I think there's a lot of skill expression with Aphelios. I think like top 80 carries in Aphelios, like they can really find windows to carry. But I feel like every 80 carry basically in the league, or at least most of them, can pick Jinx and carry a game. It's just so, I stand at max range and auto attack people. I get a reset and lethal tempo stacked, and now I carry.
I get movement speed and Gale Force to play aggressively. No way.
I
The amount of aggressive Gale Forces in the last like 2.5 weeks have been insane. I love it. Our ADCs are filled to the brim with confidence. I was looking at Elk's solo kills. He has the most solo kills and also the most solo deaths because of plays where he'll just throw himself forward to try to go for a Gale Force kill, and somehow does it.
If none of them are going to be watching this, I don't think any of the Chinese AD carry pros are actually watching this. But if they are, my advice: if you want to get picked up to a big team, right, you want to be on the top 5 next split, just tell your team to first pick Jinx every single game. Get your highlight montage together, right? Oh, look at this comeback. It was big carry coming out.
Throw in some scenes from Arcane here or there. Get some of that stuff in there.
We see a situation where one of the players in the higher teams, maybe they retire, move to a different roster, and then you're like, hey, I'm available. Why don't we pick up this guy, right? And suddenly we have a situation where Elk is back on the top team, right?
Okay, I'm ready for Ox to become a player agent. He's truly changing careers right now.
He's really made that next
you
jump.
Have to think about, right? It's as much as it's important for teams to win, and as a player, your focus should be making your team win. There's also like the dark side of it, where it's like, is it more important for my team to win or me to look good? Because like when it comes to the next split, if your team wins, that's obviously a positive. But if you look like you're elo held on your team, then man, it's so free to get like a big roster jump just by looking like, damn, this player, his team lost like 16 out of the 17, like 15 out of the 16 games, but damn, did he look good?
Ox is exposing what kind of player he was.
What happens when you lose? What happens when you lose with Jinx, though? Is that like double negative? Is that like you get thrown in the bin in the trash?
But
because
I want to
you
say,
if you lose with Jinx, it's impressive. So fair play.
It's impressive. I see.
I mean, to be fair to Seriously, though, I feel like it's actually really hard to look like bad when even losing on Jinx. Like, I feel like in a lot of games where you see the Jinx team lose, the Jinx team looked like the most impactful player, looked like the best player. So.
This is it. I got the second thing, right? First pick Jinx, and then have your support play Tom Kench. You can no longer miss position, right? It's literally impossible. You have a get out of jail free card, and it's like the only mistake you can make on Jinx, I feel, is just mispositioning horrifically, and now it's impossible. So boom, there you go.
I want to.
The Exodia comp is 2 pieces.
You are now on a top team. Congratulations to Elk. He just got signed for RNG. Good job.
I want to apologize to everyone out there listening to this, not episode of The Last Hit, this episode of us complaining about Jinx for 30 minutes.
Well, we've already established the analytical side of the LPL says that Jinx is the most busted role in League of Legends right now. So at least we came away with that. But I guess then I want to transition to the next part of the question and say, what role has the most impactful players? Is it just 80s here? We're just going all. Is it just Jinx, the actual player? Like, there's no more players in the LPL. It's just Jinx.
Nope. This one is free low, dude. This one's free answer.
Okay.
Come on. We all know the answer here.
And
I feel like, do you want me to go first?
you guys are like on a nervous first date. It's like, who wants to go first?
I feel like it's mid. I feel like mid is so impactful right now.
Hey, look, you got the proud dad.
You look at FPX when like Gory was kind of struggling in lane, and like how doomed that team looked. Because like I feel like Hung was doing so well, Shalahu sick, right? I feel like LWX was at least solid, and this team just felt like so useless because they had a mid laner who was straight. And like even look at RNG against RA. I'm going back to that one again. When Shahu was on a pick where he couldn't have impact and Strive was able to gap him, it's just like the team fell apart. I feel like mid is just, especially I think a big thing is right since we've had the TP changes. Previously, if your mid matchup wasn't favorable, it's fine. You have your top lane, you can TP, it can solve problems there. They can sort of like enemy team aggresses too hard bot, you TP behind them, boom. That's no longer a thing. So it's like top lane has become even more for an island. And as a result, mid is like so impactful because if you roam bot as a mid laner, there's little recourse. And even against the other mid laner, right? If you're playing Ryze, you get prio. Let's say you're against a Victor, you get prio early. You roam bot for a dive. Like Victor can only TP the tower. He can't TP behind you. So you can like back away and bait the TP, or you can get the dive done quickly and back away. And it's like before the threat of being TP'd like from a ward behind you was so damning because like suddenly if like I don't know a Camille turns up behind you, she gets a double kill. It's like okay, game's doomed. That's no longer the case.
I also feel like just looking at quality of player, right? I mean, you look at our mid laners in the LPL.
Sure.
Scout, Shalu, Rookie. I mean, even Fofo not having the same split, I still feel like has been good. Angel's been stepping up. You just hit on RA, so Strive, like Doing B. There's Knight. There's too many players.
There's too many,
and then,
man.
you kind of look at the teams lower in the standings, right? And I don't feel like these mid laners are like, egregiously terrible or anything, but they don't stack up to, all those legends. You look at, obviously LGD bringing back Jay. Before that, having Yeji. I think both were solid, but again, not the same as like Rookie, Knight. These guys, Ultra Prime with Cryin, anyone's legend with Forge. I feel like just
with UCal.
Yeah, just like the player quality in LPL for mid lane is so stacked. We have like 8 or 9 world class mid laners, which I mean, to be fair, I guess the LPL would take some of those mid
world
class mid laners.
Hey, all right.
Thanks, Rookie.
Whoa.
Thanks, Rookie.
It is a very stacked role. Also, the fact that it's so flexible and there's so many different styles of play you can have, and we see it rampant throughout the entirety of the LPL, right? You have the huge mid-jungle teams. You have the 1-3-1 teams. You have the teams that like to focus in the mid lane and put a lot of resources there. And that changes from here and there, right? Teams are also adapting through the season. And I think, as you guys say, I that was my choice as well. So I guess we're all three on the same choice.
I told you, man, Freelo. It was Freelo.
It literally is just Freelo because you see how impactful the early game decisions from a mid-game standpoint can be and how crucial the mid-jungle duo has been to any success, it feels like, in any matchup. We are constantly focusing on the jungle because it is the precipice of action. It is the aggressive standpoint that the LPL likes to take.
True.
Yeah, I feel like, is there a flip side to it? I feel like maybe it's, I think it just goes back to Jinx point that, like, it doesn't matter what AD carry you have as long as I have Jinx. Like, okay. I feel like because, support can really make an impact mid, jungle, obviously, mid-jungle, really important. I feel like top lane as well. We've seen some big top lane gaps in games where it's been really impactful. But I feel like it's just, I don't know. Is there any, this is going to be a harsh question. Is there any AD carry who you think, if they're on Jinx, couldn't carry a game? Because I feel like I look at a lot of the rosters and I'm like, yeah, they probably could. They probably could.
Wait, no, I have one. I have one.
Okay, who's the one?
Team
One person.
Team WE, either one of their AD carries. I'm sorry. Sorry.
You know what?
Yikes!
Fair. I think that's fair. Do you think everyone else
Yeah.
is safe though?
I think literally everyone else is safe.
Just the one. I guess
I
the
mean,
two.
right? Even like Eric has like shown up as a late game carry. Pop has
Yeah.
shown up. I
do
was
my boy
fine.
Puff
There's-
like that. Come
no, but
on.
that's my point. Is
Wink
everyone
looked
else
pretty good as well
Yeah.
when he had the comeback series as well. Yeah, I actually think
It's kind of just WE.
So I'm glad that you guys.
I'm not sure about Uzi though, just because we haven't seen him.
Oh, no.
Lord. He has
Oh,
to show
no.
up if he wants to carry.
no.
But yeah.
Hey, he's still sitting there at the top of the stats. All right, every
You
time
know-
I go check ADC stats, he's up there because of the one.
Don't bring it up, Lyric. Don't bring it up.
No, I just want to know what Ox was gonna pivot into, where we're like talking about mids, and he's like, do you guys? Is there anyone bad? on
Is there
Jinx?
anybody that can't do it at all?
Did you just want me to
Or anything?
flame? Is that all you
What
wanted?
Is there anything?
Yeah, I want to get the people going, right? We need the hype here.
No one knows what it means. It gets the
God.
people going. But seriously, I love that you guys took the analytical side of it and went meme with the Jinx, and then for the emotional
No,
side
no,
of it, it
I'll
was just
say
straight analytics. Mid lane is the most impactful.
The Jinx point is dead serious.
Yeah,
but I
yeah.
wish it was
Dead
true.
serious.
I literally have the rosters in front of me and I'm looking like, man, every single other than every single one, man. Like really, it's kind of mind blowing. So yeah.
Well, hopefully teams will start maybe banning Jinx. Who
Well,
knows?
if anyone for the Riot Balance team is watching, I feel like again
Yeah.
there's another call out where I don't know if there will be, but if anyone for the Riot Balance team is watching, please nerf Jinx. You know,
shoot
this is an
your
appeal
shot,
to you.
all right?
Please.
Shoot your
And the thing is,
shot.
right, we've hit 12.5 already on live, and then they've said that's going to be like a month-long patch, right? Because I'm not sure if the X reasoning, but they said that's going to be a month patch before 12.6, and they didn't nerf Jinx on 12.5, right? So we're a long way
on the
away.
arcade.
And, I mean, heck,
Arcane
we're a long
season
way
2
away.
coming soon.
We're 2 weeks away from LPL playoffs, so that
are.
means
We are.
that's probably the patch we're gonna
Yep.
be on. So
Yep.
all
Hey,
the same.
Will
And-
Jinx be nerfed for MSI? Probably not.
The
at this
world
rate,
may never
honestly.
know.
Actually, I feel like there's two sides to it. Because one, I'd love to see Jinx nerfed. But the other thing, oh man, it's like getting massive changes right before like an international tournament. Always good fun. Always good fun. You know,
I
why don't we
love these team fights and stuff. The late game ADC battles have been so breakneck, and it has been super
Wait,
fun.
just
what?
real quick, so we could just not complain and like pivot it somewhere. I will say I'll give out what I want to see in terms of AD carries in the meta. Bring me back to 2017. Jhin, Ashe, Varus. You put them
Yeah, I'll take the
alongside
Jhin.
the Zyras, the Misfortunes, the Malzahars. Those were the fun metas. Because at level 6, literally everyone is gonna go bot. Everyone. You just have so much guaranteed fight potential. It was amazing. It was my favorite meta to coach in. Please bring that back.
I would
tell you what,
want
I
to
will
see.
say, at times I didn't enjoy it as a support player because you just got one shot. Like no matter what champion you're playing, you have aftershock as well. But like Xayah and
Doesn't
Kai'Sa
matter.
meta, dude, I swear down. Like you have aftershock up, you're level 3, you're Leona with your W. Fully stacked passive from Kai'Sa, you die. Like 7 feathers from Xayah, you die. But still, it was just skill expressive. I feel like that was such a fun meta. Like I'd much rather see those two than Aphelios Jinx. I think Aphelios is actually okay, right? For the in this current form, I think that the craziest thing is when you look at like the patch notes for Aphelios, and you look at how much he's been nerfed since like remember when he was like super broken.
Yes.
Yeah.
The range
Like-
of his ulti, Jesus.
Dude,
Yep.
the range of his ulti, like I swear his ulti is Infinum Ultimate used to just do like double damage compared to what it does now. Like, and you've seen
And
it,
then
like,
you
one-shot
still see the
people.
clips like Viper blowing people up.
It's kind of mind blowing, and it kind of makes you think back, like at the time, how unbelievably strong this champion was, right? And I feel like a lot of the thing back then is what talks about, he has range limitations, just outplay it. If you think about his ult being like even longer range, man, it's still a little counterplay. So
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't miss that.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that much.
Not at all. Well, I love that you guys were starting to talk about getting towards the end of the split, because as we got to talk about something serious, all right? Something deadly, deadly serious. I'm going to come up with something spicy. The conversation is about who in the LPL is absolutely elo held, who cannot make anything happen for their team, even though they are the shining stars.
All right.
I'm going to come up with
Hard
something
move.
spicy first. No. This is my time. Do and be is elo held. That's all. Drop the mic.
Okay, well, firstly, I'm going to say hard mode for you, Lyric. Don't say an 80 carry, because...
Don't say anything.
Come on, guys. My answer is so obvious. My answer,
Oh no. Is it another easy dub or what?
Dude, I'm just saying, he's only played one series. The guy who's elo'd hell
no.
is my boy Mole coming in. You know,
I knew it was coming.
dude, did you see that Zika engaged
Did you see?
under a turret as Camille, like jumping in by himself while all the other members are walking away? Yes, you saw it because you were there. And me and you were both
I
like,
was
what
there.
is going on?
What is happening?
This was a free win. And then game 2, pulling the elder. What are you doing? Your jungler just died because he just trolled in. What is going on? I don't care if it's one series. I don't care if you wanted a serious answer, because the answer of my heart, which I think is on this side, is Mole.
I'm
there's
glad
so
you
much-
knew where your heart was.
There's so much delusion coming in here, honestly.
Just so much.
between you two. Who? It's kind of tricky, right? I feel like, especially ignoring 80 carries where they're just playing Jinx. I feel like I would probably be leaning towards maybe like Shallow. I feel like it's kind of elo held. I feel like, I mean, Rare Adam aren't exactly in a bad place, but I feel
I
like
would say
Leanne has
Lian.
been-
Yep.
yeah, Leanne's been really good, and it's like the team performance hasn't reflected that.
I feel like
if
Lian's
he
a
was on a
top
better team,
jungler. Like 100%.
yeah, for sure. I think junglers looked like kind of weak overall. I feel like even some of the higher tier teams, I feel like the junglers, like I think like way on RNG, I think he's looked
Yeah.
kind of unconvincing. But
Yeah.
I think Leon has looked really, really good, and I think if he was on a different team, then he would be at the top, right? I feel like his drive has been pretty good, especially since his debut. But yeah, I'd say Leon's probably my first pick, and then like honorable mention, Shallow. I would have said Tarzan, I think.
Tarzan
and-
not doing
Until
me?
the
Come
recent
on,
series.
man.
I agree.
Yeah, until the recent series,
Yeah.
I feel like he looked really. That's the sad thing. It feels like it's way down on him. He was so elo held. He's now just like, when you played like 17 solo queue games in a row,
Oh my
and
God.
you just have these games where you're just losing despite anything you do, and then by the end of it, you just crush.
You're just
and
like,
you
I don't care.
You're the Inter.
So I said Doinby at the beginning of the conversation, but I will actually change it. Well, add another one at least. But Betty, for anyone's legend, man. Betty has had
Is
a
Oxmaldig?
heck
Is
of a
Oxmaldig?
split, man. I'm hoping so.
Dude, I feel
I
like Betty-
will say Betty has shown up this split.
I agree.
And unfortunately for him, he's on anyone's legend.
Yeah, but I feel like one of the things was I feel like Betty was one of the early adopters of just pink. There was like this big spree of games like he was just picking Jinx. Like,
Don't
every
do
game.
that to him. Don't put him in
Dude,
that corner,
dude,
okay?
It was like so many games in a row. He was just picking Jinx, and he was one of the early adopters of pick Jinx every game. And then teams started to stop him getting it, and it's been a bit, Hey, I think he's still been solid. I definitely think like it's a fair point, but I feel like there's so many 80 carries. You can be like, dude, look at this game. He was on Jinx, and then he carried, and then his team into him, and I'm like,
I also feel like for AL specifically, I should feel like Chocho does a lot for that team. So
For sure, 100%.
and this doesn't take away from the Betty point either. Mazza. I actually think Betty has. This has by far been Betty's best split in the LPL, and just overall, I feel like him and Chocho are working so well together. Chocho is such a fun player to watch.
He's a Chad.
Shun is maybe my honorable mention. I feel like Shun's been hit or miss. I feel like overall he's mostly had good series, and he was by far the best player. I think like throughout. If you have like an average of IG games, he was like the big reason they even have a lot of their wins. But he also does have very. I mean, again, him like over aggressing in base in their last series and dying right as Elder came up. Like his moments like that. So, but I think Shun with a better team would work much better. IG obviously are still just so young and so new in terms of their roster and their shot calling and things like this.
are.
So, but
I feel like
I'm
Shun
still a
with the
Shun
team-
fan today. or
Shun
die.
with a team on the same page, I feel like
Yeah.
would go a long way. But also, I feel like if you're one of these teams that are on the lower end, I would much rather have a jungler like Shun who's like gonna potentially win
Yeah.
you some games you wouldn't otherwise. And yeah, sure, he's gonna lose you some games, but like you're probably losing some of those games anyway.
Anyway,
Right? Real talk, IG, the sort of lower end. So I'd rather have a jungler who's like. I mean, it's kind of like TT last split, right? When there was those games where it really felt like
Xiaopeng.
yeah, with Xiaopeng. Like I feel like if TT last split didn't have Xiaopeng,
Yeah.
man, how depressing would their games have been?
Man, I feel like we have a jungler like that every year. 2020, we had Rogue Warriors. They had Haro, who was EDG's former jungler from Worlds 2018, I believe. We have Xiaopeng last year. Now we have Shun. I love it. I agree, though. If you're like a bottom 5 team, you pay all the money in the world for Shun because, hey, maybe he'll get you into playoffs. Maybe he'll get you enough wins to at least get to 10th. And if not, he'll at least get you enough wins to not be 16th or 17th. And you know what?
That's the
I
goal.
feel
right?
like-
That's
I
the
feel like that's
goal.
what WE are kind of lacking. Like I feel like we just haven't seen them really do anything, and it's been kind of. I feel like it's just been kind of sad because it just feels like you know, I'd rather a team be very proactive, lose quickly, or like find an advantage. And I feel like even, you know, IG, when they had that series where we saw like the Nidalee and stuff, and it felt like constantly, despite they had that massive lead, like I think that was against EDG,
Yep,
right?
both games
They had a
against
massive
EDG.
lead, and it felt like, you know, there was definitely potential for them to throw the game away. Enemy team had like Corky Jinx, and they did end up losing, and it was kind of, it wasn't too much of a surprise despite the fact they had like a 5k gold lead. But I was like, dude, I love the fact that they're just like, let's go for it, let's make it happen.
Yeah.
And I feel like WE just haven't really done that. They kind of just floundered a lot.
That proactivity is so key in the LPL. But guys, it has been our time. That is another episode of The Last Hit under our belts. I want to thank Ox for joining us for this episode. Been a while since we had you on, buddy, so it was always good to have you. Lyric, I love you. I hate you. Thank you so much for being here.
That's fair.
That's fair. Here with me every single week as we work through this season together. Everyone for joining in, thank you so much. Make sure you go follow the @LPL English Twitter and the YouTube. Make sure you catch all the content from the team. And Ox, I guess. Not Lyric, though. Don't follow Lyric. He has too many followers already. But again, this has been another episode of The Last Hit here on the 6th of March. And we'll see you next week for yet another one.
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and we fall our hearts. We see in the signs, led by the stars, not knowing where we're going. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. It's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and emotional landscapes right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you.
他们说，要跟着那阵风，去征服每一座巅峰。然后呢？巅峰之后是什么？他们将我捧上云巅，也让我从头来过。 来的，我一意孤行。要让我折服的，我踏入光明；让我无路可走的，使我惧怕；反要让他们畏缩。他们一直说个不停，因为他们害怕洪水猛兽，那就比猛兽更凶猛，比洪水更滔天。是将到来的，终会成苦；汹涌而起的，终会证明。既然暴风将至，那就去把那些不服的、不屈的、不可磨灭的、非赢不可的，通通化成风。这里是我们，我们就是风暴。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL. My name is Jake Serix, Aussie Panko. I'm joined by Robert Dagda Price. You can call him Bobby if you're close to him, which you are not, so stay right there. As we welcome you back, we welcome you to a very special week in the LPL, the second last week, the penultimate week. Dagda, it is a pleasure to be with you, first of all. This doesn't happen very often.
Yeah.
And second of all, dude, the split's almost done, somehow.
I am baffled as to how quickly this split has gone. Like, it feels like we should be like week 3, week 4, and it's like, oh yeah, some teams have already secured playoffs. I'm not really sure what's going on.
It's weird. It's really weird. And like a remnant on that, as we look at yesterday and do a bit of housekeeping for you guys at home, it is like we start the split and we get on that 7-day train of momentum. You know, we hit Chinese New Year, we come back, we did the same thing. And it's kind of over before it's begun. So again, like yesterday might have felt like a bit of a slug to go against that point. Dagda, yesterday was a day of surprises, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, for WE, nearly beating FPX, that one was a little bit of a doozy where no one really expected. And speaking of, you know, being over before it's begun, it begun and now it seems over for EDG. Started off super well in the split and now losing to anyone's legend. Their streak of losses continues. EDG just haven't been able to find their success in team fights, and now we can see them slowly but surely slipping down the table right the way into 6th, a long way away from the likes of Weibo, V5, or LNG, who have already secured themselves in playoff.
Names we were skeptical on. V5 have put 8th in my power rankings. I think Weibo was 6th. EDG were the firm favorites, number 1, number 2 for a lot of people out there. And Edward Gaming, I thought they were going to be the first team to lock in their playoff point. But the fact is that we're at the penultimate week and that they haven't done it is a huge surprise. So, again, really big schedule coming up for them, one that they have to confirm. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're tuning into the LPL for the first time, to get into our playoffs this split, 9 is once again the lucky number, Dagda. So, hopefully we get to firm up one of those spots coming up with our first matchup with LNG and JDG. Sir, B5 BLG, what a day it's going to be.
Yeah, and these are not teams that are just looking to make those 9 wins. These are teams that are looking to go all the way to the top. It's about standings for these teams. How far can they push themselves in our playoff bracket? And these are games that are going to be so damn important to them.
Yeah, like, again, 9 being the lucky number, but 8 kind of being the safety net there as well for a lot of our teams. So a lot to be decided here today with V5 BLG coming up later. Where is Uzi? Well, he's not playing for game number 1. There's your answer. Dagda,
One day.
Well, it'll come back one day, but let's be honest, you know, that team's got a lot more issues than which AD carry's playing. For now, JDG versus LNG. And as we kick this off, you and I have announced before, but today needs to be stated once again. How good is it for a Tuesday? Titans Tuesday, you came up with the name.
It's just, I was just like, I looked at the schedules, like, I'm casting with Jake Aussie Panko. This is going to be a good day. And then I looked and I was like, damn, this is an absolute banger. Like, look at the games we have on today.
Yeah.
This is going to be so much fun. Titan Tuesday at top of the table bout. I am so ready to see how these games are going to pan out. And again, they're going to be so important for our standings, especially a lot of these teams trying to push into that like top 4 so they can move on into that double elimination bracket. This is crucial for that success.
All 4 of our teams today in that top 8, further to your point. LNG, a team we can't slip past as well. And For LNG, it's kind of been interesting because their last series against Top Esports was, we'll call it a banger. That's what we call all series, really. But LNG looked a little bit weak rounding out towards the series. That was their first playoff opportunity. And Dagda here today against JDG. It just feels like we're going to reset the script, take number 2 on that, and see if it comes into fruition.
LNG take 2 here to try and get there. And I mean, look, it's a little bit unfortunate that they haven't been able to secure that, but certainly as we kind of look at them in that 4th place spot, this is a team for me that I really want to see kind of tightening the ship. It does feel like there's a little bit of loose screws there, and if they are capable of doing that and they can continue to push forward through the last remaining games, they are already sitting in top 4. So a potential double elimination bracket for these guys, and just having that safety net, taking off some of the weights and giving yourself that relief is going to be so important.
Yeah, agreed. Like, again, high expectations for LNG coming into the split, and that's why I guess I'm not too surprised that they're in this position, Dagda. However, like, teams have started exploiting them, and I want to talk about how LNG lose games. A lot of the time we talk about how teams win in the LPL, but for LNG, you had a very unique perception to this, talking about containing their jungler, containing Tarzan.
Yeah, and I want to set this up because I think it's something that is going to be very crucial to today is when Tarzan is set behind, or when Tarzan is kind of kept in check, LNG struggle a lot. What LNG like to do is oftentimes go for these 1-3-1 compositions that really rely on being ahead in the early game. Either through, picking up some of these early dragons so then they can cross-map effectively, or just getting leads for their sonar laners. And Tarzan and Doomby have kind of become the crux of LNG and then leaning that attention in towards Ala. But when Tarzan isn't able to get ahead, that's where the problems start to come through from LNG. And we saw it against Top Esports, where Top Esports did a phenomenal job of trying to keep Tarzan in check, shutting him down in the early stages. And it meant that even though LNG opted in towards a lot of these kind of like more split push oriented comps once more, they just didn't have the success in the early game to power through them. Dragons going the way of Top Esports, early fights going the way of Top Esports, and it meant that LNG just couldn't really get their footing in the series.
And it's funny, right? Because LNG's success last year definitely came from Tarzan. If Tarzan didn't have a foot in that threshold, LNG fell apart. And it's interesting going up against JDG today because we can say a lot of similarities between the junglers because how JDG win has always come up to Kanavi, and Kanavi is firing those haymakers once again, Dagda. He and the rest of the boys trailing along. Feels like a good news story for this team.
Yeah, it took a while, but Kanavi from 2020 feels like he's back, right? He's actually started to come in. It's like, cool, we've got him playing up towards 369 in the top lane. It's looking pretty damn clean there. But very quickly, what Kanavi will do is move down towards this bot side, and then it's about playing off of the pressure that we see from Missy, Hope, Yagao getting into the equation as well, and then starting to invade in towards the bottom side of the map. And this is why we're trying to point out how crucial these two junglers are going to be, because it does feel like JDG have started to do a very good job of containing the opposition that they're against. We saw this a lot against V5 where we got that invade, but also just being in a position to try and shut down a lot of the counter punches that V5 were trying to make when they were trying to invade into the jungle. So I certainly think that this jungle matchup and the way stylistically that these two teams play might lend yourself, despite the kind of difference in standings, to think that JDG could actually be favored coming into today.
You were very confident in rehearsal, and you've been should I say, excuse me, very much against JDG because you've been critical of them, knowing how well they played in 2020. Like, you and I went through the 2020 era where Top Esports and JDG were the top two, and the old names fell out of face.
Yeah, I mean, I think for JDG, it's kind of been a little bit of time coming. It's been very messy in the early stages with people not really deciding like how they wanted to play on the same page. You'd see like Kanavi doing Rift Herald, they try and make a play mid and then end up losing both sides of the coin. But now it really does feel like they've kind of rallied around Kanavi once more, which was where they found their success in 2020. And honestly, I do feel like JDG are favored coming into today. I'm really excited to see how they're going to do.
But again, repeat that point. Dagda thinking JDG are sided coming into LNG. A lot of fans starting to feel the same way, I'm sure. And as we get closer towards getting into pick ban for the first game of this matchup, let's look at a focus lane. Now, we've talked a lot about the junglers who, by the way, X-Griffin going up against each other. Let's look at the top lane, though, because Dagda, it does feel like top has been influential not only recently, but stylistically to how these teams operate.
Exactly, and you can see that in the champion pools there for both these guys. 369 definitely opting more towards those team fighting orientated top laners like the Kennen. He has 11 games played on. Gragas as well being in his top 3. This is a guy who has got a little bit of attention in the early stages from Kanavi to kind of set himself up in lane correctly, and from that position then he's all about burning those TPs, finding those flanks, making sure they can actually get in position to successfully play around the team fights. When we look across Ala though, you're looking at things like the Gwens, these kind of more split push oriented champions in like the counterpick Fioras. This is a guy that wants to find success in the early stages and then lend that into these 1-3-1 compositions that LNG play, but we're just not seeing that early game success from him. The goal difference pretty much minimal, like at the 15-minute mark. This is a guy that really needs to get control and has been a bit lackluster all said and done when it comes towards both the laning phase and how he operates on the map when they're looking for those split pushes.
It's fair to say this ain't this ain't like that top laner that carried through the OMG roster known as Curse. It's not the Arlo that was feared as one of the best top laners at the tournament. For LNG, let's see if they can get back to it. Of course, on stage you just saw JDG, 369, Kanavi in the mid lane. Let's not forget JDG been lending themselves to Yagao for a while. We have Hope and Missing in bottom lane has been improving, and Dagda as Arla, Tarzan, Duanbe, Light, and Lumao come back out onto the stage. This team has a lot of questions that need to be answered in the short span left in their schedule.
And I think we'll have to see if they can try and, one, find answers to those questions, but also maybe even just change up what those questions are, right? There's always the opportunity for them to try and move in towards something like, hey, maybe we want to go back towards team fighting. I mean, Light had a phenomenal time in the last series. I think Light has kind of been a little bit underutilized, honestly, on this team. But with the playstyle that Allah has, I mean, he's always been about that side lane. Even when he came in and signed out Dragons in the beginning, like, this guy was still kind of like the big Jax player, the big guy who wanted to play through that side lane. So we'll be expecting the same kind of thing here today.
I mean, a big deal for LNG. If you're just tuning in, this is a match that qualifies LNG for playoffs. And LNG, all they need is 9, then they can rest easy. There would be the 4th playoff team in the LPL as we're on the penultimate week to lock in their spot. So far, V5, Weibo, RNG, the 3 teams to do such a thing. And for LNG, again, could be number 4. Now, Dagda on the other side for JDG, we didn't talk too much about what this win means for them, but their schedule is TT, RA, Weibo Gaming. It's mixed, but for JDG, if they get a win here, again, it's very easy to see how they make top 6 and lock a playoff spot in the coming week.
And that's the thing. I think for a lot of JDG fans, watching the struggles from the start of the split, you were like, oh god, here we go again. JDG not going to make it into playoffs, especially when in 2020 this was the team that was in our spring final champions, was in our summer finals as well. This was a team that really was pushing the upper echelons of the LPL, and we kind of saw that dip in 2021. We saw it at the beginning of 2022 as well. So it kind of feels like a return to form for JDG, and for fans, that's got to be so comforting to see Hope coming into the team, stepping up massively as this AD carry for team fights, providing that kind of synergy that I think has been missing for a long time,
Nice.
where we haven't really seen him, find that success with an AD carry in lane. He hasn't really been able to kind of start to roam around like he talked about at the start of the split. He felt like coming into JDG, he would have a little bit more opportunities to link up with Kanavi, go make these plays in the map. And we are actually starting to see that come together and see that identity for JDG.
I mean, the crazy thing is that missing at the start of the split was kind of like missing last year. A bottom tier support and someone who, like we said, why was he picked up? Like, why was he looked at? Missing has developed quite well, and further to your point, alongside this AD carry. It's funny that, Missing was missing for a bit, and then Hope brings Hope. Like, the namesakes at the bottom layer is kind of helping out JDG, and I agree. Like, there's that carry potential, there's that team fight potential that we've kind of missed. Because for JDG, running with Loken for a while, we didn't end up talking about Loken and Lumao being, they're such a great 2v2, they're great within the lane, and they're amazing team fighters. They were like stability, but they never really relied on that X factor, like Hope and Missing can kind of bring.
And that's, for Lumao, he was that X factor.
Well,
I mean, if you look back at like spring 2020, like finals MVP, he created the Bard meta. Like, this guy was an absolute monster. And then 2021 happened, and we kind of went, Where'd you go?
Why is
Who
he
slew
playing
you?
Dagda? Why isn't he
Yeah.
playing versus his old team? That's my biggest question here today. We're talking about the Griffin versus Griffin in the jungle. Why is it happening? I mean, look, he's going up against his other support. I got a little bit lost there. I'm thinking about Iwandi, but yeah, Lumao is going up against his old roster. Dagda, ignore me. I'm a little bit out of it running into a crazy Tuesday. As we get into pick and ban, I want you to run me through this because I'm seeing some off-meta bans against the JDG support, considering it is Lumao versus his old world.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by the Thresh ban. Like, Missing's hooks against V5 were insane. I mean, heat seeking onto Photic every time, but I mean, these are weird. Okay, so the big ones for me coming into this were Doomby's Twisted Fate, which has been completely left open. That's banned 56% of the time against LNG. It's a massive pick for them. These globals are so important, but not going towards that. So we're going to have to see now with the mainstay jungler banned away if we just get Kanavi going back towards something like the Xin Zhao. And then the Aphelios looks like it's going to be the first port of call for Hope, but Kanavi hovering the Lee Sin. This would be, well, kind of a throwback to the old school Kanavi, where personally I thought he was one of the best Lee Sins we had in the league, and a big takeaway from Tarzan as well.
I mean, the takeaway from Tarzan, the bigger point. Everyone knows Tarzan's Lee Sin. Kanavi's making a name for himself as well. He's been a big Viego player, but as that's banned away, I do like this little steal. We get a standard 80 carry for Hope. Jinx versus Aphelios, very new matchup, guys. We haven't seen this one before. And Dagda, you know, really an important point here as well. When we're going to get a pretty standard jungle from Tarzan, I'm more curious about the support matchup because Missing versus Lumao, you already talked about what's been taken away. Ignore hysterics. Ignore it because we have a Rek'Sai Tryndamere, which goes a complete different direction.
Yeah, I mean, for the Rek'Sai, I get it's a counter to the Lee Sin. You can knock him up so he can't follow the Sonic Wave. Blind Pick Tryndamere is just bonkers.
It is.
I don't know.
And it
Third
could be
Pick
mid.
Tryndamere, not really where I'd be at. I'd be looking at like a support. But I guess the big thing here for LNG is they're kind of thinking, hey, look, we can flex this between Doomby, we can flex it into Allah as well. And when we were in Worlds 2021, the Blind Pick Tryndamere was something you could go for, but you've kind of got this double AD now. You need some sort of AP. So if I'm JDG, right, I'm banning away something like the Gwen, these kind of things that are a bit more like AP focus for Allah in the top lane, and then kind of going, right, well, what's the plan here for Allah if this is a mid Tryndamere, or well, we can just go towards things like the Gnar and that in the top lane and make sure we have an alright matchup against the Tryndamere.
Or maybe they pick it away themselves here for 369. We've seen a lot of 369's cannon recently. It's kind of funny to see LNG ban the Gwen away when you talked about the 80 damage coming out, Dagdas. So a very different path here for both the teams. And for JDG, as they ban away supports, again, that's why I was excited before we saw that Rek'Sai Tryndamere. There's been so many support bans, and the set is one of them as well, that it feels like Missing and Lumao are going to bring out something a little bit extra. Well, I mean,
yeah, I'm kind of thinking, like, are they just going to go full defense? Like, go for something like the Braum in that bot side of the map? But, yeah, I don't know. This is a weird draft from LNG. I think JDG are responding well with the support bans. And I actually like this as well. If they are going to go for the Veigar does really well with a lot of champions. I'm going to jump in on top of you. And, I mean, that's exactly what the Rek'Sai and the Tryndamere want to do. So, Victor fitting that style as well. A lot of zone control. So, I mean, for JDG, they're just kind of going, right, like, we're going to be pretty all right with this. We're probably going to get something like a Kennen in the top side as well for 369. Or if he wants to go for some sort of counter pick into the Tryndamere, that can work as well. We said we needed to see that AP damage, though, from LNG, and that's going to be the Akali. Going either top or mid. These are still quite flexible for LNG.
I would love this, Dagda. You were just talking about it before, Lumao 2020. Everyone forgets his Bard. Will it be something a little bit more standard? You talked about the Braum as well. Either way, Dagda, your brain exploding right now. And we get the Alistar in the end. So really fun comp from LNG. I'll pause a moment because I'll let you walk us through that momentarily. Dagda, my brain's all over the place. JDG, their final pick. I mean, we know 369 plays the cannon up in the top side, but maybe compositionally they want to go in a different direction.
Yeah, so I'm kind of looking at LNG, and you've got this like full split push, like 1-3-1 style composition. Jinx should win the mid push against the Aphelios just off the range, and that's kind of the idea from LNG. So pretty bog standard LNG. JDG, we talked about how they like to go for team fights. The Kennen, not really an option when you're worried about the Tryndamere. So instead we get that Gragas in the top side. So looking to just kind of self-peel and have that opportunity to use the cast to disengage. And for JDG, going back towards basics, it's all about that team fight. And what I like about the Gragas as well is it gives Kanavi a very easy point on the map to play around, which is that bot side. Trying to set up this Aphelios, win out in that 2v2, and then lend yourself into that strong team fight with these late game carries.
Yeah, standardized, isn't it? For JDG, like, 369 on this team has been playing a great team fighting role. Not surprised to see the Gragas. Again, we talked a lot about the cannon coming through. 369 from top esports in the past was known as a great individual laner, but also he was someone who developed amazing team fight mechanics. So I feel like here he's showcasing it on JDG and has been the linchpin that has led JDG to a lot of these victories alongside the new, invigorated, re-improved Kanavi. We'll see what happens this game, Dagda. You talked about JDG's bottom lane, but I see Doumbé on Akali. I see Arla on Tryndamere. I see Tarzan pulling out the Rek'Sai and knowing that these lanes want to get themselves off to a very fresh start. Dagda, as we get into the Rift, LNG versus JDG, our Titan Tuesday is delivering when no one else can. The only broadcast of a major region on at the moment, Dagda? That's right. That's right, we are. Where are people going to watch? The LPL. Do they have a choice? No. But would they care if they had one? Probably not. Because with JDG versus LNG, V5 versus BLG, today is going to be an absolute doozy as we step onto the fresh grass, recently mowed by Riot Games.
Summoner's Rift looking also pretty as we're about to lock in, but I think this is going to be a weird game for LNG. I'm looking at this 131. It's going to be kind of hard with like little mid lane priority to try and get some of these early dragons. Try and like enact through the game style that we talked about for LNG, which is like Tarzan and Doumbé working well together, trying to set that mid jungle up for success and then lean towards Ala in the top side. It kind of feels like you've got, you know, a lot of winning lanes here for JDG in crucial parts of the map with the mid lane, and then off of that, we've seen that JDG have been exceptional looking for these invades onto the bottom side of the map. It feels like once more, JDG have a kind of solid game plan to shut down LNG.
Glacial Augment on the Nautilus as well here from Missing, so kind of interesting to see Kanavi affect that lane as you were talking about. Dagda, run me through a little bit deeper on LNG, because I see a lethal tempo Tryndamere up in the top side. We know Tarzan running the Rek'Sai wants to get involved. And while you mentioned bottom lane here for JDG, it does feel like for LNG, this is similar to what we were talking about. Side lane potential, angles that LNG have been trying to play towards in the last top esports series even, but weren't able to engage.
Yeah, it definitely feels like for LNG that this is very much a composition builder in Ala. Like the early pick of the Tryndamere, trying to make sure that he was going to be set up. And as well with Tarzan, his pathing, I would imagine, is going to be kind of like a bit of a boomerang here, where he goes like his blue, Gromp, red, and back up towards this top side. And if Ala is able to kind of correctly set up this wave, it should be relatively all right for them to look for some sort of dive just off the two-man play. But you have to be very careful with just trying to dive this this Gragas. They're incredibly good at being able to like knock away these engages, flash around. We've seen it from Wunder, we've seen it from people in the LPL as well, but it definitely feels like topside is the focus here for LNG.
How many blunders have been made from diving a Gragas, I wonder, as level 2 hit first by LNG's bottom, and Hope of Missing just sent backwards, but still, nice little trade on the way through, as Tarzan now heading down towards bottom lane. Kanavi sticking his head where it doesn't belong. This Raptor camp, Dagda, it's going to give Tarzan for a little bit, and Kanavi is out with the smite. Tarzan's like, hang on, where's my camp? It's stolen. Kanavi spotted on the way out.
Yeah, spotted by that tremor sense, so they know where Kanavi is, but this is pretty nice from Kanavi, and especially for Tarzan, that red buff is very crucial for your ganks. You get the knock-up, but that follow-up slow to make sure that you're able to stay there to get your damage off is pretty important, so not having that is just going to hurt the ganks a little bit. And as well, just setting up Kanavi nicely here. And this is what we're talking about, right? Kanavi moving in, getting the invades, getting that information on Tarzan. It's about allowing JDG's lanes to play safe, not let LNG get ahead, and have JDG take those late game team fights.
And the beautiful part was LNG had a ward on the red side, or red buff rather, that Kanavi was supposed to go to. So now on it, they've got an idea, but they don't have full information. Kanavi with the Sonic Wave on top of Krugs. He's already hit level 4, Dagda, going straight towards the Scuttle, which on the bottom side's already been secured. I like that Kanavi wants to bring blood to the Blood God nice and early. Tarzan the same.
Go dive on bot side, though.
Good flash, though, from Hope. We start off here with the dredge line from Missing. Tarzan getting hit, and now with Ignite down as well. That's not very good. LNG tried to make a dive so early, and 369, this is what we're talking about. This guy plays for his team.
And it's so different from the way we used to look at 369. If he was on top esports, that would have been 369 and a Jackson would have been like, I'm staying in lane, but now Doombee's in trouble.
Yeah, Tempest crippled, Shuriken Flip lands, but Kanavi threatening away Doombee. LNG is an absolute disaster in so many different lanes.
And this is why I was worried about LNG's composition. It doesn't feel like they have a huge amount of priority in their lanes to try and work around with Doombee to kind of have Tarzan set up. Tarzan looking for Kanavi, but Kanavi ward pops out. And now you've got a losing bot side of the map. Doombee isn't having a fun time in this mid lane either. And yes, Ala did get some alone time with his topside turret, but I mean, that's fine for Gragas. Gragas just wants to try and play it safe, and that's why we're seeing 369 TP down. He knows that he's going to be able to help out so much here, and it's about setting up hope for success more than anything else. And I mean, we talked about Gragas on these terror dives. We thought we might see a topside, but he brings us to the bot lane.
Yeah, he does, making sure we get the experience wherever we are. Beautiful flash from Hope, I might add. The headbutt pulverized dodge was the fundamentals of that play being successful. So for JDG, a 1k gold lead, 2 kills at 5 minutes into the game, and it goes to the members that we talked about setting up. Dagda Hope with one to 369 to get him through the laning phase, and his laning phase is already not too bad.
And this is something that we see a lot in the Jinx Aphelios matchup, is whoever tends to get this early win tends to take over the lane, because you get to your Gale Force first, you're able to play way more aggressive as the Aphelios, you can jump onto the Jinx and kind of use the fact that you actually just have more outright damage in the early stages as Aphelios. So with Hope already very quickly moving towards that Gale Force, he's in a great spot. Kanavi even hovering down here in River, just trying to get more vision, get more control over this bottom side. And when we talked about these split push compositions, one of the big losing conditions for them is not having control over the dragons. With JDG having push in mid and now control of bot side, dragons just seem like an easy take for Kanavi.
Even though Tarzan's down here as well, right? Like, the cheeky ward in front of the objective, and Tarzan wants to double down. Hope still without his flash, but Missing has his own. Lumao and Light both rocking theirs too. Tarzan notes that he's got his summoner available, but backs away in the end, goes to base and picks up a serrated Dirk. So at the very least, going to have a bit more access to damage. But, you know, Dagda again, we just come back. Coasting through the early game for JDG is a really nice touch. Do you remember at the start of the split, I think JDG in skirmishes were the team that were flipping the most burgers. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Yeah, I would 100% agree
they
with
worked
that.
at McDonald's, dude. You know what I mean?
You know what? Yeah, they worked at McDonald's. They moonlighted at Burger King. They really wanted to make sure they could get as much of those flips in as possible. But I think it's cleaned itself up a lot. We're seeing Yagao working much better with Kanavi. They're playing off of their lane states a lot better. I mean, even in the early stages here, right? Yagao wasn't sure if he was going to be ganked by Tarzan. Kanavi was looking at his Krugs for that level 4. Was like, hey, no, I'm not actually going to go towards Krugs. I'm going to go play towards Yagao in this mid lane and make sure that Yagao gets to stay safe. And that wasn't something that we saw an awful lot of the times from Kanavi, just kind of at the start of the split. But you can see JDG really starting to understand how they can play around the map better. And as we said, using those lane states, they're the ones that can first get onto this dragon, and they're the ones that would get that first objective.
I mean, start stacking it up as well with the team that they've got. It's beautiful to see. We're giving a lot of praise to JDG now. It is only a 1k gold lead, and for LNG, it's still the early game, guys. It's still lanes that will be doing well. Ala up in this top side, starting to deal with 369 a little bit more. We can see Doombee getting back in with the CS once that little lower third drops down. I don't need to see whatever energy drink that is. And yeah, there's still CS leads, right? Kanavi has, Tarzan has one in his own jungle as well. But coasting through JDG once again, a very good sign of life. Dagda, we've got a Herald that's spawned. And for the first time, or at least a rare time, no one's moving directly up there. We're chilling.
Yeah, I think Kanavi trying to make sure that his team can get the bot side push so they can rotate up, or maybe even look for a play to see if they can shut down Light and Numel. Kanavi now spotted, and Tarzan was ready for this play.
And Tarzan's level 6. Kanavi might have his as well, but remember the burst damage that comes through from Tarzan. Looks like Kanavi going to pay the respect meanwhile, so ignore ultimate talk. It is just both junglers backing away. A couple of items picked up on base. Kanavi with the Iron Spike with Kindle Gem. I think he just got a refillable potion. Finishing moving into Fog of War, at least where you'd expect there to be, but the Tri-Brush warded and spotted out once again. So Dagda, it's been a while. First of all, You know, I put out a tweet a little bit earlier as Arla goes in for a deep fade onto the red buff about you and I in a pub getting ready for tonight. And I truly hope that we have the time to, you know, over 6 games to break one out, because it feels like tonight is going to be so impactful. It feels like this game especially is going to kind of set the tone for what we're dealing with for the next 5 hours.
I agree. I think that this is a little bit of a slower paced game just with the way the composition from JDG works and JDG being in control. But I have absolutely no doubt that when we get in towards the next like 6 minutes, this is where we're really going to start to see a huge difference in this. Even as you can see, Ala with that red buff now just trying to be used since the 369. But I mean, for JDG, it kind of makes sense that they're playing this a little bit slower when you're looking at just one, the fact that they've had full control over the objectives, and two, there's no reason for them to try and accelerate the pace of this game because, again, their scaling is on their side, the team fight's on their side, and they have everything right now.
It's just so easy at the moment for JDG, still going through, but they're going to be walking into Fog of War. Missing sends out the dredge line early. Luman with the 2-man headbutt, pulverized. Dagda Christmas came a bit earlier as JDG kiting out. Super Mega Death Rocket already dipped with the explosive cast. From 369, Doomby goes back in, but the rest of the team have already disengaged. Arla locked down, Hope over the wall, the Ghost use. Tarzan follows through. A scary Rek'Sai, JDG linger in front of a Tryndamere Kanavi, trying to bring it back 1v3, but Arla rolls back in. Even though 369 blasted it open, LNG keep fighting back.
Nobody could deal with Ala in the back line. The Tryndamere was going nuts, and JDG end up falling. Rift Tower does go their way, but 4 kills over to LNG, and 2 of them going towards this Tryndamere is going to spell nice things for LNG. And we'll see it here, right? Missing, tries to check the bush, but doesn't spot Luma. Great engage, and from this point forward, watch Ala, like, just spins himself to victory over the wall, and is just tearing through Hope here, running him down. Yagao's nearly out of mana, and there's just no real damage here from JDG. Hope doesn't have the right guns, Yagao is completely out of mana, and Ala's just tearing through everyone.
I mean, the target selection beautiful, like ignoring 369 completely. Even after his massive explosive cast, I thought JDG would have turned that back around, but for LNG, Dagda, their window into this game, Hullbreaker. We've got not even Tracker's Knife. What am I saying? What is the item? Prowler's Claw.
Prowler's Claw.
Picked up here for Tarzan caster, by the way. And that's a very big opener when LNG threw it all under a turret type.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure why JDG, like, were trying to exit out that way. I mean, the easiest way for them was to just go back in towards their own jungle. They can wrap around and cover all their waves. So just a weird pathing move from JDG and kind of a bit greedy, to be honest. And now LNG, as you say, Hullbreaker, going to be a nightmare for 369 to deal with in a side lane. The extra resistances, and specifically the magic resistance that these cannon creeps get, means that 369 just won't be able to clear the wave, and Ala is going to be able to completely ignore him and just go for tower. So this is actually going to be a big issue now with how accelerated Ala has got. And JDG done a great job of avoiding it, but you can see there, one fight going astray, and LNG are right back in it.
Comes back to what you talked about for JDG. You mentioned the front to back dagger, or more so the team fighting composition that they've built up here in this game. We know that 1-3-1 or even side lanes with a Tryndamere kind of put that off quite a bit and kind of threatens JDG from getting the particular fight that they want. So curious to see how Arla plays this one, considering that he's got the item he needs to continue being a threat. I talked about Tarzan before with his Prowler's Claw, and the game feels like it's opened up a little bit in front of these next couple of objectives, and the lane's starting to get pushed once again.
Yeah, and it's going to become a little bit easier now for LNG as well. Not only just with the Tryndamere, but for Doomby as well. He's starting to get a bit of wave clear for himself. You can see there that he's got threat onto Yagao, so Yagao has to play it a little bit safe. He's not able to stand up and kind of aggressively shove the wave as he has in the beginning. So now you've got the option for Doomby to start to roam, and especially if you're looking at this top side, you know Dragon's about to go down. Doomby can just shove this wave, and I think we're diving topside, Asterix.
Oh, yes, we are with the Prowler's Claw. How does Explosive Cast go now? You said don't dive a Gragas. I want to test that theory when they're so fed. The Prowler's Claw used, the ulti as well. Arla's tanking up, and against the Tryndamere, I think we can prove against that one.
Yeah, Tryndamere just able to tank up that turret for far too long.
The damage stack.
Now LNG, this is the cross maps that we were talking about. This is how you want to try and play around these dragons. Just play towards the top side, and Hysterics, It's a bloody miracle for LNG. It's
It
a
is.
cloud soul. They don't care about dragons at all in this game. Alan's just going to take over the side lane.
I mean, it's just lining up nicely. How does that dive in the bot go so wrong? And then everything ends up happening in their favor. On top of that, you know, I was exclaiming about the damage from Hullbreaker. That's just silly. Honestly, that's very silly that Arlo got 3 plates in about 15 seconds. So, yeah, a little bit busted. Replay time, though, Dagda diving the Gragas. It was a big tick.
Yeah, and I mean, I think here, I'm just trying to figure out where the cast goes yet. Just not quite able to get 2 of them. I think if he connected with Olive there as well, you might have some of the survivability there for 369, but just not hitting onto the Tryndamere means that Olive's just able to chase him down. Undying Rage means he's totally alright. And now you are definitely in trouble here as JDG. You've got Tryndamere, who at this stage is working up, I believe, towards the Gale Force as well next. So he's just going to be able to chase down 369, even if there are some disengage options there. You can go into pretty much any lane and start to take towers. And even as you can see here, Ala totally fine to just shove a wave, make sure that 369 has to play underneath his turf, because Ala can chase him down, and Ala can just move over to maybe look for a dive in mid, threaten a bunch of the other lanes. And for JDG, this becomes so much more difficult now to hold on to your state of the map.
Yeah, how do you coast through this one? Point out as well that Doomby picked up his Hextech Rocket Belt. As it might be a tank, but at half HP with 1 simple spin and a couple of autos. 369 feeling the brunt of it. Further to my point, Dagda, Doomby starting to move now with his 1 item too. The dive potential increasing. And for JDG, it seems like they want to make a response at the bottom side and bring this game somewhat back to an even mark.
Good ward there from Lumao over the wall, though, will spot out Kanavi who tries to make a play, and I don't know if JDG are aware of that. So, but this is the problem, right? Like, this is no longer a game that JDG have a control of. Allah, like, this is just going to happen. This is all that's going to happen now because Allah got ahead.
Oh, God. A good sign, though, right? When we were kind of dissing on Arla a little bit, saying that this wasn't his split. It's different when in the fight he set up, but I truly believe that Arla deserved that fight and was on the same page for once with Tarzan in this spring split.
Yeah, Mysterix, I can't encourage blind picking Tryndamere. That's just
You
not
can't.
something that I can really condone.
But I can, brother.
know?
Hey, I don't need the brains. I want the bronze. I can do it for you. You don't have to worry.
I appreciate it, because my God, like this Tryndamere now is going to pop off. And I feel a bit sorry, right? Because I can understand where 369 was coming from with the Gragas picks. Like, look, I can have some potential to just clear the wave. Should be relatively alright. But with just 2 kills going across to Ala in that early stage, now Ala's in full control. And I want you to, like, start looking at the rest of the map as well.
I will.
Because Doomby, full control over the side lane as well. Like, he's got a ton of dive pressure to Yagao. Although we had Hope pick up that early Gale Force, with that initial fight going the way of LNG, Light's matching him tit for tat when it comes towards items, so a Gale Force picked up for Light as well. And now, just with the range advantage that Jinx has, she can continuously push this mid wave, which means that for JDG, it becomes really hard for you to try and have Missing protect those side lanes, because he's always got to be situated with Hope in case Lumao looks for some sort of dive. So it becomes really hard for JDG to keep control of the map. Their only hope is maybe looking for some team fight win, but even that seemed a little bit tough with the way that LNG have set up.
I mean, Jinx wave clear, you're right. Further to your point, the rapid fire going to do so much. And to quote one of our co-streamers of the LPL I was watching last night, he'll know who he is. He's never seen a Jinx lose. And I will say, like, it's very rare that we see the Aphelios versus Jinx matchup sway consistently towards Aphelios. Not to talk about the individual champion, but Jinx just always seems to be on the winning team, Dagda. And this time around, Light's definitely going to be able to get those resources to get his second item. Moving up towards mid just before the dragon spawns. Looks like LNG going to move towards this one and add a bit of pressure to make sure JDG have to stop there first.
Just give priority to LNG in mid. With dragon up in 4 seconds, maybe LNG are thinking of fighting this, but I don't think they really need to. Honestly, I think your best bet is to just keep Tryndamere off in these side lanes, like, look for more towers. It's a Cloud Dragon, like, it really doesn't make a difference to this game in the grand scheme of things, but LNG, not adhering to that, they're looking for a scrap.
Well, 369, his angle and his ulti seem to be the thing I'll target first, but Arla sits on top of him, takes him to a brewery and out drinks him for once. Arla level 12 and so is 369, but worth noting on the Tryndamere side is He's still going to be doing so much damage. LNG clearing away wards here for the time being. Dagda, no one pulling the trigger.
I mean, Lumel?
Okay, well, maybe they will. Lumao, Unbreakable will, but that's only going to block some of the damage. Depth charge on a support. The ulti from Hope helps Missing secure while they found Ala one by one. LNG walk into that river, and JDG, they got their dream fight with LNG not deciding to even fight as a group.
I mean, I was already kind of against LNG fighting, but even the manner in which LNG fought that was a disaster. As you say, one by one, they all go marching in, and one by one, JDG kick their butts back out. So now JDG get Dragon, they get control over mid, they can start to look for some of these towers, and even as you can see for Kanavi, getting full control over this bot side as Doomby will get belly bopped by 369, but that's all that for the moment.
And it's kind of funny because, you know, we're just praising LNG and how simple it looks, and a Cloud Soul not changing how they play this game. They decide it will. And contesting that one now leads them against Soul Point. So if they're willing to contest Soul Point, then in 4.5 minutes, it feels like their opinion will be the same. Dagda, we're focusing top side for now, though, as Ala goes to the inner turret. Tarzan here to help out. Kanavi over the wall. We're not fighting. Instead, just keeping Ala safe while they go back to their side lane tactics.
It's zone JDG off of mid lane tower though, and Light now very quickly pushing this in, and with the health that's on that, now that's 2 towers for LNG, right? They should get this top, well, they got the top, and they should get mid, but actually gonna back away instead, looking for the resets. So I imagine Light actually has that rapid fire now completed, but either way, you're in full control here. The way you're already taking that mid lane tower anyway. As we come into the replay, we're just gonna look. I mean, Lumao disengaged, a little bit suspect. You can see LNG not really in a position to follow up. He was kind of thinking, hey, look, Light can kind of deal damage over the wall, but just gets burst out so quickly. Moonlight Vigil with the Ignite is just enough to take him down. And I don't know what position Ala was taking, because you just look across and he's just dead.
I mean, the problem is, every time we see a play like that, doesn't matter if it's necessarily Lumao's fault. We know we're not seeing comms, guys, so you can't be that quick to blame, but people going to be spamming 3i Wandy. It's going to happen, Dagda, and go for Lumao getting the bare end of the stick as JDG over the wall. That was a cheeky play, but Ala spots him, walks past him anyway. LNG got their eyes on a different prize, and that mid lane turret that's going to fall over with a stiff freeze. That'll be next.
Yeah, and Ala is definitely a, with the KO first completed, more than just a stiff freeze. Able to just walk up and tank that one for himself. And again now, so mid, down, sides in check for LNG. Just keep playing through these side lanes for LNG. Like, if you can completely shove in this top side, if you can get like these tier 2s in, it becomes really difficult for JDG to get space onto the map. And even if you give up like the next Cloud Dragon, Elder Dragon's the only one you're really worried about. And if you can actually get control of the map, you should be able to deny JDG access to even contest you on that big objective. So for Ala, I like that he's now down on the spot side. I just feel like you need to try and push in mid and get Tarzan down here to just try and zone 369 off the turret and allow a little bit more breathing room for him.
Yeah, give this Tryndamere more space. I like it again. You've coasted me through, I've used that word a lot, as Drenchline comes through Prowler's Claw. I was going to say you coasted me through an early game, Dagda, but now that we're in mid, as my stream freezes again, I have to tell you that for LNG, it didn't look like they had enough damage. Doomby even committing after the thought.
Can confirm, not enough damage on LNG.
Thank you.
As JDG would just walk their way out of that one. But again, this is what we wanted to see, right? Pushing in mid. Now you can see them starting to lean down towards this bot side. And yeah, I mean, it just gives control towards Ala to actually look for this. And Ala able to heal up, but now 369 has company.
Slow. They want the Undying Rage, but Tarzan going to bring it out of him? I'm not sure. Light, the traps avoided by Yagao. JDG on the chase. Line flying through. JDG now picking angles. Look, they're tagging bot. They want to find Tarzan, who's all over their top laner. But JDG, he buys the time, he survives. LNG's a Mega Death Rocket. It's dodged down. 369 survives. LNG overcommit, and they are now on the hunt for more. Getting the slow here, Yagao, it looks like. Ala already backed away, and once again, Dagda, it's LNG's same story.
And this is something we've seen, as you say, so many times from LNG. Overstaying inside lanes, overcommitting resources, and with no pressure on the map. Take a look at where we are. So, Ala is showing on bot wave at the same time Doomby is showing on top side. So they know already that they have the numbers advantage on this bottom lane, and especially when they completely force LNG out of their own jungle, it's super easy then for JDG to just run down to this bot side, save 369, and LNG are just thwarted completely. And this is why I have so many issues with the way LNG play this split push. They don't have the right pressure that they need in lanes, and they're constantly showing across several different lanes, which makes it so easy for teams to actually find ways to counteract it.
And JDG is slowly bridging that gold gap that sat at about 3,000 after the major play that we saw around, I believe it was bottom side. So for JDG, their edge into this game still exists. And this is why I said in the early game, it was still only 1K, 2K. It didn't matter as much as maybe some fans at home would think, because they're on soul point. The Cloud Soul there, the JDG Elder that could potentially also be coming after if they pick it up. And LNG have to fight this one, but we know that JDG want the team fight. Okay, Dagda, maybe it's going to steal. Maybe going to steal. No, okay. JDG got the most subatomic little steal we've ever seen. Doomby going in deep. And now that he tries to run away, Kanavi teleports to his location, dealing with the Lee Sin while the camera has a bit of a moment. Yagao taking down Arla, and for LNG, we expected this one. Dagda flashes away, running away. Yagao going through on top of Light in a 1v2 as he goes golden. Hope gonna Gale Force in, and LNG, if you team fight the team fighting comp, I think JDG are gonna take it.
And even then, LNG very disjointed in that fight. Nobody trying to get on towards the key carries, and JDG, it looks so easy for them with Yagao and Hope essentially untouched for the majority of that fight. Now with Baron of the cards, JDG, the objectives are paying off dividends.
And it's so funny because JDG in their last series did something so similar. Beating V5, V5 had the early game edge. And then JDG once again team fought, had those little skirmishes and beat them out. As now in front of Baron, it takes the steal from Tarzan to bring him back in. He has vision and of course he's got his little footsteps. The level 13 Rek'Sai over the wall, jumping in way too early. Kanavi's coming out from the back. They're going to hold this one. The explosive cast, the Death Rocket, almost helping out for the smite. But it is calculated from JDG once again, as LNG in the aftermath want to take a fight, but missing with the depth charge onto Arla, who flashes away. Kanavi chasing him, wanting the Undying Rage. Doomby jumping in. Lumao, a headless Chukken. Now I can calculate the free I want here. Kanavi just adding insult to injury, and Dagda, JDG adding death to their glory.
LNG didn't need to contest. They had no ultimates up, no Undying Rage, no Unbreakable Will. So, I mean, yes, Lumao goes down, but it's more of a team call from LNG that really cost them there. Now JDG, they get Baron, they get kills, they get top tower, and I mean, this is just a rinse and repeat. Like, watch Hope here. Doomby considers going aggressive onto Hope, backs away. Ala as well is just free hitting onto 369, but just spins past Hope, and then 369 doing a wonderful job of helping to peel for the AD carry. Yagao was a man on a mission with the zone control they had, and it just never really felt like LNG were communicating who they wanted to go towards, where they wanted to try and put their attention. Nobody saw that 369 because Hope Gale Force is into finishes.
He's been playing well all game. I think he gets one. As Spider-Man says, everybody gets one. So for the top laner of JDG, he did his job in the fight. And for JDG, they're now 2,000 gold up as we come back to live Dag. The 3 items here on this Victor, who, as you said, was sublime in that last fight. We have a top laner who is becoming a massive bridge once again. Fisher and Pyko, I believe, the brand this game. And as he hits in the side lane, this is where Arla should be. This is where LNG should be taking over. But they've thrown away the last couple of fights. And now JDG with the Baron buff are the ones pushing back the side themselves.
Yeah, I think the big difference about 369, though, is that he's a smart bridge. Like, his communication's off the charts. He's linked up with everyone.
Water.
He does. And I mean, look, he's got ice in his veins because this guy has just been so good at standing on top of Hope, keeping LNG back. And now you can see JDG, they're starting to reap the benefits. This is where the Baron buff becomes such a nightmare for LNG, and even trying to operate this split push comp is so hard when you just don't have control of the map and you don't have the opportunity to spot out where JDG are. This cannon is doing so much work with the lack of wave clear that LNG have.
I mean, it's not going to be the only inner turret that goes down. Top side moments ago. Tier 3 in front of the inhibitor dropping down as well. And LNG posturing aggressively, trying to get them out of their base. But it'll still be cracked open at 369. May as well put a hull breaker on this man. He's out pushing right now and having a great time with the Baron buff, doing the rest of the work. Dagda, JDG, this is why we've complimented them. Smart gameplay once again and making such good work at the Baron buff. 4,400, a big gold play as it expires.
And I think, again, we're seeing that resilience from JDG that we saw against V5. They did fall behind early. They did have that mistake at the Rift Herald in this game. But just like against V5, staying strong, playing towards their win conditions, and slowly but surely bringing themselves back into the game. And I think this is something that speaks volumes to JDG, because what we've seen from JDG of old is, you know, they end up giving across these early kills, nothing really goes their way. They keep kind of butting their head against the wall and looking for team fights, but this isn't what we're seeing from JDG. They've been finding smart picks, they've been playing the map state well, and that's what's got them back into this game. And it was the very same story against Victory 5.
Well, it's like it was hilarious because JDG, it looked like, oh, V5 again, the aggressive early game. They were always keeping toe-to-toe. They never fell out of favor completely in a game. And in this game, number 1, against LNG, it was the same. LNG found a big fight. JDG were behind 3,000 gold, but they never fell further than that. Very intelligent play, great tracking of Tarzan even when they were behind. And in this game, once again, their positioning, setting up for success. Light is about to get hit in the face with a massive fridge. Going in for the flash body slam might not even matter in the end. Explosive cast away from the Chaos Storm. JDG, don't cast the curse me. As Kanavi so deep in the backline, but the healing still enough. Loom out with the Unbreakable, but look at JDG in the mosh pit. Someone's playing Darude Sandstorm because their heads are banging down hard.
And JDG will find the teamfight win. They have the Elder Dragon at 20, but who gives a crap? This game is over. JDG, Angry Kitty, and they will take game number 1.
I'm so impressed, Dagda. JDG, a team that I put low into the power rankings at the start of this split. It's been a little bit since I cast them. Since the, I actually don't think I've cast them since Top Esports in week number 5. But I return here in week 8, and I see a JDG that aren't just fielding hope. They're showing it.
This is the JDG that we wanted to see. This is the team that back in 2020 was known as the smartest team on the Rift, and we're starting to see inklings of that once more. Spotting out where LNG are making mistakes on the map, not setting up properly for the 1-3-1. JDG collapse onto Ala, they get that kill, they're making picks, they're getting vision, and consistently finding good positions for their team fights. You can even see it there in the last one. The second you're in that position where you're in that front to back stall, that's where JDG are comfortable, and they're just willing to power through those strong team fights.
I mean, it's a JDG comp through and through, no matter what iteration of JDG you talk about, right? 2019, 2020 especially, even last year. Like, this team was known for skirmishing when it had Zoom, when we still had Loken and Lumao. They're skirmishing great. They're team fighting some of the smartest elements of their play. I love that 369 in for Zoom. This whole split, I can say, hasn't really felt different. Zoom and 369 a worthy trade because 369, 1, seems to be in better form and actually Dagda on a starting roster. And 2, has the same champion pool and is very flexible up in that lane.
And you have to say as well, I mean, for 369, the guy who was kind of given out to by Karsa for his Gragas, looking pretty damn alright on his Gragas, you have to say. So definitely a turnaround split for 369, and it's great to see. I love that we're getting this style from 369. Yeah, I mean, I will say, I think part of that is when Ala's just standing beside you underneath the tower and you're doing your damnedest to wail away in this Tryndamere. I think you get some free hits in there, but I don't think this diminishes how good he was in team fights. Like we saw him at that 4th Dragon where he knew his job, stand on hope, make sure Doomby and Ala could not have access to these fights, and he did a phenomenal job of it. So honestly, I think this is where we're starting to see the strengths from JDG. A really good understanding of how to play these team fights. Great understanding, mostly, how to play this early game with Kanavi going for invades into Tarzan, trying to set the Rek'Sai behind. And from that, just power through these dragons. That's the JDG win condition through and through.
I mean, even if it is a Cloud Soul, right, you know, you get a forced objective in the Elder Soul that'll come through anyway. LNG had to find. And for JDG, kind of coaxing them into their, I guess, their territory. Like the 3rd Dragon fight, Dagda, feels like where LNG started to lose the plot. And in game number 1, a big win for JDG using intelligence and the wisdom that they've shown us in the past couple of weeks. We're going to go to a break. When we return, let's see if LNG can make this a bit more interesting as we run into game 2.
Weibo Gaming have demonstrated dominance this season and seem almost unstoppable.
back, trying to buy an angle for XOFM.
And here, look at the slicing maelstrom! Everybody getting electrocuted. You know what? You pile up in front of Weibo Gaming. It's all for it. But Weibo Gaming, blink and you'll miss it.
Different from Weibo, however, Top Esports didn't perform well at the beginning of the season, and now they have become an inspirational story.
Now they want to fight with the Dragons. Oh, Shockwave misses. It's flashed away from. And Jackie Love sits pretty behind the counter. The rest of Top Esports serving the drinks while Jackie Love, he's making all the profit. And Top Esports, this is their game to lose.
The Shy, one of the most famous top laners in the LPL. Many doubted whether we had already seen his peak form, but it is obvious now that he has returned to previous glory.
새로운 팀 와서 좀 재밌는 것 같고 전 팀이랑 좀 다른 것 같고요. 좀 지금 팀은 학교에 온 느낌인 것 같아요. 그냥 다 할 줄 아니까 FC 쓰고 싶은 거 쓰는 느낌.
I mean, he's going to pay for that one with his life if he tries to get out the safety. Bar actually going to work, and the Shy makes it happen. The Shy and SOFM, partners in crime, making the impossible possible.
An old friend of the Shy, champion AD Jackie Love is still a player who can completely control the bot lane. Although the days are missed when they fought side by side, the competition is even spicier now that they are opponents.
因为很长时间也没有就是碰到，有很长时间没一起碰到过，就希望就打得都正常一点。我们比他们比较大的优势的话，就是可能中路拿一些英雄可能打得会比对面好，其他都看发挥了。
Even in the gate, Trine sets up a beautiful package. Knight going gone, but Trine's on the wing. It's a choke and Top Esports have to get out of here. Zoom coming in. He's dicey, but Jackie Love's still alive. Zenith jumping for him, flashes away. Maxes counter-strike, a quick QSS. Zenith's actually dying though. Zenith is dead. It's a triple kill.
Towards the beginning of the season, TES fell into desperate situations. They had no real avenues of success. When they needed him most, though, Knight stood up, and what was left to watch was his incredible solo performances unfold. The genius mid laner of Top Esports.
觉得跨国配合可能还需要更加就那种精进一点吧，就可能那种小细节要配合得好一点吧。主要这样的话，感觉就之前状态输很多了，就主要是训练赛也要找回自信吧，就不能被输太多影响，让比赛再打得更好。
As for Weibo Gaming, the current results are tied hand in hand with Angel. No one takes advantage of the Black Angel of the LPL.
Same position the Shy on top of LWX. Severin keeps him healthy, but a 4-man shockwave. Angel is a city of heroes right now.
TES are now up against treacherous winds, feeling in better form than ever before. And Weibo Gaming on the other side need to maintain their domination in the LPL this split. This is a challenge, but it's also a greeting between old friends. Weibo Gaming versus Top Esports.
There's a place I wanna go, 15 miles to the coast, where the sun always shines, right down on the borderline. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Sitting here under the blue sky, people here don't ask why. The sun comes down every evening, oh, the sun comes up, we're believing. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Lazy breeze in a sea of green, Slipping on the sunscreen. Lazy breeze in an open sky. Never wanna say goodbye. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, here in Barbados, oh, Santo Domingo, oh, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, 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 oh. Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love me for real? Do you love me for real? No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. Why do you speak on my name? Do you love me for real? Why do you treat me so bad? Do you love me for real? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Do you love me for real? Why do you leave me?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL for 2022 spring. That's right, the year is 2022 and you have no idea how, but we made it past 2012. That was 10 years ago. When people are scared of the world ending, 2012, that was 10 years ago. You should feel old. I feel really old and I'm only... How old am I? I'm 26, Dagda, almost 27. 27 very soon. I'm Asterix, that is Dagda, and Dagda normally casts with Munchables, sometimes even Mazel, or Asheen, just Asheen, as he's known in the casting world. But he'd never cast with me. And on this very rare occasion, sir, you and I get to experience the Titan Tuesday and JDG pulling out one from under LNG's thumb.
Yeah, you know they had to bring out the big guns for this kind of day, right? Like they couldn't just give it to any old dude. They had to bring it out. But honestly, look, I think it was a bit of a slow start. For LNG, they ended up finding that team fight win. It felt like all the cards were starting to go into their hands, but they just couldn't get it across the line. And I think this is something we see a lot with LNG, is just the inability, despite the fact they played almost every single game, to actually play split push.
Yeah.
They end up showing on multiple waves. It makes it very easy for the opponents to deal with. And we saw JDG take advantage of it in this game.
I mean, look, you know, from 369's teleport early to 369 in the fights, I believe he was announced as MVP. I'm not even sure, Dagda. Sometimes it just goes right over my head. It should be the man. Yes, 35% damage as a tank Gragas, like full tank Gragas. I mean, forget the gold difference at end. Of course, that's impressive.
Yeah, I think I will say the stat is definitely boosted a little bit. Like, if you were just standing beside the Tryndamere and slow cooking him with Bambi Cinders as he takes your tower, you're going to deal extra damage. But I don't want to take away from the impact that 369 had in these fights and in the early game. As you talked about that TP, saving the bottom side of the map, making sure the Hope was set up well in this early stages. Even then, like, as we started to get into the rest of the game, his positioning in team fights, his understanding of what he needed to do in team fights was absolutely superb. And you'll get to see it as we cross over into some of the rest of this, like sitting on top of Hope, making sure that Hope was never in any sort of danger, and just kind of making sure that Allah, despite the early lead that he got, couldn't have the impact that a Tryndamere traditionally has in fights. You see it here, like 369 is just playing keep away from Allah this entire time, making this Tryndamere's life a living hell. And the second Allah tries to go into Hope, 369's there again. He did such a wonderful job of playing this keep away from the main damage dealers of LNG.
Even like on top of him, so that the right clicking over a bigger character model, we don't look at that body slam, would help Hope out. So I just love it. I think 369, again, in some of the best form here for JDG, has been all split and looks really reinvigorated on this roster, having left top esports. So props here to the top lane, Dagda. His MVP is so well deserved. And as we go into game number 2, JDG once again on the red side. And remember that, yeah, first pick was Jinx, but remember that, like, we saw the blind Rek'Sai and we got ourselves an early Tryndamere too. I wonder if this time it's going to change for LNG.
I hope so. I think the Tryndamere was cool, but honestly, you could kind of see it. Despite the fact that it got a big lead, LNG weren't really sure what they were supposed to do with it, and then when it got to team fights, the Gragas was able to do exactly what the Gragas needed to. So I'm not a big fan of the blind pick Tryndamere. I'm totally fine with it being a counter pick, but it just kind of is a little bit weird. I honestly think here you go back towards your regular jungle pick and a support. It felt like Lumao weren't really sure. Oh, for God's sake.
Oh, Dagda. Well, incoming Gragas game 2. Yeah, maybe Gragas game 2. Let's run it back.
All right, well, I think it's going to be really interesting the fact that JDG have 2-0'd V5 and LNG now. So it's going to be super interesting to see where JDG and the grand scheme of things. But seriously, not a big fan of this. I think I like the Rek'Sai pick. I just felt like you just didn't have a huge amount of control for this for LNG. And the only reason that we actually saw LNG get that early fight was JDG making a mistake on both vision control and their exit route that they took at that Rift Herald. It doesn't feel like a run back for me for LNG. It just feels like JDG now should be better situated to not fall behind like they did in the early stages of game.
That's true. You know, fix the small parts that needed tweaking after what we saw. The ban away from Akali, though, taking an element that, let's be real, Doom being game number 1 didn't provide that much. It was laning phase followed by, oh, we'll now have to team fight and hit angles. And, you know, much like Ala, Doomby didn't get into the prime position that he wanted to. So this time around, Dagda, I guess JDG covering more bases.
Yeah, but it's kind of the similar problem that you have in the last game. It's like, how many AP split pushers do you have? Especially when they ban away the Gwen, so we're not going to see that like flex for the Tryndamere mid. Akali taken off the board. Galio is kind of the other one that you're looking at. But honestly, I think if you go for Galio here in LNG's situation, your composition just lacks so much in kind of engage and like team fight setup to enable the Galio. It doesn't quite work out, and even side lane pressure from the Galio isn't there. So now you're kind of scratching your head going, what do you actually want to see for LNG's composition? I mean maybe the Twisted Fate, but again, lack of damage. Like, I'm just kind of at a loss here.
Well, at the very least, I have to give one piece of praise to LNG. Gragas ban seems worth it, but 369 has also been a Scion abuser and an Ornn abuser. Anything could come towards that top lane, as once again, it seems like they're going to leave top for last pick. Yagao, a great Zoe, but yeah, we're going to run it back exactly the same way for JDG.
Now, I mean, the question is, what do we see for LNG? We talked about the Twisted Fate. It does work in your split push style, right? And you kind of play much more for picks, and that's what we're going to see. But you need to get the ball rolling here as LNG, or you're just lacking so much damage. A Tryndamere who's behind doesn't do much. Jinx is going to struggle a little bit to come online. I think that's why we're seeing Lumao go for this set. Works well against the Nautilus as well, but I certainly think kind of having something that can provide a little bit of damage in these early stages to help out on some of these plays is going to do LNG pretty well. Now for 369, the question is, what does he want to go towards? And could be the option of going towards that Jax if he wants to match fire with fire. But I was about to say, I think the Malphite would be a wonderful pick here. I think you get great team fighting once again. Not really in any danger of, like, you can just build full armor, and that's literally the only thing you have to worry about here on LNG side. Like, we don't have enough AP damage that you have to worry. So Mega Tank 369 with the armor, and JDG, you're playing the exact same composition, essentially, just with a slightly different tank in the top side.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, you know, same composition for JDG. I wanted to ask you more about LNG and how they operate this. Like, this time at least there is an instant resource from Doomby that can be used towards the top or even bottom if they choose. Do you prefer this over the Akali, and do you feel like this is an easier way for them at 6 to just elevate their laning phase further?
It's hard to say. I think if you can get that access to the map, I think the Twisted Fate can do a lot more. Obviously, in the early stages, you can set up Ala to be the bigger carry again, but it's kind of like doubling down on the condition that didn't work out last time. It's trying to set up this Tryndamere for success, and if you set the Malphite behind, that's not a major issue. And we're still going to run into the same things that I think we saw last time with, like, JDG will still have push for Yagao in the mid. They can still play towards bot lane, set up for these dragons, and now you've just got less of a threat in team fights because you're running the Twisted Fate versus the Akali, less threat in the side lane, so you're very much as LNG playing for pick now, and it just means if you fall behind, you've way less maneuverability to back into these fights.
They need to fix up what happened in game number 1. Got out to a 3k gold lead, didn't play the side. We got a 5v5, which JDG loved, said thank you for, and we'll see you in game number 2. And here we are in a game 2 where LNG have gone a similar route. Once again, the Kanavi Rek'Sai, excuse me, I'm so used to saying Kanavi Rek'Sai. The Tarzan Rek'Sai, another Griffin or ex-Griffin jungler that I need to keep in the back of my mind. Someone who has led LNG to success. Dagda, you and I opening today talking about junglers being pivotal to the success. Controlling Tarzan is a way to beat LNG. And coming into game 2 when LNG's backs are against the wall, let's see if he can break free of those chains, because this Rek'Sai needs to get a heavy start. And Dagda as well, another point to come through is that LNG, if they lose this, 8-5, and they still will not have secured playoffs after their second opportunity.
And it just feels like teams have figured out LNG. Like, they are going to play this split push. They consistently do it. They play off of too many lanes, and it means that teams can catch them out. And when you're able to prepare for this style, it becomes very easy to beat LNG. And especially when I'm looking towards those best of 5s, especially when I'm looking at playoffs, like, you go into a team that is expecting this and you're going to get destroyed.
Yep.
Like, LNG really need to clean up, but they've had an entire split to do it, and we're still seeing the exact same issues.
Again, it feels like this team was always looked at as potential to develop over the whole year, but again, like, you know, we are only one game in. Let's see how this develops out with a very similar draft. Dagda, it's going to be jungle starting on opposite sides of the map. And, you know, it makes sense when we did talk about last game, JG really wanted to play towards that bottom lane. Kanavi in a similar position once again, but it looks like he could be hovering around the top side in case there's any cheeky shenanigans again to try and set 369 behind.
Yeah, I mean, Kanavi could honestly just do the exact same as he did last game and just look for the invade onto this bot side once more. And Missing did a really good job in the last game of trying to, like, get that push. A little bit more difficult this game just because it's the set instead of the Alistair, so getting that level 1 is a bit more tough. But yeah, it looks like instead Kanavi's just going to start to teeter up towards this top side and see if he can maybe punish Ala, who may not get this crash, at least looking at the wave is, before Kanavi gets away.
There's also a ward on Tarzan's jungle worth noting on the Krug camp. Excuse me, it's Raptors. Almost called it Ghost. Raptor camp is going to be spotted out when Tarzan moves his way down. He's done a full clear of the top side, moving down bottom lane. And now we're going to see JDG potentially. No, actually, he hovered around Vision. So they do not know where this Rek'Sai is in this early game. Bottom lane begins trading. And Dagda, I always get upset when I see the same draft. You know, I don't get to ask you new questions. I just have to kind of be like, well, you told us in game 1, and, you know, it's so similar. Doing a run back, we don't have this much.
Yeah, I think the big difference maker is that Twisted Fate.
Yep.
If you're able to get him out and, like, start to set up Ala, I think you're in a good spot.
Hello.
There's always the opportunity to set up for Lightus.
He wanted Hex
Flash
Flash.
away.
Wanted Hex Flash. Ignite goes down as well, missing at half HP.
If anything, this maybe sets up for Doomby to try and play around bot side. You've now got, like, a definitive lane that's kind of like, hey, for the next 5 minutes, there is no flash. at 6 minutes, you know that you're going to hit that Destiny for Twisted Fate. So still a 2-minute window in which you can try and play around that flashbang down on the bot side. But we'll have to see if they're able to set it up. I think the biggest problem for Doomby in accessing the map is just the push power that this Twisted Fate has. But we've seen Doomby not really be worried about that in the past before. This is a guy who's willing to give up lanes to roam, and I think he has to do the same.
Angle with a dredge line coming through as well. Tarzan flashed for that. Gravitum on the response. Ignite down on the enemy jungler while Arla is getting ganked up on the top side. Look who's on his way. Yagao is going to make himself known, but it depends on a scrying orb. It flies through. Arla skirts around vision, but not all of it. Against the turret, is it in time to get a little execute? Yes, it is.
This is the opposite of where I thought both these junglers would be putting the pressure, though. I thought it would be Ala who was getting the attention from Tarzan, and instead Tarzan playing around this bottom lane. And I mean, it does net the flash out of hope. And maybe this is now where LNG are going, right, you know what, Ala, you had your chance. Despite the fact that we're playing this like split push stall, we're going to go play around bot lane. And can help in getting Light some control of the map, but it just feels very weird to not give those resources to your split pushers. Like, unless you're just going, you know, Jinx, if she gets ahead, can take the turrets, and we're going to use her to actually get down these structures in the get-go instead.
Holding the wave at the bottom lane in the meantime. But yeah, like opposite pathing. Interesting point you bring up. I guess Tarzan will take it, considering jungle flash for AD flash always seems to be worth. But at the very least, with that innovative pathing, missing able to get out was a little bit unfortunate. So, Dactyl, we're at that point where we're going to see more action towards that bottom side. And if that's what LNG are doing, just note that Doomby's ultimate is coming up shortly. He's a couple of minions off getting level 6. And you talked about this is the way that LNG have changed their draft. With a couple of neutrals up as well, it feels like Doomby being the linchpin is back to the strengths of LNG's, I guess, most successful games.
I want to see Tarzan try and enable him. Because as you can see at the moment, like, Doomby's just getting shoved in. Now the Destiny's been hit. You need to try and, like, put some pressure on towards Yagao in the mid to open up Doomby for these plays. It looks like LNG trying to do just that. But Lumao going to Hex Splash directly onto ward. Dragon already taken. The LNG would just back away.
Okay, well, out there with no misery. Everyone wants to be my enemy. I'm sorry I didn't do that on purpose. Was singing it the other day. Kanavi getting out with a Sonic Wave, missing as well next to his turret. LNG still being aggressive. Doomby with the Destiny at the ready, but doesn't use it. So for LNG, a play thwarted, and JDG still getting the objective out with not too much risk.
Yeah, and they'll steal a little bit of Kanavi's camps away, and just making sure, okay, with no camps now existing for the spot side for Kanavi, we know he's definitely going to be going top side. So maybe you can actually look for Tarzan to like move through mid, look for picks with Doomby and Allah having pushing top side, and kind of continue to put this pressure on Kanavi. That seems to be the best way to try and like continue forward here as LNG, since there just doesn't really seem to be much in the way of access to these side lanes at the moment for Doomby.
Yeah, I mean, at least unless it comes to the top side. Nice little bit of turret plating taken from under the nose of 369. Remembering that there's 6 CS lead up in the top side. Dagda jungle lead as well. Mid nice for Doomby. Bot pretty even. An early game for LNG that we saw in game number 1. We saw good lane leads in game number 1. It was about how the mid game transitioned. It was getting caught out, forcing a 5v5. So we can't say anything for now, but this next fight I feel like is going to be very telling, considering we have a Rift Herald once again in 55 seconds, and LNG is going to be eyes all over that.
But that's the problem for me for LNG is, you know, the ability to aggress onto these objectives isn't quite there.
Yeah.
I like that we're getting the freeze from Light and Lumao on bot side to create these slow pushes, because now they can start to roam up first. But when we look towards Dragons, JDG, not even in just this series, but every series has been impeccable with their Dragons. They're third in the league for Dragon control, and this is something now that, again, we're going to see LNG struggle with, because they just don't have control over the first Dragon that's coming up. Now JDG are starting to get the same snowball that we talked about in the last game, where LNG are going to be forced to fight, and that's really not where LNG want to be.
Again, this comes back to your point, and always talk about it as a caster, like, oh, Herald's coming up, they need to fight, but yeah, for LNG, innovative ways need to come through. Don't walk into JDG's den once again in the way that they want you to walk in. The Herald comes up, pings go down, but like in game number 1, slow reactions. Lumao's already started making the move to help get mid priority for Doomby, but Yagao expending the mana bar to try and get the clear himself. So again, still making that movement up there, and Dagda, let's ignore what I'm about to say, because 369's getting clobbered with whatever kind of sword that is. right before the Herald. Dude, I'm ready. I need it. I need blood.
I still have the TP here for 369, so I think you might get your wish, because 369 will have that big ultimate, and that, I think, could be the difference maker for JDG here. You can try and find a pick as LNG, but the ability to just start these fights on your terms for JDG is going to be so crucial. You can even see Yagao getting that quick reset for the lost chapter, so he's in a good spot here as well. Tarzan, though, with pressure in mid, and Ala getting that shove in top means that JDG aren't going to try and contest this. They're just going to be happy for Hope to answer for the turret plates and bot side.
And a lot of the time, I was having a conversation about this, Dagda. Might have actually been you. I don't have the greatest memory. But talking about the Herald trade for bottom lane turret, a lot of the time, if Hope's getting that solo gold, feels like it could be worth it, and he's pushed Doomby away. Kanavi missing, moving down. They are going to get 320 worth of gold, which is the same as a Herald push anyway.
And just more pressure on this bot side, and this is something that we talked about a lot with JDG. Moving in off of bot lane pressure, off of mid lane push, but Yageo's caught.
Yeah, there's a pick, no one nearby. Yagao gonna die. The death rocket almost steal it, but Doomby with the first blood. The first ulti, one of the best is Kanavi with a kick flash right into the waiting arms. No haymaker in time. That CC combo just as gorgeous.
And Tarzan is kind of low now, starting to heal up off his Raptors. Could try and answer for this push we're about to see on the bot wave with turret plates in towards Doomby, but you don't really want the TF with all that turret gold. You want that on towards Allah. You would like that on towards Light. So at the moment, JDG just going tip for top, but getting those early plates. And LNG not able to set themselves up with any sort of push anywhere means they're not actually able to respond. So this was just nice play though from Doomby. They spot Yagao on the Tremor Sense.
Yep.
They know where JDG are positioned, so they're just able to jump onto the Victor nice and quick and able to pick up that kill.
Nice ult from Light, but even better here from Kanavi, right? Like Lumao walking in. The thumbs go up as well, which is kind of hilarious.
I mean, the APM is off the charts for Kanavi there, but I mean, just a nice pick. And again, now you've got JDG, who, although they're sitting ever so slightly behind in gold, a lot of that isn't going to be anything to write home about. It's about how much pressure they have on the map. And we got to try and keep our eyes on Tarzan now, because we've seen him put a ton of pressure into this bottom side of the map, with the thought process being, oh, well, you know, Allah's just going to be able to win that top side matchup. But with the early pressure from Kanavi, that's not the case. And now Allah is actually struggling to kind of hold himself in towards 369 in the top lane. And Tarzan's just going to use this Rift Tower mid. I was about to say, send it top. Give some resources to your top laner.
Yeah, true. I mean, continuing to fight back, or at least struggle to, at the very least. Doomby will take some of the gold here. And again, that's 160 apiece for Tarzan, for Doomby. Dragons up, LNG taking this fight, but remember, JDG, Dak, you've already talked about, they want this. Showstopper in the back line, Lumao buying time. It's Dragon that goes to LNG. The Haymaker, though, gets true damage, and that's massive. While the rest of the fight going pear-shaped, JDG is split off. Numbers disadvantage, Chaos Storm doing work. Lumao without a Haymaker again. Hope without mana. And the flash not going to be taken. LNG getting out pretty scathed, but nevertheless getting the Dragon and getting a kill.
Yagao just wasn't in position to follow up on that as Yagao trying to see if he can answer back onto Lumao, but he even had Ala roaming down, so he was already in position for that fight as well. So JDG, unfortunately, losing the fight and losing that Dragon will hurt a little, and maybe give a bit of breathing room to LNG as to how they want to try and cross map with these Dragons in the future. But so far, nice job from LNG to kind of stabilize this early game.
And it's different from game one. Game one, there was early Dragon stacking, and sure, like Mountain Soul's going to be much more valuable, especially for JDG in this game, but JDG had 2 stacked early. They unfortunately flipped the Dragon Soul count, or whatever you want to call it, for Cloud, and in front of this Hextech Dragon, LNG surprisingly getting early numbers advantage.
There was a lot invested here from LNG to get that numbers advantage. They used the Rift Herald mid though, which, as we said, not giving those resources to Allah to get mid priority, so that then Yagao couldn't come across. But again, like, I'm not worried if my TF has a kill and a bunch of gold. Like, this guy isn't going to, you know, hard carry a game. It's more so about, hey, can you get these turrets down? And with the mid lane turrets still standing, you're not really going to be able to create much pressure there to capitalize on the 3 turret plates that have already been taken. JDG are still in a pretty good spot on this bot side. As you can see, Gale Force completed first for Hope, so they can actually look to play aggressive in this lane matchup still. And Allah roamed down to try and help out on this bot side, which means that in a matchup where Allah you think is going to be alright, he's already lost 2 turret plates. Like, 369 has more turret plates taken than Allah does.
On the Malphite skin that Doomby decided when he won Worlds he wanted. That is the FPX Malphite skin, and I just realized 369 running it against the man himself. It might not be the same lane, but it definitely has a good vibe about it. I love. I'd call it light, very, very light trash talking. The light.
That's the banter that we need between folks. But again, I think it's a great call here for 369 with the Malphite. I think it's working out wonderfully. Mythic now completed alongside the Bramble Vest. Kanavi just sitting up here to try and stop Allah getting too many of these turret plates with the Hull Breaker that he's now completed as well. But you're looking at like how much control of LNG got on the map, how much control of LNG got on this game. It doesn't feel like enough right now to stop JDG finding these team fights, and that's where I'm worried again for LNG, because that was their downfall in game number 1.
Yeah, it was, as Destiny gets popped. We're going to have to see if they can elevate this one. Ulti from Lumao, again, the Facebreaker dodged away with the Gale Force. Nicely done, but Missing's left behind. LNG with another tempo play here, Dagda. And you can see on the map right now, there's no response. LNG going to continue powering away on the first turret blood.
And just as I was saying I needed to see more from LNG, they come out.
There it is.
Now you've got that pressure on the top side, and we said, look, there's two ways that you can kind of look at taking down these towers. I'm going to hold on to this point because you'll be actually in a lot of trouble with JDG having members here, but Luma will here to back it up. But there's two ways you can think about taking down these turrets as LNG. One is, you know, getting your solo laners ahead, so being a bunch of resources. Allah, opposite is giving resources to Light. This is someone who's got a ton of siege to shine trouble for. Now Allah's in trouble.
Yeah, he is. He's getting a force away from the turret. Looks like JDG wanted to save their top laner. Pop wasn't going down as fast as they thought, so it's going to be a response trade. Gold still in LNG's favor here at the 15-minute mark, and Dagda, as we move into longer side lanes, this is what we wanted to see from Arla and Doumbé, kind of moving together as a unit, even with Tarzan in the midst, and see who they can pick in these elongated side lanes, right?
The battle for Grob's still going, but I agree. For TF, you definitely want to try and create these long side lanes to play around, but I think that's why we're seeing JDG group up as a core unit here to see if they can actually try and force or bait LNG into a fight. It doesn't quite work out for them because LNG kind of call them up and say, cool, we'll take mid tower, then we'll get reset off for Dragon that's in 40 seconds, and with all side lanes pushing in LNG's favor, it's going to make it a little bit difficult for JDG to protect side lanes and also play for Dragon. So LNG trying to put a tough choice on towards JDG, and they're going to be using Doumbé's Destiny to spot out what that decision from JDG is, and either have Doumbé play up towards topside towards 369, or try and see if they can make a pick and get the Dragon for themselves.
Well, next one's coming up in 15 seconds. Always a dream, by the way, when mid lane turret goes down as a Twisted Fate. Being able to lapse up that vision or push it up as Arla and 369, just going for it. Have a great time. Rock versus... What is Tryndamere? He's a man, but he looks like a very angry man. I don't know, man tries to hit Rock.
I don't know, like, because you know, like, Olaf is a Viking. I'm not exactly sure what Allah's traditional
what Allah
is, I suppose, in this one.
More like Tryndamere, but yeah, no, I question it quite a lot because I'm not sure what era he's from, but it feels like almost Viking-esque, right? You look at him, look at the hair. Definitely almost feels Soul Calibur-esque. People know what I'm talking about. Or maybe that's gameplay because like Cervantes, I'm not sure. Anyway, tangent aside, Dragon's actually going down to JDG Dagda. What a little surprise.
And this is what we're talking about for LNG, is like making this decision is like, cool, if they're going to go for Dragon, we try and make the play towards top. And it gets the turret. They are in a position to maybe look for the a full dive on 369 at the top lane, but I think they realize this is not the best of calls, especially with Rift Herald on the bottom side.
Oh, hello. Well, Kanavi actually just collapsed upon Everfrost for a bit more. Teleport coming through. JDG want a piece of this, but with the root down for 369, the ulti as well, the Malphite unable to move for now. Lumao pops his own, and remember that 369 needs to go rock solid on someone. As Arla comes in, he decides the time is now. Dredge line in, JDG winning this because their tools are down. Arla's going to get gravitied up, dies, and 369, just when you think he can't do anything with the TP, absolutely slaps the ground.
It's the 4 versus 5, and JDG still come out on top. That's how strong this team fight is for JDG. And that's not even just talking about their composition. It's how strong the JDG team fighting has been throughout this series, throughout recent series. And you'll see it here. Kanavi trying to clear a ward, trying to set up for this Rift Herald push that Hope has got on bot side. But the Destiny comes through. They collapse onto Kanavi, but JDG are just confident. They know that they can delay this. They can at least start these fights with a great hook for missing onto Tarzan. And this is just buying time for Hope to get here. Yagao dealing so much damage. Eventually when Hope gets here, there you go, 369 with the engage. It all falls perfect.
That timing was nuts. That was beautiful, and 369 does it again, and Dagda, JDG do it again. Or should I say LNG do it again. Sticking around a bit too long, JDG once again get a fight, and Golden might not be in their favor, but having picked up the Dragon, giving the amazing elements over to 369 on his Malphite, you know, bit extra resistance here. JDG once again in the mid game are regaining control of a game that it felt like they'd completely lost.
And you've hit on the point already, Hysterics, but a huge amount of this game for LNG relies on their tempo. Like, relies on their ability to get control of the map, very quickly move around with Doomby, outpace you, but you just don't get that here as JDG are grouped up, and 369 has flash engage. LNG, you need to spot where this rock is before he causes you issues.
Angry Mullet Man versus the Rock again, part number 3. Arla on the back wing, and he's spotted out immediately, so he's just going to Benny Hill it out of there, while the rest of JDG disengage. Now, there's no Dragon here. We're just fighting around the bottom side, or at least threatening for the time being. Arla again spotted out. I love this. Destiny used once again. JDG is a 5-man unit. Behind enemy lines. Hello, Sonic Wave a little bit late. Gravity Field as well. JDG using a couple tools. Arla now in the thick of it too. He's rooted down. 369 still holding on to that ulti. The Moonlight Vigil flying through the depth charge to knock him up. It's missing with the execution. And the Rockman wins out. 369 flying in from above. Tarzan off the wing though, trying to bring it back, but it's too late. JDG once again team fight kings.
I don't know why LNG took that. Like, the one thing that you have to do with this composition is play sides and create numbers advantages with Doom. And LNG just launched themselves into the fight. JDG handily win it, and now they get Baron. Like, why is Doomby ulting in here? Look, Luma's half health. Doomby's basically out of the equation before we even start. Ala isn't in a position to follow up. And 369 is completely zoned away Light. Like, 369 steps forward, and Light can't do anything. Like, you ulted in to instantly run away. I don't get this.
Oh, Dagda, I know you're a little bit triggered, and I respect it, honestly. LNG 2 games in a row now, the same position. The exact same position. And it feels like they transition to mid-game and like, okay, so now we fight, right? Coach backstage like, no, guys. Side lanes. Guys, pick potential. We have a Twist of Fate at Trinity. LNG is sitting there like, so how do we team fight, guys? And the coach got his head in his hands, Dagda. Poppy sitting backstage saying, why? The fact they've done it 2 games in a row as well is making for some saucy stories.
It's just baffling. I do not understand why LNG are going for these plays. It's happening way too often at this stage. And again, I think coming into best of 5s, because we are just a few weeks out from our playoffs, this is not boding well. Like, these are very big errors and very easy to shut down. And you're seeing it for JDG here. If I'm going into a best of 5 against LNG, I'm pretty happy because I know exactly how to beat them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know how to beat them, Dagda. Wait until they come to you. It's happened every time. It's going to happen again. LNG still aiming for that pick, but Doomby on the bottom side. With Destiny available, but still having to match Yagao. And JDG know where their tools are. They see Tarzan on the left-hand side. Arla now skirting out from mid as well. Is Baron Buff going to get a lot of work done while it's Kanavi who's soloing the Dragon with no jungler nearby. A double mountain for a Malphite with more to come.
And again, I mean, this would be LNG losing out on take 2 for their chance to secure playoffs. And even with their position that we had, like, they're in 4th at the moment, but this loss would shoot them right the way down because Top Esports would leap them, G would leap them, hell, even JDG would leap them. So you're talking about that slip from 4th right the way down to 7th place. And I mean, JDG standing confident here, starting to push forward. Not much that LNG can do. Ala's trying to split a side lane, see if he can draw pressure, but JDG with Baron aren't really plus.
On the note of the standings, Dagda, they'd move above LNG. They'd have the head-to-head. They'd have the game differential if they could 2-0 this as well. They would move above current top esports, from my understanding. Now 8 and 5, they'd be probably below them, actually. Excuse me, but JDG would move to 5th. They'd be 1 game away from securing themselves. We get a fight. Dagda, a good little face breaker, but JDG have more numbers in that choke. 369 has come back in. He's rooted up for a while. Doomby's just going to stand there and take it. And LNG, I don't know what's happening, but it ain't good.
Honestly, it just feels like LNG have already given up. I mean, 20 minutes in, they Hail Mary a play that they really didn't need to. Baron goes the way of JDG. And the base is cracked open. Ala is drunk.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it. I'm not sure if we can legally say that, but we've said it, haven't we? JDG running forward, and this one, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. We promised you a banger, and what is the opposite of banger? Let me quickly Google. Hold that thought, Dagda.
I think you said it best earlier on, Asterix, during rehearsal. Titans Tuesday is looking a little bit like Toddler Tuesday.
Yeah.
As LNG, this is just not it.
A smooth
it really
ride.
Isn't.
A sweet ride. Another word for a banger, a bratwurst. Frankfurters. Wait, I think I'm on the wrong website. Let's look again at the fight.
You're talking about sausages, man.
Yeah. I had to, wait, maybe I am in the right place.
Oh, God. I don't know. I mean, even disengaged. Like, nobody there to follow up a Lumel. JDG are all fully there. Like,
You're engaging 4 versus 5 as the pick comp.
Ala isn't even in a position to follow up. I don't know. Like, there's only so much analysis you can give before you just go, lads, what's going on?
Yeah,
like,
I know.
Are you even trying?
And look, I love the little touch up on Ala there before. I realized, like, yeah, to an English audience, his name would be Ale. And realizing how actually witty that is, Dagda. So props to you as he's getting ganked. But it is Ala. You say A-L-E in Chinese is Ala, not Ale. Otherwise, yeah, we'd be dropping those a lot more. So props to you, Dagda, and props to JDG for just finding an easy one through here. The Tryndamere in the side lane doesn't even get to ulti. Imba CC. Another one bites the dust. And at this point, we're just going to wait for LNG to fall into their whim.
LNG, please have a little bit of a push in mid, but Yagel is there. He should be able to pretty easily clear this wave. Super creeps as well, going to make it super tough to push in. So LNG going to reset. JDG pushing in topside. I mean, this game, I mean, it's pretty much done. You've got 3 dragons already for JDG. They're going to completely shove LNG into the base. They get to fall back towards dragon. And as you can see, LNG's engage and team fighting doesn't come back.
And Kanavi with a kick flash again. He might even be able to do it by himself, but Hope comes in to steal the Valor. Lumao's tried this game. I think we've got to give him props. This set has been great on the setup, but everyone from JDG always lying in wait. The base broken in a different angle now. It's topside with inhibitor dropping down. And for JDG, I think once again we can call this team clean, as their team fighting and skirmishing on the mid game onwards has been absolutely gorgeous to watch. Dwayne The Rock Johnson with the rest of JDG heading forward. That ulti about to be up. And for Jing Dong Gaming, they'll thrash LNG, deny them from making playoffs, and set themselves up in a beautiful position to do so. This team is back, and all 2020-based enjoyers of JDG should be hyping this up once again.
And remember, kids, this is why you don't blind pick Tryndamere. This is why you don't come into this and you go, you know what? Yeah. We're going to blue side second pick Tryndamere, because both games in a row, 369 have wonderful answers to it. Team fight was better from JDG. And honestly, LNG had no idea how they wanted to try and play this game. And with that, JDG confident in the team fight, take that Swift 2.
It's crazy because I've been casting a bit of the PCS, right? And when I've been doing PCS, Tryndamere is a must pick or ban in that region. And when people pick it up, like that, it doesn't seem like there are many great responses. But here in the LPL, we've really shied away from it. There was a part opening the split where Knight pulled it out mid. We've seen it a couple of times up in the top lane. But we've had really good responses to it. Gragas game 1, Malphite even in the second game. And it looked like, you know, Tarzan didn't want to play towards the top side there, Dagda. At least give him a helping hand. Like, it was a really hard game for Arla. But you could also say that for LNG, they made it hard on themselves once again as soon as we got out of the laning phase.
Yeah, I just don't understand what LNG's thought process was. Like, even in game number 1, again, we're seeing that same issue where they just don't know how to try and coordinate things between Ala and Doomby. Oftentimes, and I'm not blaming that on Doomby. Like from watching several of their series, a lot of that is on Ala. Like Ala just isn't sure when he's supposed to give up a wave or back off or disappear into fog of war to play around that. I think Doomby's actually been doing quite well around that. And then you come into this game too, and I mean that 20-minute engage. It's like Baron comes up and Doomby's like, "Oh yeah, I'm just gonna fling myself into the enemy team." I don't know. It made very little sense to me.
Yeah, I know you're confused. Look, so am I, right? Like, LNG as a team, it's all been falling apart. A lot of people will be saying that LNG, they still beat TT. It's like, yeah, they only just beat TT. Oh, they almost beat Weibo Gaming, almost. They got handed by V5 in a very similar way. Top Esports beat them. RNG beat them. They only just beat Anyone's Legend. Are LNG a top tier team? Dagda, I'm going to say no. Absolutely not at the moment.
Yep,
They're a top 10 team, but man, it could be like a 9th or 10th finish split for a team that doesn't look that coordinated outside of lanes.
I mean, I 100% agree. JDG now leapfrogging them in the standings with this win. You've now got the issues that you got to look at for. They've got EDG that are upcoming and still to play. That can slip them down even further.
Yep.
I mean, at least they have beaten teams like Rare Adam and OMG, so that's a little bit of a help. But honestly, this has been pretty abysmal from LNG. And as you say, any top team that they've gone up against, they have lost. So even as we go into playoffs, what confidence does that give you?
Not much at all. That was take 2. Take number 3 coming up against EDG, you mentioned. So for LNG, we're not singing their praises. Excuse me, it's LGD next. So that should be winnable. Should be is the key word, though, because even LGD recently have been a little better. So there's a lot of criticism towards LNG. I think you'll all agree that it is fair. On the other side, though, let's start praising JDG, Dagda. 369, easy MVP of this series, has been so in tune with the rest of JDG. And honestly, I think me saying he's a linchpin over and over is not too much when Kanavi is playing better, but I think having a really solid top laner who is this consistent and in form is helping him a lot.
There's a reason we highlighted this matchup at the start of the day. And we talked about the two big differences between Ala and 369, and 369 playing far superior towards the win conditions. Both times going for these very much like team fighting front line, I can either engage or peel scenarios, and it worked out beautifully. And this is kind of where a lot of the, as you say, the linchpin for JDG is. 369 providing the front line and engage. You end up playing down towards Hope to make sure that he's set up, and Hope has been playing absolutely wonderfully. I'm really glad that this guy's back in the LPL. I missed him since 2020, to be perfectly honest. And when you've got Yagao, who, this just feels like Yagao's meta. I mean, Victor being really good, like his Zoe being banned away consistently. You've got all the things that Yagao likes to play are just perfect in this meta. It feels like all the cards are going JDG's way, and I'm so glad to see this team is back.
You and I went through 2020 together, like you, me, Munchables, Lyric. We were in Shanghai that whole year, non-stop, 7 days a week. We saw firsthand how good JDG can be with not momentum, but in this kind of form. So it is really exciting for us, I think, that personal element. Your gal's standing by, though, with Wendy, I've just been told, for an interview post their 2-0 win against LNG.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now I'm standing by with Yago from JD Gaming. So congratulations on today's win, and my very first question is, Suzhou LNG, that's a team that really famous for the mid-jungle synergy. So before entering into today's game, is there any special preparation made by the team? 那首先恭喜你们2-0获得了本场比赛的胜利。其实说到你们的对手苏州 LNG， 其实他们也是一个可能前期的一些中野联动啊都比较出名的一个战队嘛，所以说可能面对到他们，你们有着重的做些哪些方面的准备呢？
我觉得面对他们的话，就是小心密哥跟他长的前面的进攻吧。然后我们这2把前面都防范的比较好，然后顺利的拿下了。
So I think for today's game, we should be more careful about the mid jungle combo into the early game because we feels like Tarzan and Dreamby they can really have played very aggressively from the very early game. So we would like to put more attention on this, and luckily we were able to really have a very good defensive action, and luckily we were able to smoothly win the game. And I want to talk a bit more about the game one. In game one, we feels like in the early game the two teams really went back and forth, but for that Dragon Soul team fight, you guys have shown us a perfect team fight, perfect coordination. So tell us more about the details around there. 那其实我们感觉说到第一局，好像前期也算有一些有来有回，但是等到那一波龙魂团，你们是非常漂亮的赢下了那波龙魂团，然后一举控制住了局面。所以说也能问一下，当时龙魂团的一些细节，或者是你们是怎么来处理的呢？
当时我们就站位比较好吧，然后我们阵容其实打团是有优势的，所以说我们就5个人抱在一起，然后打前排就行。
So around the Dragon Soul team fight, we feels like in terms of our draft, to be honest, we feels like we can be the one that in advantage, and also we were able, if we just target on the opponent's front line, it's super easy for us to win the team fight. And definitely, you guys have shown us a very good coordination. And let's move on to game two. In game two, we feels like you guys really put a lot of attention on the team fights to make so many hard engage in the mid game, mainly focus mainly through the 369 ultimate. So tell us more about the mid game strategy from you guys in order to just control all the situations in your hand. 那其实我们来到第二局，感觉你们好像中期一直主要是利用369的一个大招，然后来进行开团，努力的找机会来开团，然后为整个队伍拿到更多的东西。所以说，能不能问一下，你们可能中期的一些沟通或者处理是怎么样的呢？
因为他们2局都选了盲王上单嘛，所以说他们肯定是以偏带线为主，所以说我们只要就去找那个带线的人，然后因为我们上单是大招流的嘛，所以说就等他大招的时候，我们集结去打架就好，应该不会输。
Because in both games, the opponent's team, they have chosen this champion Trendemir as the top lane. It feels like if based on their draft, the Trendemir will just go to the side lane to make the side lane push. So we would like to just watch out the one that made the side lane push, and also we can just make the super good use of the 369 ultimate to make the hard engage. We feels like if we can make so many hard engages in the mid game, it can be a very easy win for us. And now after today's game, JDG, you guys have accumulated 8 wins in total, and you have shown us of so many good performance. So how would you evaluate the team synergy at this moment? 那现在整个京东的队伍也是积累了8个胜场，也是非常好的成绩，而且你们现在感觉整个的状态也是越来越好了，为我们展现出非常多很漂亮的场面。你怎么评价现在队伍的一个整体的配合程度呢？
我觉得我们队伍还是有一些失误吧，我觉得我能做得更好。然后我觉得我们现在打得比较好的，就今天发挥比较好是下路跟上路吧。我觉得我们今天中野其实也什么都没干，就是有点躺赢。
So we feels like we still made some mistakes in the actual game for now. We feels like for those parts we can still have some room to make some improvements on. And also for today's best of 3, I must say the top lane and the bot lane they just performed so good. But for the jungler and for me, the two of us, they just carried us to get the win. So for those parts we can still do better in the future. And definitely we're all looking forward to that. And congratulations again. 那再次恭喜你们，也希望你们接下来比赛能越打越好。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you to Wendy. Thank you to Gal. Room for improvement is important there, especially since, for JDG, they're right. The early game wasn't as clean as they'd probably like, but still a great game today. Dagda, it's kind of interesting, as we pull up 369 MVP, by the way, that Yagal was even aware of the draft. Like they said in both games, aware that the draft was easy in mid-game if they just engage.
Yeah, and this man on your screen was that just engage button. The flash ulti, absolutely beautiful towards a lot of these fights, and being able to control the Tryndamere in the early stages of the game as well. He was 1-0 and 11, Tryndamere was 1-6, and a huge amount of that came down to the way the 369 orchestrated both the team fights and those early engages. The TPs once more from 369 towards the bottom side of the map, absolutely crucial in both these games. And I mean, Asterix, you called it. There was no way this man wasn't going to be MVP of the series.
Yeah, I mean, look, there was compliments from Yagal in that interview about the bottom lane as well, and I agree. Like, I think Missing has been playing really well recently. Hope as well gets an honorable mention, but 369 once again on this tank did so much work for JDG, and especially when there was like a numbers mismatch here. JDG still won out, and I believe it's because of this man.
And this was the team fight with the TP that I was talking about. Like, great TP in here. And even just this Malphite pick was such a brilliant idea into what LNG had orchestrated. You even see his build right now, right?
Yep.
There is little magic resist in that build, apart from the bit that you get from the Iceborne Gauntlet, just because, or the Frozen Face, whatever it is, just because it's like, hey, look, I don't need it. TF isn't going to hurt me. I can just wander my way in here. And this flash engage here was absolutely gorgeous. Just managed to clip Light as well, who did have his flash, but just trying to use the Gale Force instead, but isn't quite able to get away.
Oh, just clean stuff here from JDG. LNG, we've got a lot of questions. And I'm really glad this series, Dagda, you've walked us through drafts so cleanly. Like, you know, I saw you put a little tweet out thinking you were a bit too harsh. I'm going to tell you on broadcast, sir, you were perfect amount. In fact, you can even go a little bit further, as I believe Dom even replied to that. Not often do I talk about Twitter on broadcast, but it's worth saying, sir, that you were very delicate with this when LNG, you know, again, second time running Tryndamere and Rek'Sai. I'm a play-by-play, and even I see that something's wrong. So there's a lot of questions here for LNG, and we said at the start we need questions to be answered. Dagda, I have even more that LNG gave us when we opened up the series. The 2-0 for JDG. They're now 8-5. They're sitting in the top 6, and JDG definitely deserve to be there. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hope that the next series brings you more pleasure. V5 versus BLG. A lot of people are going to ask, is Uzi starting? And I'm going to tell you after the break. It's no.
Yeah, I can tell. Your face definitely doesn't look worried whatsoever. But let's go ahead and get to the nitty-gritty. We have finally had our first teams locking in playoffs. We've got RNG, V5, and Weibo Gaming, all three getting a playoff berth in the spring 2022 season. Unfortunately for LNG, tonight it was their chance to join that top 4 group, but they fell short.
Yeah, LNG, I don't know. I mean, we obviously just came off that series. That series just happened. We were just chatting beforehand, like, LNG's Game 3 draft, a bit confusing. LNG picking the Viego 2 times in a row, which, you know, I think is just a takeaway from TN and being like, haha, we're taking your best jungler. But I don't know if it's much of a takeaway when it literally does absolutely nothing in the game at all. Loses lane, does nothing.
Just to clarify, if people didn't see it, it was Viego top, not jungle, that they took away. So.
Just to throw in a little bit of craziness there.
I just feel like that draft made so little sense in Game 3, but I don't know, man. I feel like LNG, there was so much hype coming in the season, 7-0. It's like, oh, look at this team, they're so good. Tarzan, Doinbi. And then it's like, you know, there were elements of the roster that were underperforming for sure. Like, I was like not convinced, but at least I was like, Tarzan is on point. And I feel like even he's been a little bit lackluster in the recent series. Like, it feels like the past couple of weeks they've just gotten stomped on repeat by everyone but TT. So, you know.
Yeah, there you go. I was just saying.
Even his smites have not been on point, which is just so weird,
That's
right?
the scary part.
He's been getting outsmited. Hysterics told me they're both right.
Outsmitten.
Yeah, outsmitten.
I just love to see the gears turning.
They're both
That's
right.
all I'm here
but
for.
yeah, I feel like in almost all of their recent series, we've seen Tarzan lose like a smite fight where the enemy jungler just literally walks up and smites. Not like flashes over the pit, nothing. Just walks up in his face, presses smite, and you're like, what is going on, dude?
I don't know, they've got their ultis available, and Herald's not going that fast. As Mark gets the dredge line in, Ignite down, and with 10 kills and ready for some more, making up the game number 1 as Weiwei started off on the end. Crescent Guard with a 2-level lead in the jungle. Weiwei having a great time as everyone's forward. Look in the back line. Knight with a Shadow Surge. He's got to reset. He's got to reset. We want to see him go in. He lands on top of Fofo. Will he take it? The Eye of the Herald popped it, needs to go down. He's taken yet another kill. Shadow Surge was not taken and completed as he picks up his double. And when you think top esports are out, just remember that Knight exists.
I mean, I think he still, as Yukai, can come back into his mid.
Oh no, he's going to go straight in on top of him. He gets some full damage down, even commits his flash. Zika should just about survive. But then the Ignite does give you vision, so if you're in the Shroud and you're ignited, it will still be able to kind of point you out. As you can see a flash forward as they go in. They're going to try to get him underneath the tower, but a knock-up. Cheated is dead. LNG's bot lane not to be caught out. They get a perfect combination. They stop that gank dead in its tracks. They want this tier 1 tower real bad, and LGD knows it. Shadow behind enemy lines. This is an opportunity as Mako goes into the tower. TP being channeled, but Shadow's too late to the play. His teammates are already falling. Gets an ulti on in, but it just doesn't matter as the Gnar comes through. Shadow late to the play that he was setting up. Here, they're trying to chase them down, they're trying to find the opportunity. EDG continuing to move as a group. No Rise in this game, so there are no realm of shenanigans. There is no way out. And now a TP from Xiaosheng behind the play. EDG go for the engage, but the Shadow says Xiaohu with one already finds a reset for himself. Can they find more is the question. EDG trying to disengage, but Viper doesn't have a way out. Slammed into the wall, walloped down, and now Xiaohu finds the back line. RNG just say no to EDG. They're not allowed to do anything. They're not allowed to go anywhere. Not even you, JJ, as Xiaohu shuts them down.
We've been walking countless miles on a mystic way of life. Unsure where we going. Where's the rooftop of our life so we can lay down side by side, facing the sky. Watching the stars collide.
Welcome you back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LPL for 2022 Spring and Week 8, the penultimate week here before we get towards playoffs. Remembering that this week and then week number 9, and we're done. And that's why these matches mattering even more than we say every single week. V5 versus BLG. Dagda, another one that matters quite a lot. Yes, his name's Dagda. You might have heard of him from the LEC, from the LPL, from EU Masters, from your next favorite dream that you're going to have tonight. Keep it PG. Dagda, this series will be almost as good as that dream, I reckon.
I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. I mean, you're either setting me up to like way too high expectations, or it is going to be a very slow BLG game and you're kind of setting the bar about right. But we do have to look at who they're going to be going up against today, because V5, they're looking a little bit insane. They're looking kind of nutty.
Yeah, they are. And look, you know, there was a little bit of momentum that was halted along the way. Like, we remember it was V5, was it versus Top Esports we're talking about at the start, Dagda? Why am I so lost? Yeah, it was surprising, right? Sorry, it was against JDG, more importantly, that took them down. But they bounced right back. And for V5, it's such a fun story because this is a team that has literally been at the bottom, multiple splits, been near the top, but they've never been in a position quite like this where they are, in fact, heroes again.
And this is absolutely insane to see how far V5 have come. We started with them coming into the league. They end up in that 17th place spot in spring 2019. It's not looking so hot for them. Even coming into spring 2020, they set the record for the worst loss streak in the history of the LPL. The reason it was the worst one because we'd only just added our 17th team. It was the first time you could go 0-16 and they bloody knocked it out of the park. But then coming into 2020, we get the likes of PP got way full on the team. Everything's starting to come together and they make it all the way to playoffs. Unfortunately dropping too soon. But then we come back to 2021 and we see that kind of slow, steady decline again. We're in summer once more, going 0-16. But now, 10-2, 11 game difference. This is a team that is looking to take over at the LPL.
It's incredible to me that like a team can be at the bottom right and have so many iterations of the roster and not really have an in-between, right? Like 4-11, 5-10 are still towards the bottom. It's still not a great score where you are sitting in the bottom 3, bottom 4. So for V5, it's either been the zero or the hero story, which is really important. Dagda, I did a segment before a couple of weeks ago about version 5 of V5. This is the 5th largest, or should I say, the 5th time they've had such a large roster iteration. And it's kind of exciting to see because this iteration definitely deserves to be in the first position where they are and even continue that drive for first. You wanted to talk about how they do it here, and I'm going to let you take the floor a bit.
Yeah, it really does feel like V5 are really setting themselves up to take that first place spot. Currently sitting in the driver's seat alongside Weibo Gaming, it is that battle between the two, but I think what makes the difference here for V5 is just how good they are in operating in the early to mid game. A huge amount of this being orchestrated by Carson Rookie, but playing off of that mid lane pressure into making sure that you can start to look for picks and kind of looking for plays in the enemy jungle. And it makes it so difficult to try and operate because you just don't know where the pressure is going to be coming from V5, and they've done such a good job of not only kind of solidifying their own advantages in that push, but also responding to a lot of those plays in their own side as well. And from that, they're able to power forward into these strong team fights, but I think PP God and Photic really having exceptional team fighting skills and setting up V5 for those late game successes.
What a surprise as well, by the way. You and I were talking in rehearsal that Photic and PP God being such a core part of V5 is not what we expected. More importantly, that Photic has been a bit of a criminal mastermind against some of these teams.
I mean, Photic is nuts. Like, I love the fact that he kind of like disappeared off of Top Esports and we're like, well, maybe that's the last we see of him. Him and Yuanju's stories not quite working out, but Photic coming back, we heard rumors that he was a monster in the LDL and he stepped up massively now coming into the LPL too. And there's less coin flipping going on in that bot lane, so the bottom lane for V5 is much more stable, and it means that when we get to those late game fights, you're just powering off of that strong mid jungle. Now you've got a reliable bot lane, and suddenly everything's falling the way of V5.
It's just nice to see. That schedule, Dagda, a quick check-up, though, for V5 and how they do it, and talking more holistically about the team. 10-2 right now. If they can beat BLG, they move to 11, they hold on to first. But the very real possibility that V5 continue holding first for the rest of the split is there. Dagda, look at their schedule. Very reasonable.
I mean, we say that as Anyone Legends take down EDG yesterday, but
True.
you would imagine it's a little bit easier for V5 here, especially like FPX looking very coin flippy. Anyone's Legends in the same boat. TT, one of the bottom teams we have. It feels like they have a much easier time than the likes of Weibo. And as long as V5 can get this win underneath their belt, it's going to be much smoother sailing. And as we say, potentially the highest placing for V5 ever that since this organization's inception.
It's crazy that that's in the cards when, you know, this could have been NIP this split as well, and you kind of be kicking yourself that you didn't get it through. On the other side, though, for BLG, let's talk about their story, because I think for BLG, a lot of fans going to be sitting at home being like, well, was this roster worth it? There was so much hype coming through, but BLG, once again, look the exact same as they did in 2021 summer. Not stylistically, but in the standings, that 7th, 8th place team as they're currently standing.
Yeah, and it doesn't really feel like it has been worth it. You end up bringing across this massive super team, and we kind of said at the start of the split, we were waiting to see where this team was going to fall. Myself included, people like Kelsey all had this team as like first, second, but there was that caveat of this is a team with a lot of players that like to take resources, and it kind of feels like that's been their downfall, where Fofo's been the one that's fallen through the cracks with getting the resources from way in the jungle, and it means that oftentimes we end up seeing him trying to rectify that in the mid game, where he goes off to collect a wave in the side and ends up not being positioned with the team. And their dives have been honestly pretty goddamn terrible from that FPX series. So we oftentimes end up seeing that BLG take these super late game scaling compositions because they just don't really feel comfortable looking for plays in the early stages. And it means that when they end up falling behind to teams who are more proactive in the early stages, they just don't really have that the ability to fight back and rectify some of these early to mid game differences.
It's real messy, and like, you know, whether there's a difference through early game or not, like BLG, that same coordination not really coming through. And I feel like it's crazy when BLG in the early part of the split, people like Doggo as well, you know, great team fighters, and BLG felt like this team fighting team. And Dagda, they're a team that likes to just coast their way through these games. They're a slower team, and, you know, we don't really expect them to be that proactive.
No, and I think that part of that is, I mean, well, as we saw against FPX, their dives aren't very coordinated. I mean, you would look at the team and you've got people like Weiwei and Crisp. You're like, oh yeah, well, these are guys that, you know, they're not, I want to say veteran for Weiwei, but he's certainly a guy that we have a lot of respect for. And you think they'd be able to communicate and set up these dives, especially Crisp, who played on FPX. Like, that was his bread and butter. But whenever we see these dives, they're super disconnected, lack of communication, and they end up setting Billy behind. I mean, in the FPX series, out of the 5 dives that Billy went for, I think they came out net -2 kills from all the dives they went for, because they either traded 1 for 1 or just died themselves. It was a disaster, and I think that's why BLG end up playing these later game comps, because they just don't have the coordination in the early game.
And I mean, like, all the pieces fitting together, you kind of understand why, right? Like Breathe, Fofo, even Doggo coming through, Crisp as well from FPX after being such a dominant force. There's a lot of confusion on this team, and great names, but coming together as a team is always a different story. I think if you ask any pro player or any coach, like, they'll kind of tell you the same thing. It's about the pieces that fit together, not the individual strength. And I want to bring it together and let everyone know that BLG sitting 8th at the moment, 7-5. And unlike V5, their schedule is actually a little bit more mixed. And Dagda, I say that because EDG is coming up next, and anyone's Legend beat EDG. However, for BLG, we're kind of asking, you know, different questions. So I truly wonder if they can get over that hurdle.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of a case of like, how will you deal against EDG if EDG are putting that early pressure on you? Can you just fall back to these late game team fights? And even against teams like LGD, I mean, LGD pushing Weibo quite a bit, and I think maybe looking to play upset towards the end of the split as well. But when you're sitting 7-5, you've only got 3 games left. You're not going to be able to catch the likes of V5, Weibo. Sure. I mean, in theory, RNG and these teams as well, who were kind of battling their way up. So for BLG, we were kind of looking at this team as someone who should hit that double elimination bracket for playoffs, but we're definitely going to be seeing them in the early rounds of playoffs with the way that the split has gone so far.
A good point you've raised. 7th to 10th is the first round, even more so. If they're in that little threshold, then they're playing all the way up in order to get a position at MSI, because we start talking about things like MSI now, guys. We start getting to the point where we weigh up our teams, not just domestically, but internationally. And looking at a BLG like this, I feel like we can't exactly do that yet. Or if we do that, it's going to give us a bit of false information. Are BLG ready is kind of what I'm trying to say there. As we look at V5, they might be. It's Rich Casa, Rookie in the mid lane, Photic, and the PP God in the bottom lane. Triple P bottom lane, Dagda. I told you I was all about it, but I'm all about this version of V5 that are currently sitting first, tied with Weibo Gaming.
I mean, for Billy, this would be such a massive win if they could take down V5. Like where they're sitting at the moment, 7-5. This would push them to 8-5. They join JDG, EDG in that 5th, 6th, 7th place spot. It could make things so much easier, as you say, coming in towards playoffs. But this is a titan of a team to take down in V5. A team that I don't think anyone expected to rise to the heights that they have. I mean, Rich coming across from LCK wasn't the most hyped to top laners. Everyone was kind of talking about his weak laning phase.
Yep.
You look at the bottom lane, like Photic. We've seen this story before in top esports. We've seen the PP God fall from grace, where he's just played over aggressive in lane. But this team has come together. This team has grown, and V5 have just made such a strong case for themselves in this spring split as to why they should be looking at MSI at this top spot in the
Who'd you imagine over EDG that just won Worlds, over RNG that I hyped up to be the best team? Even FPX with a bit of their momentum. We go through teams like BLG on stage that were also hyped up. Just a reminder, it's a breathe top lane, Weiwei, Fofo through mid. And we do have Doggo starting, guys. I teased whether we were going to get Uzi or not. You already knew. People spamming it in chat. No Uzi, at least for game number 1. As Doggo once again partners up with Chris. Dagda on the point of V5. And why, they might be looking so good. I will say, okay, that's an interesting intro. This team has a lot of strength behind it, not only in their players, but we haven't really talked about Nofe joining the roster. Now, you guys remember that this was the guy who, coached Coup Tigers against SKT Worlds 2015. We even remember Worlds 2016 on Rocks Tigers, a top 4 position. Like, he's been to Worlds on EDG as well. And even though EDG didn't get past Fnatic, especially in 2018, he's still got a lot of experience. And I think he adds a lot to the texture of the new V5.
But you can see that. You can see how much this team has grown over the course of the split, especially when you look back at their first few series. I mean, we kind of talked about the V5 curse. Always going 2-3 games, never that clean victory, always a little bit shaky. And even you look at like Karthus Hecarim needing to backdoor some of those games to get them across the finish line. And it had never really been this dominant performance. But as the split has gone on, it really does feel like we're having the individual performers step up in both top and bot lane. Kind of the solidification of both that mid jungle and how they can try and use that playstyle to carry the game forward. And then when you get towards team fights, everything seems to be coming together for this team, with Rookie taking things like the Orianna, these strong team fight carries in the mid. You've always got the Jinxer of Fedios in the hands of Photic, and even if he goes towards things like the Senna as well, like this is one of the guys that's actually been like the most varied with the AD carries that we've seen played, and he's popped off at almost every single one of them.
Yeah, it's huge to see Photic in this roster being up with the highlights of people like Rookie Casa, right? Dagda, I just realized that Casa and Rookie, their duo name happens to be Cookie. Now, Cookie was always something used negatively against Rookie, but you put a K there, and suddenly you get one of the most powerful 2v2 duos, especially since Tarzan Doumbé aren't working out, LNG's a roster not working out. I think they were undoubtedly the strongest 2v2 duo, and we thought would be at the start of the split. I would say Rookie Casa have kind of taken up that mantle a bit, unless you have anyone else you want to kind of throw into the list.
No, I agree. I think Rookie and Karsa have been absolutely insane, and I think it's a beautiful synergy between the strengths we've seen from both these guys. Because I think when we looked at Rookie and IG and we started to see like Shun come in, we started to see some of the mix and matching that they had with their junglers. One of the consistent things that we saw in 2021 and even back in a little bit in 2020 was that whenever we had this new jungler come into IG, Rookie was very good at coordinating around them. Like getting deep vision so they can set up if they need to be invades. It was kind of Rookie leading the charge on that. So he's quite aware of what his jungler needs. But that's also what Karsa is. Karsa is very aware of what his laners need. So you end up with this kind of beautiful synergy between the two where they're almost playing off of one shared mind. And we've seen it in some of the coordination on like picks, on plays in team fights. Like they really just seem like they're always on the same page with little to no communication.
Which is what you love to see, right? A roster that kind of just gels. Dagda, welcome to ban pick, hopefully for a better best of 3 here. I see V5 have already done BLG the favor of banning the Tryndamere away, just in case they watch LNG series and wanted to tilt you a little bit further. But we do get the Jinx first pick. We know what comes as a response. Dagda, I want you to tell me how we go outside the realms of what's expected and what you want to see.
So this would actually be a little bit unexpected for me. I thought we'd go for the likes of the Zeri and the Xin Zhao, kind of set up for this nice strong kind of dive composition, especially against something like the Jinx. These dive compositions can do a hell of a lot of work. And I think as well it kind of sets up for the way BLG want to play, especially when you look towards Breathe. We've seen him play a lot of these carries. If you want to go towards something like the Camille's, the Nars, these kind of things, I think that works super well for BLG.
I'm just surprised. I'm so used to Zeri being banned. I was like, of course Jinx is going to be picked up. Completely mistracked the fact that it's been left open. Again, been casting a lot of the PCS, and I feel like over there it is a must pick or ban. Going through here is a potential flex, but it hasn't really come through to mid. So excited to see Doggo on that once again. On the other side, Dagda, we get a very V5 comp. The Volley Bear, the Rise, like a composition that can play around to these side lanes, and we implore that duo we just talked about.
And that's the thing, it's the strong mid jungle between both the point and click CC, the early burst damage from the Volley Bear, and just late game scaling on the bot side. So that's perfect. And I know Ox is tearing his hair out somewhere in the UK because the last time Fofo picked this Azir, he was like, this just isn't fair. BLG with Azir, super slow pace, but it is something that can do well against the Rise, able to push in relatively effectively. And the big thing is when you get towards those later team fights, something that's got that kind of dive potential as well, but also a lot of like disengage for something like that Volley Bear, for maybe if we see some more of that kind of like short range frontline divers for Rich as well.
I think the day that, we don't fall asleep by Azir is the day we know there's too much, Victor and Corki in the meta. I would have said that in 12.2, but we are opening up the mid lane champion pool again, and Azir's a new pick. I hope people are pogging out of their brain going, oh my God, what an exciting pick that, we'll do something at 15, 20 minutes into the game. I'm more concerned about what it pairs with here, Dagda, because we don't have a support. We don't have a top laner. I think we do need to see some more hardline engage. Don't you agree?
I 100%. And I feel like for BLG, you've got a ton of options. Like, the Zeri pairs super well with things like the Leona, the Alistair. You can set up that engage as well, kind of provide that bit of front line. I feel like taking counterpick for Breed, though, is probably going to be the biggest call here for BLG, which is why we're seeing V5 trying to go towards a lot of these picks that can potentially go well against the Gwen. So now you kind of go, hey, BLG, what's your plan here, right? Because Tryndamere, Akali, Kennen, Jace taken away. Do they just take the Gwen here for Breathe and go, right, we know that we're going to be reasonably strong? Looks like that's going to be the case.
Again, a pick that normally I'm expecting to be banned away. This Vayne hover, I may as well call it an Uzi hover at this point. I think V5 are just paying the respect. Maybe it's about the mind games here and pick it bad. We do go to something a little bit more standard that we've seen a couple of times into the Gwen Dagda. And of course, PP got on the Tahm Kench, about as cool of a fridge unit as he is, as Renata Glask makes her return. Dagda, Crisp was banned from picking up this champion the last time BLG played. This time around, V5 have the audacity to let it through.
I think this is such a good pick. So what we're looking at from V5 is, apart from the Jinx, incredibly short range, very much about trying to like jump in and dive in on top of you in team fights. And that's really where Renata shines. The problem that you have for Renata in a lot of situations, though, is what she is good against is also one of her biggest weaknesses in the laning phase. Where if you're able to have these like strong engage supports like the Leonas, the Alistairs, Nautiluses, she can really struggle because she just doesn't have that kind of safety net in the early stages. No dashes, no anything. But because she's up against the Tahm Kench here, she's now got the best of both worlds. A support that isn't really going to be able to do a huge amount against her in the laning phase, and then this big divers in the later portion of the game. This feels like a perfect pickup for Crisp in this situation.
And a heads up as well, this is Renata with the hot fix, so we don't have the extra passive damage. Bailout is not as OP, but still something we'll be looking towards and seeing those resets come through. Crisp has had a band against him before, Dagda, but we get a Renata Zeri lane. And this is going to be so much fun to watch. I'm going to ask you a lot of questions about where we play, but something tells me the camera in the early game will be focusing on that new champion down in the bottom lane.
I feel like for BLG, I like that when we get towards team fights, they are going to be incredibly strong. Like, great front line in the Gwen, season 11 champions doing their work with the Viego picked up as well. The biggest issue that I see for them, though, is in the early stages of the game. I'm actually not sure where they put that attention.
Dagda and everyone else, welcome to Summoner's Rift. BLG versus V5. V5 have already secured playoffs. BLG need their wins because they're versing EDG next, and BLG is a team right now on a 2-loss streak. They lost to FPX, they lost to Top Esports, and honestly, it's been looking a little bit shaky here, whether it's been Doggo, whether it's been Uzi. Remember, Uzi's come in for a couple of games, that's it. And you can't really blame this one on Doggo. BLG is a unit. We've got a lot of concerns for them in general, so we'll have to see how we go as we get onto the Rift, and it's not an airy on Renata, Dagda. Glacial Augment comes out, and the Renata we've all seen in solo queue that we've been seeing through some competitive. Refresh my mind, you know, Glacial hasn't always been the go-to.
There is a bit of a discussion around which way you want to go. Some areas obviously a little bit stronger for the laning phase where you're able to poke, and usually works a little bit better against shorter range AD carries where you are going up against maybe like you're a Jinx and against an Aphelios and something along those lines, right? But in this sort of situation where the poke onto PP God isn't really going to do too much. The extra auto attack range that Photic has makes it very difficult to proc that summon area. I think Glacial Augment is your best bet here, especially just because, as we said, like you have so many people that are going to be jumping in to try and dive on top of you. The opportunity to get multiple slows off, but also, sorry, Rich. No, he's going to hop.
He wanted the wave XP, Dagda, and I guess he was willing to sacrifice his life for it. That just means all his pots are gone, and Breathe just snips him like 7 times.
Yeah, kind of surprised that Rich was playing that aggressive up in the lane, but nice job from Breathe to get control. Just the last thing I want to say for the Glacial Augment is Glacial Augment's really good at being able to provide what a lot of people forget, the reduced damage. And in this situation where V5 are playing a bunch of short-range champions, those Glacial Spikes are going to be doing a lot of work to reduce that damage. Wait, though, maybe looking for a transitional gank in this mid lane.
Yeah, he is, but great ward timing here from Rookie. Flashes immediately, pays the respect, and Dagda, that's going to open up my discussion here. We didn't actually get a chance to talk about what happens in this early game. We have a Rise, we know what is going to happen through his ulti, but I was wondering if you could walk me through our focus lanes for this game 1.
Yeah, I think the big one that I want to look at is kind of how we get Rookie out of this mid lane. I think he's going to be a massive point of call where we want to see Carson trying to play around that. But again, we're going to look at our bot side as well, because we do have our little graphics that have popped up with Crisp, who we got to highlight him having those 2 solo kills. I want to see now if you could try and answer a little bit for that as well, as I think Crisp has been pretty damn strong in this, and on the Renata as well. I think this is going to be super key to see if you can maybe try and like enable Crisp at a certain amount in the early stage of the game to kind of bypass the laning phase and set him up for the later portion of the game, especially against PP God, who once trained underneath Crisp on FPX Blaze.
That's right.
It certainly feels like these 2 supports are going to be trying to prove themselves in this match.
It's funny as well because you told me the stats for Crisp. Crisp has the most solo kills out of any support. As a support, you think, oh, well, the answer's 1. Crisp has 2 solo kills. He's a support, and he has more than some of the mid laners in the league, which is just incredible. So props to Crisp for getting an unbelievable stat. But, you know, again, that mentorship you talked about, PP God, FPX Blaze you just mentioned, Crisp has been in the league, and he played with LWX for so long. That was a massive partnership as well, about 4 years, I believe, in the end. This is the first year that he's played with a different AD carry in a very long time, and you know, we've been talking about him being a really solid fact for BLG, and I like that you talked about Renata moving out and what she can influence in this early game. Dagda, I also want to mention on the other side for BLG, we haven't really looked at the scaling elements here, but it does feel like with Zeri, Azir, Gwen, even the Viego, for BLG, their close quarters fights and towards the later game are going to be absolutely huge.
Yeah, they have a ton of late game scaling, and the ability to reset fights with Fofo is going to be pretty key.
True.
Even the ability for Crisp to just get these big ultimates off. Like, how many times have we seen like a late game Jinx turn and pop her own teammate thanks to the ultimate that comes through from this Renata? So certainly Crisp I'm going to be keeping my eyes on, not only just in these late game fights, but also in this early stage as well, to try and bypass a little bit of that early game woes that BLG might encounter. Because you have this double range bot lane, you can push, start to move elsewhere, and Rookie even looking to see if he can trade onto Fofo here with Carson in the bush, but Fofo backing rightly away from that bush. But I want to see if now Crisp can move in towards this mid lane off of reset here and try and help out Fofo a little bit alongside Weiwei.
Doesn't have tier 1 boots, just worth noting, so going to be a slow Renata moving, but Crisp at the very least making that path possible. But BLG spotted out on constant wards. Weiwei once again pinged with a deep ward around mid side. Karsa getting a deep control ward too as he tries to steal away the Raptor camp. He's done so with the big chicken down. And Weiwei has to get the scrap, so once again, V5's jungler doing well. Fofo steps up to this. Karsa wants him, he's very deep. Fofo not burning the flash, but Karsa was ready to do so.
Yeah, it would have been a flash for flash, and Carson wasn't sure if he'd be able to get that auto attack onto Fofo, and with no flash on Rookie, couldn't guarantee the CC, but here's the realm warp.
All right, Doggo taking a little journey though, but the knock up from PP God. The ignite comes down, he flashes, tongue lashes. Rookie can't get the splash though, and now for Doggo, all he needs is a hit, and Chris the same as well. The AoE doesn't come through from Loyalty Program, but Weiwei is making himself known. Flashes himself, gets a reset. Chris gonna sacrifice the bailout, use on himself, he needs Rookie, he flashes, and he gets it. Crisp is bailed out, and so are BLG.
And now Karsa needs a bailout himself. He's completely stuck, and he's going to fall too.
That's too high of a price tag. No one's getting him out of there. BLG with 3 kills and V5. That dive may be a bit too hypey.
Completely too hypey. Not respecting the fact that Doggo is there and can just hop her way out over that wall. It was a good idea, but just over-committing onto the play, and BLG react beautifully.
A great start to the game. We talked about scaling elements. What's better than to get yourself through this early game, Dagda, with so much gold given over. Weiwei with 2 kills. And we're going to look again because it was V5 that wanted this off the back of Rookie's Realm War.
And it's a good idea. It's just that little bit too late. Doggo is already out. The flash away from Doggo here as well. And even here, PP God's trying to leave the kill for Rookie, thinking he might be able to get that splash damage through the minions, but isn't able to. And this is where V5 realized it's completely doomed. They don't have the wave pushed in to actually get that escape out from the tower. Weiwei now is shown up. Fofo going to be here shortly. And as you say, the flash forward from Crisp as well to get that bailout is just perfect.
I mean, there's a reason that this guy has been banned away from this champion. No one else is touching it. No one else in pick ban phase is really looking at it. But against BLG in their last series, Crisp got a banned out against him consistently. We finally get to see it on the Rift for the second time here in the LPL. It's now with 100% kill participation, and you can argue that happens when everyone dives bot and you're there to witness it, but still a really good start here. And a great start for BLG, Dagda. 2K almost in the lead, and now in front of the Dragon. They have priority. They have a very fed jungler. And mid as well picked up a kill on this as it.
And just to give people an idea of what bailout is, in case they haven't seen a huge amount of Renata, Renata's W basically gets placed onto one of her allies. She gives them a bunch of movement speed and attack speed, but if that person dies, they have a bit of time to try and get a kill, which then revives them so the kill doesn't actually go across. And that's exactly what Crisp was able to do. He got his the bailout on himself, got the kill, which means that kill doesn't count. Now though, Weiwei doesn't have that, so he flashes away.
So he disappears from the fight, but Herald is still there for the taking. Fofo with his ulti and flash. BLG thinking about it, but they are just going to back away. So this is a win for V5 after it went so horribly wrong in the bot lane. They're going to take that summoner with the Herald as well. Dagda, start walking me through what V5 can do to kind of recover the horrible play we saw before.
I think it's kind of, I know this sounds silly, but like double down on it.
Okay.
At this stage, it's like, look, it's already gone a bit astray, cool, but continue to get Rookie out of lane, see if you can try and make these side lane plays, and see if you can kind of rectify a lot of this. Now, with the kills going to Fofo and Weiwei, these two have been accelerated towards the late game, so you need to kind of pick up the pace here for V5, make sure getting out of lane that little bit quicker. Otherwise, BLG, like, Fofo will continue to just wave clear all day. He can actually do a decent amount of damage to your turrets as well. And you've got to be afraid of just how quickly Weiwei will get towards that Divine Sunder, the Death Stance, into the Sterix Gauge. He'll just become such a big late game carry for BLG.
Kind of surprised we're not seeing Blade of the Wrong King, but again, Mythic first. Breathe. I'm going to ulti here against Rich. About to go Mega Gnar, and he gets the wallop right on down with the ulti not available, as he's only just turned Mega, but remember he used it just before. Breathes ulti down as well, but Weiwei is in here for the taking. The control will spot him out. Rich is used quite a lot. His flash available, but it won't be Weiwei committing with the ulti he does not have. So Rich gets out of there, and Dagda, even though for V5 they help options to go bot, double down you talked about, I mean, top is not working out either.
No, it's supposed to be a pretty favorable matchup for Rich on the Gnar. You're able to use that range to a good use, keep this Gwen at bay, get some good poke, but I mean, that early trade really kind of putting this lane in Breed's favor, and even with Weiwei getting up towards that top side as well, just doubling down on that, BLG have wins across the board, and if BLG are the ones that are actually kind of putting the pressure down and picking up the pace of this game, it's going to spell disaster for V5, and honestly, kind of happy to see this from BLG. We talk about them being an incredibly slow-paced team. Well, they've been answering that pace from V5 and kind of stepping it up themselves.
Which is again, further to the point, great to see, because for BLG, we talked about them not as the most proactive team. They're a team that'll just, I think I've been using this word a lot today, but I'll say it again, they coast through. And as they get through the early game, then just, okay, now we're going to 5v5. This time around, look at this. Dragon's not even spawned, but BLG want to be in the river to fight this. Weiwei feeling confident. And Rookie kind of paying that respect. V5 matching though for the time being, remembering that Casa has a Herald. They're still going over. Weiwei flash for that. But PP God eats up his 80 carry. The duo runs for the hills. BLG are deep. But for now, V5 aren't striking them back. They're going to let them go.
They're going to be able to walk away from this one. But again, it's BLG making the play. BLG forcing V5 back. And even here, Crisp might be fishing for PP God.
Yeah, but remember, Palm Kench is the fish. Is he going to get knocked up? Ulti comes through, making him go berserk, and PP God just stands there to take it. Rollwalp used to bring him in as the 3v3 as Weiwei's the target. Ignite with the Heartbreaker, ulti from Caster. Doggo running forward, Caster over the wall himself with a flash. BLG, Dagda, this is a new form.
This is completely different from what we expect from BLG. Fofo, though, needs to be careful as Rookie will lock him up, but this is a proactive BLG. This is a BLG that's like, hey, look, we have control of mid. Let's go invade. Let's make this this range support do work for us, where we can move in off this bot wave as well. Like, now Rich will sit up here with Karsa. Terror can't be turned off, but they may not care.
Well, they need something. Rich gets the ulti back. Herald down. Karsa yet to pull the play himself, waiting for the W. But remember, there is an ulti available for Breathe. So for V5, it is going to be turret, nothing else. Breathe gets to stand there and hit the Herald after the fact. Crispus even moved up here as well, Dagda. So just a gold trade for V5 to slim the margins of that 2,000 BLG started the game with.
And so much of that is on Weiwei. You can see it there.
Oh,
like
yeah.
1,000 gold lead over his counterpart. The Divine Sunder already completed. And that's why BLG are feeling so confident to make these sort of plays. And again, I think really smart job here from Doggo. Realizing, hey, look, Botic can't really match my damage right now. So as long as I can get onto the Jinx, we can turn this fight. I mean, Doggo coming across from the LMS, who's renowned for being an aggressive AD carry, big Draven player, and it feels like Zeri just fits right into his wheelhouse.
I mean, this PCS AD carry is huge, right? Like, he has had amazing games throughout the split and has also had some pretty rough games as well. We've gotten a lot as Dragon goes down on the bottom side, and we bring you back to live talking about this AD who picked up a kill. He himself doesn't have a gold lead, but BLG's still in a comfortable position. Turret trade in the meantime makes Hysterics eat his words a bit. He didn't realize that first turret blood actually went to V5.
Yeah, I didn't expect him to get that full tower in the top side, but managing to back Breathe away gives a good amount of gold now to Rich, who has 1,000 gold lead for himself as well, despite the fact that he's kind of stepped behind early. So we'll have to see now if Rich can try and bully out Breathe in this top side. And again, if you can find these like big engagements in team fights for V5, you do have a very strong team fighting composition. It's just a little bit difficult to try and go for that because Breathe has the Hollowed Mist, making him invulnerable to shots from like someone like Botic. Fofo has that big reset from the Emperor's Divide as well. So you kind of have to like very quickly pull off this wombo with Rich and Karsa if you're hoping to set up for a team fight win with Botic DPSing on the back line.
As well, like if Chris gets an ulti off and it hits Botic around his team, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch how the team fight goes from there even. So I'm kind of excited to see this new champion in play. And it's kind of funny seeing the two new champions next to each other, Zeri, Renata. At the moment, they have a lot of high presence throughout solo queue. We know that, but more importantly, Zeri as well in the LPL, not often let through. So Doggo already with the lead, going to show us how it's done and why this often gets banned. Dagda for BLG as they're striking so hard in game number one. They're going to get the Herald this time around. They've already got 2 dragons. And again, I have to compliment this team that was so slow in how they're playing out game number one when We're talking about V5 being the best team at the moment in the LPL.
And again, it's just been a different pace completely for BLG, and I'm loving that we're seeing it, because this was one of the big question marks I had around BLG was, look, what can they do? But this is also where V5 are incredibly strong. When we get to these tradings, when we get to cross-mapping, V5, I think, are one of the best teams we have in the league at doing just that. You can see here, yes, Rift Herald goes across, but already you've got V5 in position to answer that. Top bot turret will be traded, and now you can also get the reset coming through from Rookie to help Rich protect this top lane turret as well.
Well, it should be Rich going into Meganar, so he might be able to save himself, or at least protect himself, I should say. Gonna hit the eye, and there it stops there. Massive wave crashing into him. BLG back away. And for now, that's tier 1 up in the top side gone. Tier 1 in the bottom and top side for V5 that they've taken down. Gold swings back in their favor after BLG had such a successful early game. So Dagda kind of waiting for the next dragon to come through here before we get more information about how this game proceeds. Because you need to tell me a bit more here, sir. You've already talked about the team fighting in V5. I want to come back to BLG and how they find success even around the next couple of objectives.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is going to be trying to get control over River and just try and shut down any sort of realm war plays that Rookie can try and make. Because as we said in the opening of the day, V5 love when they get to this stage to start to play for vision, start to play for picks. You can already see Karsa going and do exactly that, trying to, with the pressure that BLG are putting on bot side, trade it for vision control top, and they'll slowly start to move this in. So as long as BLG are controlling this vision, and they're the ones that are posting up on things like this dragon in a minute and a half, they can try and play through these one-item spikes that we've kind of hit across the board. Especially for someone like Doggo, when you look towards like the Andre's Anguish for Fofo, these are actually relatively big spikes in comparison to, say, Photic, who does have the Kraken Slayer, but wants more attack speed to leverage itself alongside the mythic pass, the passive damage on the third shot that the Kraken Slayer gives.
I mean, you know, that rapid that comes through, keeping the space away from BLG, because you talked about in the early game, BLG getting resets here. Not just for Weiwei, but, you know, like Doggo as well. A kill goes down, he's able to space himself better in fights. Like, it feels like for BLG, keeping this fight going and keeping that space we talked about is a really important part to it as well. So I'm excited to see this next one in 50 seconds. BLG, the items you talked about, we're on the way to the second, but I think smaller items need to be touched on. A stopwatch picked up by Fofo, and I see that bombardment into the backline as a very real possibility.
Great flank from V5, though, with Rich having shoved in bot. Now you've got a nice position here where V5, they can use Photic to poke over the wall. Rich doesn't have a Mega Gnar available, though, and really like to try and stack that up.
Okay, well, after Photic clears away the wave, we'll see, because look, Karsa's been found out. Breeze going in with the needlework. The first one comes through. Karsa smites up the heal. The Realm Warp used to get him out. The jungler at half HP. Breeze with the ulti that will go down, but still with Karsa low, maybe V5 have to go.
Still has that next smite coming up relatively shortly, though, and honestly, Breeze not having that ult is a big loss, so you still got to be careful as Rich stacking up. Dragon started.
But wait for the hostile takeover to come from Chris. Weiwei on the Dragon. This will be number 3 for BLG as Breeze is zoning away Rich. About to go on to Meganar. The hostile takeover only hits Rookie. Another ulti down as BLG sending Fofo to zone, but it's taken by Weiwei. Soul there. Karsa can't get the steal. The lightning crash from Doggo as well, giving him the movement speed. BLG going forward, but Rich with the Meganar over the wall. Rookie starting to spread his as well as he's going forward with the rest of the team of V5. BLG running for the hills. Fofo's out. Chris still as well, but there's no turret here, Dagda.
If Photic could get excited, though, this could be it. There's the terror that you wanted, though. The power of that Azir coming through. The Sun Disc will protect BLG, and V5 will back it off, but Dragon goes to BLG. That's 3 dragons now for Billy, and Rich will get some damage on mid lane turret, but when you trade 1 for 1 and Dragon going BLG's way, it's a major win for Billy.
I mean, Rich in the back of the fight after V5 were running away. That should have been doomed, but beautiful stuff there. V5 even trading across, but they still lose the Dragon. My biggest concern is that we've got an Infernal Soul coming up, Dagda, for a team that is going to use it so well. BLG in a fine position as we look at the replay. Let's see how it began.
Yeah, and you can see Karsa already taking a ton of damage, so he's forced himself into the pit so that if that damage comes through, he can steal the dragon. As you said, Renata's ult going completely wide, Karsa hops out, but Rookie is dealing a ton of damage on the side here alongside Photic. They're trying desperately to see if they can get in, but I love this from Rich. Hiding on the pink ward, knows he's out of vision, hops over in the 3-man ult, and somehow Chris managing to get that bailout down means that they kind of end up being able to hold on to the fight for a little bit longer. But yeah, I mean, kill still goes across as Zeri goes down. I think the big takeaway from this though for BLG is how do you want to try and now play this next strike? Because you have Baron up, you have insane Baron take on BLG side with the champions that they have. I nearly feel like for next Dragon, I'd rather see BLG rather than trying to contest it, like play towards Baron, like establish vision control there, make sure that you can keep V5 out, and force this tough decision onto V5 where either they try and force their way in towards the river area of Baron and you can actually take a really clean fight against them, or they've got to try and commit resources towards the dragon, in which case you just take Baron with how quickly your composition does it.
I love that point. It is an insanely quick Baron when you look at the team. So I think as well, people kind of forget that leverage is going to do a lot of work for this team as well. Like Renata's passive is kind of silly with the percentage extra damage you'll get. So
yeah.
For BLG, that threat there, Baron's sitting there waiting for your point, Dagda, but 2 minutes 30 until we kind of find out if they want to leverage that themselves. For V5 for now, we're going to start talking about some of the items coming across because you're waiting for some of these. The Rapid Fire Cannon, the Fimbulwinter for Rookie. We are getting to a point where V5 are more sustainable in these longer engages.
Yeah, and it's also giving them an opportunity to try and play with a little bit more range, especially for Photic. The big issue that you're kind of looking at on BLG's side is just how good they are at absorbing that pressure that comes through from the front line of V5. Like, Breeze does really well with people who jump in on top of him. Doggo's got good kite, Fofo able to push back. Crisp, we've already discussed his ult at length. So for V5, having a little bit more range is always going to be great. And you can see it here, right? They've got to back away as BLG approach, but does mean now that BLG not in a position, or will be in position here to take this mid lane turret.
Very dangerous there as the handshake from Crisp almost cancels him. V5 losing their mid lane turret and BLG slightly ahead in gold, question mark? Yeah, by about 50 gold, guys. So at 22 minutes into the game, mid now open. V5 with sick angles, but you can see Breathe is just ahead of them. A minute 15 till the Dragon, Dagda, and you know, this is exactly how I wanted this series to start, and I'm hoping we get a bit of a barn burner to open through. Not if Rich gets caught, though. Ignore my point. We're going to Shirelia's out of there, and Chris burns it straight before the fight's begun. Oh, no. Oh, no. Rookie going to be caught out. There's Zephyros. Wait, maybe. Who's caught out? Ulti from Rich a little bit early. The breakout comes through. The hostile takeover as well. BLG have got a pick. V5 were not grouped together, and now for Rookie, he has to kite back. PP God saving Photic. BLG in front of the Infernal Soul nice and early, and they have themselves a bit of HP.
God, that bailout is doing so much work, and now as you say it, right, they get to reset with 30 seconds left. They can get back in towards this objective with nice and full health bars, and Karsa won't be able to make it in time. So for BLG, this is where they can just burst out Dragon, get the soul for themselves, but we're going to watch it here on the replay. Rich getting caught out in River, no vision control established for V5 here, so Rich really shouldn't have been in this position. And because he hits Mega, V5 feel like they have to go with Rookie getting caught as well, but Photic's in an awful position here where he can't really follow up on any of the damage. You get the pick on towards Karsa as well, which gives way the Triumph stack, so he comes back, but here we go, take two.
Yeah, let's go. We heard take two today, Dagda. Didn't work out for LNG. Let's hope we get something a little more here from V5. Meganar is up and available for Rich. He wants Wei, comes on in for the flash, and the ulti doesn't connect. The Unbreakable through. Rookie buying time with the rest of V5, but he's taking his health bar for it. BLG is a 5-stack, much healthier at this point. V5 controlling the river, though.
Minion art now here, though, and Rich with no ult. Rookie trying to reset, so for V5 is about buying time as BLG stepping forward into river.
TP comes through. Fofo going to back away as well. Death Rocket cancels it. The teleport was going to be used, but now Fofo a little delayed on that front, and V5 going to be able to burst out the Dragon. BLG, after the fact, want to fight, but it relies here on Crisp, apparently, who doesn't get the handshake off. Flash away as well. They're caught out, and I think Crisp was a bit too far forward and pays the price.
It's one of the things about having this Gnar, that ultimate is up so quickly because it's only gated by the fact that you have to transform. So They were very aware that Rich had that ultimate coming up fairly soon, so they back away. Dragon to V5. It was a messy scrap, but it's exactly what V5 needed, stalling out this game. And for BLG, unfortunately, even with the first fight going their way, the resets came through and they just couldn't burst out that Dragon fast enough before V5 could show up.
I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? This game number one is not really sealing the deal on who feels favored, because even though BLG are on sole point, V5 now taking one. We've got a V5 that are heading to a 3-item jinx as well. And we've seen the way these fights can be played. If Rich can get a massive ulti, if Rookie as well can keep the rest of BLG at bay, Dagda, then it kind of changes the way this game's to be played out. They'll go through mid lane. Photic trying to play the aggressor. Gets sent back by Photic, while V5 positioning aggressively around the Baron, trying to lure in some of BLG's members.
I think they're trying to give space to Rich as well. Like, he's got Merc Threads, Force of Nature.
Yeah.
Both Fofo and Breathe are going to be doing little damage to this guy, and especially Breathe in the 1v1. So with the range advantage, Rich had the opportunity to just kind of peek his head in, get some chip damage on the turret, and if V5 are able to play around that, they can avoid some of these fights. But Doggo!
Yeah, he's up deep. PP God saving the day once again, but Doggo running into him means he takes half HP. Death Rocket available for Photic again. Actually, a HP advantage as well. BLG cutting around the right side. Left V5 go. And you can see that Dagda, he wants to step up. He believes. Oh, no, it's Crisp. It's actually Crisp who's caught out. Zap down. Death Rocket and overkill. And the hostile takeover used as well. Dagda looks like Crisp walked where he didn't belong.
This is such a big pick for V5. This is what we talked about, V5 finding these really creative ways to find this, and now you get pressure on top side. Rich gets a good reset. They get vision control, and even Karsa starting to set up control around this Baron area. Crisp taking that step too far forward, and ends up costing a lot for BLG here, just in terms of how much control they have on the map.
I mean, vision granted, right? Clearing away some from BLG, so the Baron pit gets a little bit dark for them. They're going to regain control shortly. But for now, I believe that ward in the back of the pit stays. Yeah, no, it's gone. BLG, this is a blind Baron.
Oh,
Dagda
okay.
might turn around, but Rookie's decided to join the show.
I mean, that was BLG. Like we already talked about, insanely quick Baron if they're able to try and go for it. But with Gwen being on the bot side, Rich now to push in bot. And again, it feels like the game plan from V5 is just going to be about trying to side lane. You look at the items that we've already got. You had the Force of Nature ready for Rich. You've got Rookie going for the same here. He considered going for the Deadman, sorry, not the Deadman plate, the Frozen Heart from the get-go, but actually decided against it because he realized how much AP damage there is and how strong it will be if you try to 1-3-1. And with the picks that V5 have gotten, the tempo's back in their favor. They're shoving inside. They're getting the vision control they need for this Dragon in a minute and a half. And if they can try and corral BLG into these corridors, that's where Rich can strike. That's where Karsa can be huge. Photic's AoE damage can take over.
PP God's knock up as well. Like, people underrate Tahm Kench's W, but how good the Abyssal Dive is now will blow your mind. V5, you talk about gaining control. They're only at the river point, but they're still clearing away some of the deep vision, as you can see on your screen. V5 starting to get into these jungle corridors, Dagda, preparing for what you were just setting us up for. And BLG very much on the defensive in front of this mid-wave turret. V5 grouping up as a 5-stack, and Rich on the wing means that mid lane should open up right before Dragon spawns again.
Good poke from Photic as well, just trying to see if he can push BLG back. Vision established for V5. Can't go for the resets though, because they will end up giving control over this area to BLG. Whereas you can see Fofo going back. He's completed 3 items now. This Azir is huge as the pick onto Breed not quite coming through.
Yeah, Everfrost was used by Rookie. Not going to be the longest cooldown, but we'll still keep track of it as Breed is one face checking into these brushes. And Photic, zap, Q, doesn't matter. Even Rookie onto way half HP. Breed's running in, but V5 are kiting back, poking on the way out. Dagda keeping the space right now. Photic's doing all the work.
Photic doing a ton of work, just being able to play at range. It's like Fofo versus Photic, but here's that play that we talked about earlier on. With BLG can't establish themselves in river, they can just turn towards that Baron with this very quick take. Look at it go.
It's going down so fast. Rich going to solve this one, but V5 need to make a move. They're sitting at the mid-wave turret. It's spotted out. It's gone. Dagda Someone should hire you for a coach as Caster is running on in. The Stormbringer down, but Caster going to get eaten up. Saved by PP God. Rookie with a hostile takeover, though, means he stands in place. Running for the hills. The flash from Fofo's ulti, but Fotic lives. Can he do it? Doggo probably going to say no. BLG with a 5-head to make this game 1 a reality.
And now they can try and shove down mid. Fofo going to collect that wave. They're chasing Karsa. Not going to be able to catch the Bears. Breathe, considering going for it. But they will get this mid lane wave. They should get the mid lane turret. And that was so well played by BLG.
That was just smooth. I got to ask why V5 was so slow to move, Dagger. I'm sure we'll see in the replay, but at the very least, BLG with control once again. They might not have the Infernal Soul, but they have the Baron. They've got a Gwen. They've got an Azir. The turrets are going to feel like butter through your fingers 6 hours after it came out of the fridge. Pretty disgusting, but nice if you're not the one holding it. Dagda, run me through this.
I mean, V5, they try to place themselves on towards Dragon, but unfortunately, Realm Warp not enough to try and cover that distance. And you can see here, like, Fotic wasn't in position for this fight. It felt like a bit of a split call where Fotic wasn't sure if he wanted to be in the fight or if they were just trying to go for the steal. And he tries his best to try to win out this fight, but Doggo, the Triforce, the Hydra, it makes you so damn tanky, and with so much burst damage, he's able to tear through the Jinx. Now V5 trying to see once more if they can get these picks on towards the BLG on side lanes, but BLG collapsing now into bot will force V5 back.
I mean, look at this. Fofo taking it down as quick as we suggested. Mid pushing, top pushing. BLG around Fog of War, but V5 are getting sneaky. Gonna depend here on PP God and the knockup. Weiwei's running in, but Caster's waiting for him. No reset available. Is the bailout gonna help Weiwei? But there's no kill, there's no assist to keep him alive. Maybe he doesn't need it. Survives. Unable for the Ignite to take him down. BLG continue their constant aggression. At least for V5, they slowed down one simple push.
See the power of that hostile takeover, though. That comes out and everyone on V5 is hightailing it, especially when you look at how much damage Fotic has. That's where you're terrified. If that hits onto the Jinx, 2-3 shots can end someone's life. Now BLG pushing in. Good poke from Fofo. This tower will fall. And BLG keep pushing forward. Gwen in the mid lane shoving that wave in too. It's difficult for V5 to protect all these waves. But with the Baron about to run out, it will be BLG backing away.
And even though the mid game and you know, the Dragon takes have been back and forth and V5 felt like they've resurged somewhat, this has been a BLG favored game for the most part, Dagda. Something that I didn't think we were going to say coming in. We talked about how V5 are favored in this, right? They're the first team in the LPL, 10-2. They have Rookie, who is undoubtedly one of the best mid laners in the league and has splits where even Knight can't match him. Rich came in, has looked like an absolute beast from week 2, week 3 onward. Karsa and Xiaohu in the day were absolute ballers too. Like, Karsa and MLXD remember sharing a role on RNG. And Fotic and PP God have looked like one of the best 2v2 bottom lanes in the league. So it's kind of a surprise that we're coming into this and we're singing the praises of BLG and saying that this team that normally plays slow is able to hold the aggression, in fact, build on it in this V5 series.
And it was the increase in speed that put them in this position. Weiwei going for that level 3 gank in mid, but Rookie had to flash, he couldn't play up the lane, he couldn't try and go for these side lane plays, and it kind of bypassed that level 1 to 5 for Rookie where maybe he could have tried to make some moves. We then see a great turnaround from BLG on this bottom side as well, where Rookie did try and use that Realm Warp to make the play onto Doggo. So for BLG, it's been really good response, really good understanding of what they want to do. And now they're just slowly but surely trying to starve V5 out of this bot side jungle. Make sure they can't get vision, make sure they can't get established, and they cannot contest this Dragon Soul, the Infernal Soul that BLG are on.
A minute till it comes up. Dagda, a quick item check here as the Sun Turret lights the way. Doggo's worth mentioning with that amount of damage. Renans and Titanic Hydra. He's at the point where Black Cleaver was the latest item picked up, by the way, that this 4-item Zeri is so huge. Over the wall, he has nothing to fear with just Rich, and Doggo seems like the strongest member right now on BLG, but I don't know, I haven't seen Breathe in a fight yet. Rich walking forward, he's caught out. The Mega Nara has to flash away. Ain't Mega just yet, as Rookie is in the whirling circle, but Breathe taking no damage, fearing no one. That's what I was talking about. It's Gwen towards the late game. Needlework hurts.
But look at everything that was used by BLG, the needlework, the position that they had. 10 seconds until Infernal, and you've got the TPs coming back in from V5. They didn't invest anything, even the Realm Warp to get them in position. This is really good from V5 if they can find the fight. Breathe, trying to reset.
Dagda, as my stream freezes, we come back. TP the backside from that reset you talked about. The Realm Warp was caught spotted on a wall, but Photic trying to tackle it down. It's going to be 50-50. Casa gets it, denies Infernal Soul as the Everfrost from Rookie gets massive value. It's a tank rise, but PP God still has to save his ass. As Rich in the backline with Meganar on the way, doesn't get a chance to use it. Infernal Soul denied. No one dies, and BLG are left wanting.
Breathe with no ultimate mean BLG don't really want to take the fight. And now, look, we're investing everything. Baron is up in just a few moments. BLG are trying to establish themselves in this top side, but V5 are trying desperately to deny that. They know what BLG could do if they manage to get this Baron, but V5 now off of reset, still not a huge amount invested into actually getting the Dragon, and they're in position. I mean, look, Karsa, King of Thieves for a reason. He's done it once so far. Can he do it again if BLG set up this Baron?
I mean, for V5 as they group up, remember in this 35-minute game, BLG have been the ones in control, but V5 just won't let go. Fofo running to the left-hand side, Weiwei taking a lot of damage. Breathe is going to zone out the backside, but Casa is directly in front of the Baron. There's no damage taken as Weiwei almost dies. Remember, he has a GA, but that would have been massive. The ult comes through, expecting him to go right, but he went left.
But still, that means Weiwei has to reset, so V5 can maybe look for the 4 versus 5. If they can find the position on Baron, they can go for it. But Doggo spotted out, V5 collapsing.
Okay, Doggo over the ward. They want to play the aggressors. Rich wants to slow down. Boulder Toss goes short. And BLG, they're going to return to the scene of the crime. The Baron's still there. Weiwei has made his HP bar go back miraculously to all the way. As Rich has found him, though. Remember, V5 have the inside track on mid. Wait, Dagda. Look, okay, they're backing away. V5 wanted to make it a base race.
Karsus is making this a base race. He's stopping them. He's actually managed to stop both Photic and Fofo. Or sorry, Doggo and Fofo. So this is just mid lane turret and inhibitor for V5. This is such a good play for V5. And even Rookie able to clear out this wave on top side. This is why V5 are so difficult to deal with. They're so smart when it comes to how they can play the map in this late game.
Dagda, I mean, we've got a V5 with an open inhibitor through mid now. BLG are going to have minions running up that wave. And as BLG reset, Rich is still out. There's going to be no secret Baron that BLG pulled off earlier in the game. They're going to run down mid lane and now matching the super minion wave, but V5 are here and they're ready to fight again.
Yeah, Photic, though, will be able to clear out this wave relatively easy with no Baron and with Rookie there as well. It's handy, but it does give position to BLG on the Baron. BLG, they need to actually start this Baron to draw V5 in. They don't have a huge amount of engage, so they need to get V5 into them to start this off. And Karsa in position.
He goes in early, but the spike comes down. In fact, it's Fofo that secures. Karsa joins a dead as Weiwei steals him away. Rich with the ulti to get out of there. The Realm Warp helps out too, but Rookie's now the target. PP God has already burned his ult. Excuse me, it's still available. My point doesn't matter as Fofo gets slowed down. PP God might have to save his AD. He does so, but Fofo sends him backwards onto Breathe. The Gwen, though, in the mist goes golden. Photic needs to run away, but the Azir and the range from Breathe helps out. The bailout to BLG. The team fight still superb.
And they're on the hunt for Rich. Weiwei going to be able to cut him off. And V5, we highlighted them as the top of the table. The team that wants to go the distance and take that top spot. But BLG are shutting them out in game 1.
Now, with the Baron, can they end the game is a question. We've got long death timers on everyone, except for Karsa, who tried to steal the Baron. I still can't believe it was Fofo who took it down as inhibitor turrets here, but shortly it won't be. With the Zeri makes it so easy as Karsa dodges away from the strike of Weiwei. Trying to buy time, bait him in, he flashes away, wants the game to go on. As he goes golden, BLG turn their sights to the Nexus turrets. Death time is not so long anymore, but no one will be alive to see the Nexus crumble. BLG back on top in game 1.
And so well orchestrated by BLG. Playing through Rookie in the mid lane at the get-go, shutting down this mid jungle that we wanted to see from V5, try and take over the map. But I gotta say, for an 11,000 gold lead with a 2-14 scoreline for BLG, that game felt a lot closer than it had any real right to be. And I think that says a lot about V5, but also just about what BLG can expect in this series, because they've done it once. They got to try and do it again now.
I mean, the early game dive dagger from V5 kind of set us up for this tone the whole time, right? V5 always clawing back from a gold deficit, from the struggles of what looked like a defeat at certain points. The fact that game went on comes through for Casa for a steal, and then Fofo for apparently a denial of a steal. So we're going to look back at the footage of that one, but at the very least of BLG, it kind of came through to what we saw in the early game and the great response that we saw from the bottom lane from Doggo. V5 were great in the path of, what would you call it? The path of recovery.
Yeah. I think denial, recovery, whatever way you want to try and put that, it was nuts. It was really, really good to see just how well they were able to play around in the mid to late game. Really put the pressure on BLG. Like, solid positioning, understanding of how to try and set themselves up for success. And I think it says a lot about V5, where they've been so good at finding these moments to fight back, like catch you out by surprise. I think as well, part of this was down to BLG just having that lack of engage. Like, when you look at their composition, the only real engage tools they have are like Fofo flying himself in, and even that's fairly unreliable. Maybe you can argue Crisp, but that Renato ult the hostile takeover is so difficult to land unless people are diving in on top of you. So it definitely, BLG needed to be in a position where they had a lead. They needed to be in a position where they could kind of absorb the front line of V5, and you could see there, they did such a good job of getting into that spot, and every time Karsa dove in, it just felt like it was met by a brick wall of BLG.
Yeah, and look, a lot of that game as well, when Karsa was the one diving in, I didn't get to track too much about the hostile takeover, but it feels like Chris did quite a lot of work there, and we can dissect that a little bit later. Dagda for now, BLG opened us up with an absolute wallop, and in game number 2, we have to see if V5 fix the mistakes from their previous game right after this.
Yeah, and obviously, still a couple more weeks to pan all that out for RNG themselves. But we spent a lot of time talking about the top 4 teams. I want to turn the conversation over to our up-and-coming 2 teams that have taken the LPL spotlight, it seems, JDG and Top Esports. Let's talk about JDG first, because as we were kind of foreshadowing to, they did beat V5 in such dominant late-game fashion. It just feels like that essence of JDG is being pumped into this new iteration.
Yeah, I think Hope has really been really stepping up this roster. I don't know, it's kind of funny because we were talking a bit about this. I'm pretty sure we said like Hope was the big hope, but he has really been delivering when the team needs. And they haven't always had the cleanest early games, but when they get to those late game team fights, that's where I think he's able to shine, and the team is sort of able to play around him.
Yeah, I feel like this team, Kelsey, when she featured, put it a good way that I really like how this roster building ended up panning out. Because I feel like one big problem JDG had last year was they didn't really have a lane that pulls pressure early, and they didn't have a late game carry. Now you kind of have both, because you got 369, who, again, is one to play super aggressive early on, gives you a lane to play around in the early game, even in terms of just being able to pull jungle, and then, you kind of play and figure playing around that is there. And obviously you have Hope to set up to be the big late game carry. Yagao's always been more of a role player, more of like a backseat. With Xiaohu and Corky we were just talking about, it is Yagao and the Victor. Thank God, again, that's kind of being stepped away from in recent series as well. But I think they have a solid plan in terms of how they play out the early game. You see Kanavi put a lot of attention towards top to set 369 up. If it works out, I think JDG are also one of our cleaner teams in terms of snowballing their wins. And Missing as well has stepped up. Hope was never a player to any question for. Back in 2020, Hope was like the best player for that EDG roster when EDG didn't make Worlds and weren't performing well. But I think Missing was probably my biggest question mark coming into the split, because Missing did not look good last year by any means. And even though Missing's still not like a world beater support, I feel like in lane, they've been totally solid. And in team fights, Missing has impressed me. Getting vision, Missing does not impress me. He still does get quite out an absolute ton. But, he's hitting the engages. And that's all you need from Missing. Yeah. Hit the engages.
That's all you need in the LPL. That's one of the check cards that you need to be a support in the LPL. I got to turn the conversation over to Kanavi, though. This guy, when he first came to the LPL from Griffin, he had the essence of what we look for in LPL junglers. He had that aggression. He had that early game prowess, I felt like. And then now we don't have that same up-and-comingness that Kanavi has had, because he's been around for a couple of years now on JDG. And I still remember the days when I thought this guy was like the next big, absolute smash every single person in LPL jungler. Didn't pan out that way, but they are starting to pick it up together, and it's more so through the team play instead of the individual play for Kanavi.
I feel like the Kanavi story is kind of funny because, like, he came into LPL 2020, and, like, I remember the first few weeks, everyone was so focused on, like, these early game ganking junglers and just pretty much sacking all your camps for your laners. And Kanavi came in and said, screw that. I'm full clearing. We're just going to pick a bunch of winning lanes. I'm going to invade. I'm not really going to interact all that much with my laners. And that's when the meta started transitioning to, like, Graves every game. And I think Kindred also was in meta back then. He was one of the big adopters of that.
Lilia maybe as well.
Lilia meta. And that's when, teams like Suiting as well got the big buff with, SOFM being so good at that style. But I feel like Kanavi was the first one in LPL to really come in and be like, hey, this is what's good. I feel like a more aggressive Kanavi was what we needed to see when the meta started transitioning away from that in 2021. And I feel like this is finally the split where Kanavi's found like a happy medium in terms of like being able to sacrifice for his laners, but also Kanavi typically still comes out ahead with a CS advantage. He plays a ton of different picks. I've been surprised to see him go towards things like the Rek'Sai, the Nidalee, like a lot of things that he wasn't willing to go to before. And I always feel like he had a pretty, not shallow pool in terms of what he could play, but he was one of those players who would like find comfort in a few picks and typically stick to them. And I feel like Kanavi has branched out in like so many different ways this year that we didn't see in the past.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. He's bringing out these picks when the situation asks for it, right? When there's an opportunity to sort of capitalize. I feel like it's one of those things where like having that balance of being aggressive, being able to play for your team when it needs it, but also maintaining like a lead. And he did bring that Graves out recently. He wasn't too successful, but I think like Hecarim in particular is like one of those picks that I feel like really personifies that style. Like you have strong ganks, great engage, but you farm fast, and I feel like it's risen so much in priority recently with the jungle changes, but also just like has so much agency in these games.
I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. Skin to skin, wondering, landscapes we're discovering, whole new world so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light of shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL off of what has just been a surprising opener. V5 versus BLG. V5, apparently the best team in the LPL. I'm not sure how true that is with the last couple of series that we've seen. JDG took them down 2-0. Now for BLG, they open up 1-0 Dagda in a very clean effort. And, you know, it's good to have you alongside me for this one because in our Titan Tuesday, BLG are apparently the Titans.
Yeah, and it feels like the underdogs are kind of the David versus Goliath story for both of our series today, with JDG managing to take down LNG in 2-0. Now BLG one step away from matching that. And I mean, for BLG, it was a bit of a different look for them, right? Playing a bit more of an aggressive early game, actually being able to match toe-to-toe for a lot of what V5 wanted to do. And one of my big criticisms of BLG has been a lack of trying to play to shut down their opponents at time and kind of the plays that they could make. But Weiwei did an excellent job of it, and I think that set up Doggo nicely to be a big carry in these team fights.
And look, you know, Doggo getting MVP in this first game, by the way, on the Zeri, has been shown many times that you shouldn't let this pick go through. A lot of teams banning this Zeri, especially against him, but mainly in the LPL. It gets let through, and it's a vital mistake that V5 have come to regret.
I think also the composition that we had for this Zeri was very different from what we usually see. Generally, we see a dive composition with the Zeri because she's relatively short range. She wants to hit onto multiple people, so enabling that works out really well. But this game was much more about Doggo showing his mastery of this champion. You're not really in a position in a lot of these fights to kind of have a front line that's there for you. So you have to rely on your own positioning. You have to rely on being able to get into a spot where you can both be out of a lot of the damage that V5 have, but being able to provide that for yourself. And I think Doggo played that range game super well, especially against someone like Photic, who has that big advantage. We can see Doggo was doing such a great job of closing that gap time and time again.
I mean, solo kill here, right? And Doggo each and every fight. Clean stuff coming through, so much damage. Always willing to frontline this too. And it was nice to see that the BLG 80 carry that is sitting in the shadow of Uzi, no matter how well he plays, has once again had another good game. It was really hard when, you know, Doggo was suffering in the rest of BLG, but here in this opening game, it sets a case for an AD who is still world-class, who is still world caliber. So congrats to Doggo once again. For BLG, a massive congratulations here after what was a very successful game. Dagdy, you talked about it taking a while to close out, but that's the BLG we do know. That's the BLG we are sure will always kind of happen.
Yeah, I think there was some good calls from them, as we said, like trading the Dragon for the Barons and that kind of stuff helped to expedite the game, but certainly it was a struggle. I think V5 did a really good job of trying to slow down the pace of the game, finding picks, cross-mapping well. This is why it's been so hard to close out games versus V5. It's because you think you've got them by the reins, and suddenly you look down and they're actually booking and broncoing you all over the place and managing to kind of take back some of that control of the map. So we'll have to see coming into game 2 if they can manage it, but V5 already just like, you know what, Renata, get the hell out of here.
Yeah, they're like, and the Jigs are going to go to, watch it be like a final Seri band, Dagda, and they change their pace completely. We've got BLG doing the same thing, right? We've got double jungler ban, where in game number 1, I believe it was the supports that we kind of tiled down to, or at least a mix of. I remember the Viego going, but again, that was when V5 were on the blue side. So we have swapped sides completely, worth mentioning. Is Aria first stage ban not something you see every day?
Yeah, Aria's been kind of more of a ban towards rookie. That nice roam potential. Viego banned away, so I like the V5 are kind of going, hey, look, we don't want to ban away Zeri because then it's Aphelios for BLG, and then what the hell do we play on our side? So they will give over the Zeri, thinking that wasn't the big issue in the last game. It was more so the way that the draft was set up. Does mean we'll probably see Photic go back towards the Aphelios. Maybe we get a Thresh here for PP God as well, which could work out pretty well, but I know a lot of teams have kind of preferred the Nautilus in that hook champion pool, just because you've got that point-and-click CC for that fast-moving Zeri.
Dagda, plot twist, Zeri is Jinx's child. I was just thinking, what if Riot threw that in there? Like, you remember when Lilia came out, and I said to you, well, that looks like Nico and Hecarim, that was their child. Yeah. I feel like Riot one day are going to reveal into the future that there's a lot of families in League of Legends that we didn't know existed. Hey, there's a Tristana in the bottom lane. Let's go that direction to get you out of this. Photic going to try and pull out the lane matchup.
I'm honestly just upset that you spoiled Arcane Season 2.
Oh,
But
I'm so
coming
sorry.
into V5 here, Trist, I think is a great answer. I think we've seen Trist pop up more and more as an answer to this series where she's great push and lane, great late game scaling, and it actually makes it really difficult for Doggo to operate in these fights because trying to close the distance onto Tristana, oftentimes she's able to jump away. She's got that ultimate as well to knock you back. BLG going for the Gwen here. So options here for Rich to go towards something like the Jace if they want to, with that still being open available. But they're kind of putting a pinch on towards V5 going, hey, look, we're going to get a good support here. How do you want to try and play this? Because either you take your support here, or we're going to ban them away, or we get Rich onto, or you're going to like lose out on Rich being on like the Jaces, the Kalis, these kind of things that can do well against the Gwen.
And I love as well that Crisp is willing to take something that is going to be powerful into the Tristana. We saw the Alistar hovered, which we remember was kind of the go-to mid rocket jump. Dredge line as well at the right timing. I'm kind of excited to see the support matchup and how Photic avoids it as we get a Jace and start talking about the poke damage that V5 are going to push out this game.
Yeah, a lot of long range on V5 and also 2 really strong winning lanes.
Yep.
Like Tristana winning bot, you've got Jace who wins top. You're also on red side, so you get counter pick mid. BLG might have just drafted themselves into a corner with 3 losing lane matchups and the ability of V5 to kind of take over through that. And when we talk about V5 liking to play through strong mid jungle into vision control in the enemy jungle, then getting those picks, this feels like they're setting up perfectly for V5 to try and play that style.
Dagda, remember, Gwen doesn't lose any lanes. It doesn't matter if it's meant to be. Gwen never loses. So
she's immune to that.
That's right. That's exactly right. But, you know, in a logical sense, the Jace makes a lot of sense here. I like the Poppy ban, considering that we do have a lot of jumps. Things like the rocket jump, things like the to the skies from Jace to be blocked. So a little negation here from V5, considering that Weiwei still doesn't have his jungler, Dagda.
Yeah, and already you can see that like there's been a lot of attention put towards that. Still going to be looking at like actually, well, I'm kind of curious now because I'm looking at like Poppy, Zhao, Lee,
Rel.
Maybe you go the Carcer route and go for something like a Skarner. But I mean, you can still go towards maybe like J4, something along those lines could be great. I was not expecting Rel.
No.
Yeah, I mean, Leona's still good. Leona still exists. Rakan is great. I mean, PP God bringing out a bit of an old classic, but yeah, it's been a while since I saw Rel. On the upside though, Trundle gonna go the way of Weiwei. It does mean you're a lot of stuff that isn't really kind of big engage tools for BLG, and you're still relatively short range. So I think the addition here of Fofo going towards a Zoe will add some range to that, some ability to find these engages with the bubble, especially if you're ahead in the game. And now we'll have to see what the plan is for Rookie, because you're not going to win out on the mid push against Zoe, but at least you can go even here with the Orianna and still have a ton of pressure across your lane states for V5.
And Dagda, I wanted to give you a bit of perspective on the Rel, how rare it is. Cold has been the only person to play it 3 games, and he played it with the Samira. It was a specific matchup that he wanted to play in with the all-in. So I guess in the same sense for Photic and PP God, the synergy's there, but I wanted your perspective on this because there is a lot of all-in potential for V5, a lot of ult pressure that can get some picks on BLG.
I feel like for V5, you've got the opportunity to early play around top side for Rich, get him nice and set up. Bot side should actually be relatively fine to do its own thing. And one of the things why the Rel works with Samira is because it's about jumping in and getting the stun. Tristana offers that same tool where Tristana can lead with the jump. Get that slow, then you get the stun as well, thanks to PP God, and PP God can then follow up on that. So I think you've got a lot of opportunities for V5 to play through these strong winning side lanes that they have and kind of just let Rookie do his own thing against Fofo. And in that point of view, then it becomes quite easy for V5 to get to level 6 with winning lanes, look for Rift Heralds, and look to play through their insanely strong team fight. Whereas on BLG, I'm actually a little bit worried. Not a huge amount of engage tools apart from the Nautilus. Like Fofo Zoe works better when ahead. Zoe, not a champion that can do a huge amount from behind. So I think from at least a draft sense, I'm digging what V5 have right now.
At the very least, I do like that we've changed our draft perspective because going into game 2 with V5 being at the top of the LPL table, People are already surprised to see this game start off, or the series rather, in BLG's favor. A 7-5 team that desperately need this win. They verse EDG next, and they finish off a schedule easily with Ultra Prime and LGD. BLG need 9 wins, and so do the rest of the teams, by the way, to secure playoffs. And so far, because LNG lost to Top Esports earlier, currently there are only 3 teams who have locked in playoffs, and V5 is one of them. And this was meant to be the series that propelled them into an elevated first position, Dagda.
And this is still the case for V5. We talk about the curse being real for V5. They always have this where it's never quite a clean 3-0 win, or sorry, 2-0 win for them. Like they're going to their 3 games, and with themselves on the back foot, we'll have to see if they're going to be able to bring it back. I really do like the composition that they have, though. It's like you got good engage tools in both Carson and PP God, great follow-up from Rookie. And even just the ability for Rookie to zone away so much of BLG trying to close the gap on you with this Orianna shockwave is just going to be super nice. So I really want to see how BLG are going to pick up the pace of this game, because if you end up in a situation with extended laning phases like BLG tend to go towards, it just feels V5 favored.
Well, extended lanes, I'm curious about that, because if BLG want to pick up the pace of the game, you already talked about what Fofo could do from ahead, but also what could happen from behind. Dagda, you know, we were told from a very special friend of ours that we are a little bit robotic today. So apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Dagda, you are normally the Dagatron, as I believe, so welcome back to you, sir. But everyone else, for me, I feel like they're on to me, man. It's the trade secret, how we hide it, how we've hid it for so many years.
I mean, look, there's no way that any human could sound as charismatic and hit those high notes like you can.
That's true. Wait,
look, it's the only way it can work.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Next time it happens, I wish I could control it, then we could play into it. But anyway, as we digress, you talked a lot about this early game, what Weiwei has to do. Look at the pathing here. He wants to get Fofo ahead. Coming back to that point, Rookie in a bit of danger, but that ward saving his life a bit. And Weiwei still coming into the mid lane. Rookie should be fine here, depending on the trouble bubble, but he turns around, casts nearby, and gets the trade of his own.
Yeah, just a good trade back. Rookie kind of going, hang on a second. Fofo, you're still level 2. I'm level 3. I have more stuff that I can work with here. So, nice job there as Breathe, taking a good chunk of damage from Rich. But overall, again, like, I appreciate that Weiwei's going for this, but I think B5 kind of better prepared, as you can see from the ward, and kind of expecting this play from Weiwei, so not burning as many resources as we saw in game number 1.
Bot lane continues to be a good trading fest. We didn't talk overly about, you know, what happens in the 2v2 Dagda. Tristana has been an option, as well as Draven, I would say, in our region, for when the Zeri gets picked. And it looks like this time V5 openly left it purely because they have this option.
Yeah, and I think that's what the thought process was. Photic thinking, hey, look, Chris, ton of push pressure, able to get good control over the lane, especially when you've kind of got the good engage tool beside you. Ton of kill pressure as well at pretty much every point in the game. Plus, when you get to the later portion, you get the advantage of having that crazy long range. But Rich, now in trouble as Weiwei's made himself from behind.
And it's hard to get out of this one. The pillar beautiful, the flash to the skies, no mana available, but the health bar even more prominent. Breathe with first blood, and Dagda, that's a lane to hit.
And we just said we were... Oh, hang on, Fofo.
Yeah, how much trouble's he in? Instant flash, but Casa burns his own. That is a summoner disadvantage for V5, as it is 2 for 2 down. Excuse me, Ghost was used, so I guess we just talk about Casa, unfortunately, not getting a gank.
And we said for BLG, we wanted to see how they were going to pick up the pace of this game. This was it from Weiwei.
Yep.
Getting Rich exposed, and it was actually really creative pathing from Weiwei. He didn't go down towards his bot side. You can see both his level 1 camps still available on this bot lane. Instead, wrapped all the way around up towards top side to get that gank off. So Weiwei not playing for himself, playing for the lanes, and it's working out so well for Breathe.
I mean, Breathe with the first kill as well, so that gold goes straightly. Perfect. Straight into his pocket. Teleport's going to be burned by the Gwen, so no someone is available. But remember, Rich burnt all of his as well, Dagda. So for BLG, not only they have the gold lead, Ninja Tabi picked up at the flat back. Really nice opener here. That Breathe is going to have some of that, I guess, survivability against the Jace lane.
And that's a lot of what you want in this lane as Breathe. Not falling behind thanks to like the poke damage that Rich can have, especially when an awful lot of the lane matchup that you have is the Gwen is like trying to play around the hollowed mist and like avoiding the accelerated shock blast and trying to make sure that you're not taking too much damage before you get like a very big combo coming through from Rich with like the To the Skies and knockback. So having this extra bit is going to help out because as you can see there, like how easy it is for Rich to trade effectively in this lane, but having those the steel, what is it, plated steel caps there now.
Oh, is that what it's got? Yeah, that's right. That's what it's called. Yeah, plated
yeah,
steel
I always say Ninja Tabby like all the time. It's just
It is cooler. It does show the audience that we are boomers. You know, like I think it's watching Dom's co-stream when he still is it Dom who still calls them race? I think it is. I think it is Dom who still calls it race camp.
Maybe, yeah.
A couple of like real old school people who are also boomers like us, that you know are like set in their ways. I used Tracker's knife before. I don't know if that gets me any brownie points. Hang on. Breathe might be in trouble. So the Sky's going to be used. Needlework was burnt before. Rich chasing this up. He's got the range. And where's the enemy jungler? Weiwei trying to help out Fofo as well. Rich has gone deep. And Breathe trying to bait it in. The flash from Weiwei with the pillar. Fofo's on the way with a stolen Everfrost. The trouble bubble not going to connect, but at least zone out. The portal jump out of range too. He's lucky to get out of there with BLG hot on his trail.
Where's the counterplay, though? Look at Carson moving down here, and Rookie has push in the mid. We're going for the dive, Hysterics.
All right, that's what I want to see. Carson without the Stormbringer to turn it off, but the crash down early from PP God. Chris gets the dredge line in. PP God's dead. Easy as that, as I guess they weren't on the same page.
Crisp is too big brained. Knew there was only 3 minions there, and he was like, hey, I'm just going to tank this up. I'm just going to stop him from hitting the tower, and you can't dive if the wave isn't underneath the tower. BP God tries to break it, tries to call his bluff, but BLG stands tall and managed to get the kill. So now that's 2 kills for BLG. A very slight gold lead and a bit of an easier time in this bot side of the map, as well as Doggo was the one who picked up that kill.
Kind of concerning, Dagda. Kind of concerning for V5, but oh so right for BLG. Moving their way back up in the standings as it's not over yet, but it definitely feels sad watching this again.
Yeah, and I think great call here from Chris. Has that bone plating, so isn't going to go down. It's just freezing the wave, so Karsa is just a no factor. And I mean, if Karsa ever wraps up to try and help out on the front side of the fight, you just back away as Crisp and Doggo. You're not losing a huge amount because it's just 3 CS. Unlike now where Doggo, not sure what happened, had to burn his flash there, and
yep.
It's actually going to give some plates over to Photic.
Have a look, Dagda. Tell me what you see.
Yeah, I see exactly how this matchup goes. Jesus, that was so close, but that's why you got plated steel caps in the bot lane.
And here we go again in the top lane. Breathe with no summoners away, but he just skips, and as cute as Gwen is, that little skip, atrociously too far forward, unfortunately, for Cars's sake. As Herald taken in the wake of him going top. Weiwei looking for an escape, but the shockwave from Rookie brings him back in. Carson with the ulti slams down the shock blast. They're all in on this subjugated jungler, and BLG, the Herald, is going to cost them something.
Yeah, and it's going to give that kill over. Also looking in this mid lane, Rookie going to have that push as well. Wasn't sure if they're going to have Photic stick around to see if they can get those turret plates, but Photic going to move back down instead just to pick up that wave that's been pushed in bot. So, I mean, at least you get 1 kill back. We'll have to see how much value BLG can get from this Rift Out. It's going to be able to match that kill that's gone the way of B5.
I mean, Doggo's able to push up to a turret plate. Photic wants to take the 1v1. Lightning Crash comes through. Photic without his ulti, though. Photic without it, threatened by Doggo. The Lightning Crash about to time out as the Chain Lightning goes down. And for V5, playing a bit with fire, as Photic will get out of there, Dagda, but I guess top lane's where we're going to talk about next.
Just over in here with Karsa. I think he might be in trouble. He does have a good amount of healing still to come through with the needlework, but no leeching Leer because he's gone that defensive build.
Wait for it. Breathe. He's used Q. Reach comes out of the bush. Excuse me, his name is Rich. You know when your brain speak? You know when you speak before your brain? It's so funny. I just spoke before my brain thought. That's kind of been the basis of my casting all these years. But sometimes it's worse than others. And today, I'm calling players like Reach. I think Fufu I used one time. It's going to happen again, Dagda.
I mean, look, sometimes it just happens. When you have to talk for 6 hours, I think it's all right if you, like, mess up 1 or 2 things, you know? It's just the way of the world.
That's true.
But Rich up here against Breathe. Again, I like that we're getting this pressure towards Rich, because it kind of feels like at the moment, V5, despite the fact that they've got like this strong bot side and this strong top side, haven't really figured out how they want to try and play around it. You know, early Rift Herald going the way of BLG, and we have one Dragon that's gone for V5, and at least it is a Cloud that's coming out of the woodwork, so we know it's going to be a valuable Dragon, but we'll have to see if V5 will be able to keep this pressure up and continue to get these Dragons, as in a minute's time we'll have one more, and we'll push on bot. I think Karsa just roams down and takes that as soon as it spawns.
So walk me through some of the future objectives. Even if they don't contest now, I want you to tell me how setup looks for both these teams. Start with V5, because it feels like we already talked a lot about in draft, some of the poke and some of the ult utilities that can get them some of these neutrals.
Yeah, so a lot of it comes down to how well Rich and Photic can kind of poke and prod in the early stages of the fight, particularly Rich with the Accelerate Shock Blast. If he connects on to, you know, Fofo or even Doggo in these early stages, it can be disastrous for BLG. And then you just have really good follow-up in a front to back. The second an engage like that comes through, you've got PP God who can launch himself in. Karsa can send himself through as well with like the command protect and the shockwave coming through from Rookie. Like, it's a very easy to execute team fight from V5. It's much more difficult on BLG's side, where you don't really have that true tank in the front line. And you've got Crisp as well, who's going to end up trying to be this main engage tool, but it's kind of one point and click for 3 different carries on V5 you've got to worry about. So you've got to be making plays like this as BLG, trying to see if you can find picks based in
like that.
V5.
Oh, walking over a trouble. Well, that ain't it. The shockwave baited out. Maybe PP got a big brain, but the subjugate comes through. The zap over the wall as well. The ignite ticks over. A lot used, but BLG make their point, and V5 have to back away. Dragon started Dagda. They want to approach from a different angle. Cast stretch line. Cast stretch line in. The ult as well. Down it goes. Stolen by Photic. Caster out with no HP as well. The Magnet Storm. V5 won that fight when PP God got burnt out at the stake.
Yeah, there's just no damage there. I mean, Fofo again, like, wants to try to play at range where he can get the most out of his bubbles, but you can see there, super low health, not able to do a huge amount, or sorry, super low mana, not able to provide a huge amount to that fight. Zeri isn't strong enough right now to try and match this Tristana. She's so insanely strong, and Karsa catches out everyone with that damage, so really good fight from V5, and that's big control for this team, alongside Dragon and that goal going across. Kraken Slayer now picked up for Photic. This was beautiful. You can see it here in the replay. I don't know what happened to PP God here. Like, I don't know if he just didn't spot the bubble because of the bush or what exactly happened there, but taking super low. The shield from the crash down doing a lot of work there to get him out of harm's way, but this re-engage from V5, honestly super brave. I was kind of like, this isn't what you want to do, but Fofo not able to really get much damage down. It's essentially it's 3 versus 5, or 3 versus 4, and oh, hang on, we're into topside.
Yeah, we are, and V5 moved cavalry up to here. Literally, PP got on the way as well. Just before the, okay, shockwave comes through, Breathe in a bit of trouble after dissonance. Just as turret plating's about to fall down, I was going to say, Rookie going to stick around. Turret plating here for V5 Dagda. As we come back to live, note it's about a 1-point-something-K gold lead. If I could do math, I'd tell you more specifically. 1.4K. And you can tell why. A Photic here with a lot of the gold with a 30 CS lead on this Tristana. 10 CS here for Rookie. He just picked up plating. Even topside, a kill to match with the CS. The only one down in CS in this game is Weiwei versus Castle, with Weiwei having about a 10 CS advantage. So really nice here that V5, even despite getting caught out a couple of times, have gotten through the laning phase in a very strong way. And, you know, we've already talked about the elements that be. Now with 2 Dragons in a great position moving into mid-game.
And I think a lot of the reason that V5 are in this position is because BLG didn't really use the advantages they had, right?
True.
We saw the early Rift Herald that was picked up, didn't really get much work done, and that was traded for a kill as well, so they tried to use it for Dragon, but that ends up still going the way of V5, so I think the tools that BLG had available aren't really working out for them, and now we get V5 falling back to the basics of their composition. Kraken Slayer, Tristana, Halo Blade, she does a ton of damage to these towers, and they can just brute force it because it's so easy for V5 to just jump away from this if you go for the engage.
Photic waiting, look at that. Doesn't want to rocket jump from the dredge line, from the pillar. Now those tools are down for a little while as PP God is running into Fofo, but the dissonance from Rookie, this Orianna starting to hurt. A little bit earlier than we expected, especially against Fofo's Zoe.
Yeah, with the extra kills, but Carson now caught out.
Ulti to get away. Dredgeline doesn't connect, but a little bit deep for his own good.
The point for V5, though, is they don't mind playing aggressive on this bot side because it just means Rich is winning out on top. He's getting that chip damage down. They're actually going to back away. They'll get push in mid, and it's all about actually playing 4 Rift Heralds here as PP God.
Okie dokie. Well, PP God may be setting up for Weiwei. They're very aggressive. Photic as well, Dagda, he's a level up, so he's feeling confident with the Kraken Slayer. And just note that while we're speaking of items, for V5, no wonder they're confident. They have 3 mythics versus only 1 at the moment. As Dredgeline under turret, Chris wants to give something back, as PP God did the same thing a little bit earlier in the game.
Really smart play from Photic and PP God, though. They get onto Weiwei before BLG have already established themselves on the bot side, so they're not threatened by a potential dive. And it means that they've actually have to back away from that. They get the turret, and you win on Rift Herald play. You win on topside terror. So V5 win out on the map because BLG continued to invest resources that didn't pay dividends in that bot lane.
Solid turret to Rich as well. It's going to be first turret blood. V5 have got a top laner in a great position, and the rest we spoke about moments before. So Dagda Dragon in 50 seconds. This will lead to Sol Point. You were talking about BLG having the point and click CC, like looking at Crisp here. Trouble Bubble as well is a great tool to use. Landing all that on PP Gold before didn't get the pick, so feels like target selection is something we need to talk about amidst this next play.
Yeah, especially if it gets onto someone like Karsa, or as you pointed out, they're able to get away.
Yep.
The biggest problem, though, for V5 is that they actually haven't established themselves in this bot side as the dragon is spawning. You can see these late resets from Rich and Carson, so BLG will actually get position onto the objective, and this is where BLG are much easier, well, have a much easier time of playing these fights, because they can actually look for picks with both those bubbles. Like, look to use the fact that you've got a ton of these walls where Chris can look to try and get some nice damage over. Doggo as well can use to reposition. Now, you can see V5, though, having wrapped around, get positioned.
And I'm going to start looking out for this poke as well, Dagda. Rich now in River, going to be trying to lay it down. Dragon at 3k, hits only breathe. Caster doesn't spiral for now. Shockwave only on the support, but it's Chris. Depth charge onto Rocky 2. Fofo can't connect us. The ult, the buster shot onto Weiwei, the jungler low. Dragon resetting. V5 have built dominance as the shock blast takes down BLG again. V5 making their own domain. It's Photic flashing forward, wants to reset on the rocket jump.
No.
The attractor repel, the movement speed. Doggo as well with the lightning crash at the ready, or at least a pivot away. Rookie again, tagged to the mid laner, coming up massive.
V5 managing to get the play, and as well, there was a Rift Herald in mid this whole time, so here's this casserole that they baked earlier, and they're having a delicious time right now.
Oh my god, and I am so hungry. Inner turret goes down. Photic confident with PP God and Rookie, giving him so much shielding. V5 in game number 2, off to a flying start. Dagda, a much better recovery. Fofo gonna go golden in the nick of time. He won't explode.
This from V5 has been absolutely incredible, though. The ability to kind of find and reposition themselves in towards these fights, getting themselves set up in this strong front to back, and they're just pushing back BLG every single time. And we're seeing the problem here is like this singular engage tool on Crisp. Crisp kind of panic engages as Rookie nerdy kills with Crisp. Like, I need to get something off. I need to get the something to start off this fight. But now it means Photic, Rookie are free to play frontline. All they really have to do is watch out for some of these trouble bubbles because Crisp is playing so far back. There's the accelerated shock blasts that are coming through to just kind of wipe this out, and Photic even flashing forward here just to help make sure they can solidify this win.
You know, Rookie here as well. That's sick, yeah. The usual. Anything like that, I'm just like, it's Rookie. 6 out of 6 kill participation as well, worth noting. 2 items here on the Orianna. Rookie has been somewhat of a silent achiever when we're focused on Rich's laning phase. What Photic does in the 2v2 as well is they're going to be walking in. Speaking of the 2v2, depth charge burst down. He's out, and he's out for the count. A massive shutdown as V5's bottom lane and team fights Dagda. They're meant to be the people we rely on, but they have just given BLG a window in front of the Baron.
This is a bit of a rut roll, Scooby, because as you say, 20 minutes just hit. Now BLG turned directly onto this. You've got Rich trying to see if he can take top lane, bot lane terror, but he's going to TP to this top lane skirmish.
This is an objective bounty for BLG. They're that far behind. If they get this Baron, it all turns around. Rich with the poke down is good, but it's going to rely on Casa getting a steal. At 5k, the shockwave coming through. They got Weiwei. Rookie does it again. This man is a clockwork wind-up of a mid laner.
I mean, there's a reason Rookie's considered the best Orianna in the LPL. The fact that he can pull off these kind of things is absolutely insane. I mean, Rich poking them down, Rookie in position. Now with V5 who get the kill, and they're like, you know what, BLG? We like that idea.
Yeah.
We'll take Baron.
They have a Tristana. Now with a Phantom Dancer as well. Photic's going to take this down before BLG get anywhere near it. Teleport being burned, but I think it's too late, Dagda. At 1500 HP, they don't have the Jinx. As it goes down, V5 re-ascertain control. 8k in the lead, and BLG, the moment they find the pick, they give it all back.
And this Baron buff coincides with the spawn of that Dragon Soul as well. You're going to be able to get full push in mid, set yourselves up nicely. Here's V5, and just fall back whenever you feel like it and go and get that dragon as well. Rich, I imagine, will try and establish himself on this top side. Rookie is totally fine to start shoving in this bot wave, and you can go and collapse on that as well. And this is how this all started. Great hook from Crisp, and really smart pickoff from BLG. Like, this could have given them top tower, could have given them some of that bounty gold, but they end up trying to go for the Baron. But again, you don't really have the engage tools on your side. That depth charge is down. There's no real way, if Crisp isn't able to land the CC, to get these turnarounds. And even at best, you're still burger flipping.
I mean, dangerous stuff. Rich needs a bit of a highlight there, Dagda, as we look towards bottom left-hand of our screen. We're going to do it all again. V5 though has a 7k gold lead, but BLG still confident enough. Depth charge used on the Photic. It's a two-man knock-up. Caster's out of there. They got the 80 carry. BLG running forward with the needlework, getting the slow PP God on his Iron Horse, but the Ambassador is next on the menu. BLG with two more in front of the upcoming Dragon, and they just keep doing this.
Rookie out of vision, though. They don't know he's in this bush.
They don't. He's going to get a big shockwave as he comes out. Rookie on the Orianna. It's all it takes. Spotted out for now. The dissonance there. So BLG have an idea, Dagda, even as they move towards Dragon with low health bars.
They need to find the engage. That's where the triple bubbles are trying to fly in. If V5 can continue to poke, but Rich takes so much damage.
Yeah, Fofo's poke starting to become an issue as well. Chris walking over the wall. Now Rookie solo into River versus the whole of BLG's comp. Casa and Rich are so low. Flashes the dredge line, actually inside, away from the trouble bubble. The shockwave onto Weiwei. Rookie's the best damn mid laner in the world. You can fight me about that because V5's mid laner is taking over this game and soon will return to the world stage. I'm pretty sure of it.
Rookie is just carrying V5 on his back. It looks like it's done. Twice in a row, BLG, they make the play. And Rookie says, BLG be damned. I'm taking this win, and I'm taking it right from your hands.
It's worth upsetting a lot of people to say that, but at the very least for V5, Rookie's moves this game have been sublime. Again, in great form as he runs forward with the rest of V5. I don't know if they can finish this. Dogger with the wave clear, but again, the damage out of this Orianna huge. A knock up with the crash down, the sandstorm beautiful, and Rookie has done it alongside the rest of V5. Everyone can get angry, but I'm feeling the blood rush to my head after watching this guy play.
Do you know what, Mr. I will stand proudly beside you. Rookie is insane this split. We have Rookie back, and he is looking like the best mid laner in the LPL, especially when you're able to make plays like that. Flashing over the dredge line, dodging the bubble from Fofo, hard carrying the double kill for the fight. God, I love watching Rookie.
Oh, man, like, there's so much people can degrade from that, and I know it'll be talked down, but honestly, Rookie flashing past the dredge line in what is essentially a 3v4. The more important point is no health bars on his allies. He knew he was doing that practically alone with Rich and only one shock blast. Still took it. And this is why there's somewhat of LPL like personal bias towards Rookie, but also watching him play like that since I've been here in 2019. Dagda, I remember in 2019 spring, it was the same. 2020, his laning phase was insane. And part of the success of V5 this split has come from the strength and consistency of this mid laner who we weren't actually talking about in the first 10 minutes because his laning phase was just keeping par with Fofo, who was on a Zoe, on a pick that could actually thrash him.
There are certain players that you watch and you think, yeah, I mean, I can understand what they're doing, and if I put the time and the effort in, I could kind of do something similar. Then there's players like Rick, and you just look at this man and you go, he thinks different. He sees angles that I don't see, and I just look at him and go, you are just a god amongst men. And it's such a pleasure to watch this man. I have to give a shout out to Rich though as well, because I feel like Rich going to get overshadowed for the MVP performance just with the way Rookie played, but Rich was monstrous this game. Consistently finding poke, getting good control over his lane, but every single time you could see how willing to step forward Rich was as well, knowing that, again, the only real engage tool here was a bubble or a dredge line that could come through, and when that depth charge was down, Rich was finding a ton of poke. We saw that Baron that set up for Rookie. We saw it again at this Dragon fight, which set up for Rookie. It was these two in tandem that were incredibly strong.
It's just insane. Okay, again, as we round things up, excuse me, for game number 2, we go to a final. We got to go to a final game, right? And I feel like the final game is going to set us up for so much love. BLG V5. After that, a game 3 is something you do not want to miss.
Weibo Gaming have demonstrated dominance this season and seem almost unstoppable.
Back trying to buy an angle for Exo again.
And here, look at the slicing maelstrom! Everybody getting electrocuted. You know what? You pile up in front of Weibo Gaming is all for it. But Weibo Gaming, blink and you'll miss it.
Different from Weibo, however, Top Esports didn't perform well at the beginning of the season, and now they have become an inspirational story.
Now they want to fight with the Dragons. Old Shockwave misses, it's flashed away from, and Jackie Love sits pretty behind the counter. The rest of Top Esports serving the drinks while Jackie Love, he's making all the profit. And Top Esports, this is their game to lose.
The Shy, one of the most famous top laners in the LPL. Many doubted whether we had already seen his peak form, but it is obvious now that he has returned to previous glory.
새로운 팀 와서 좀 재밌는 것 같고 전 팀이랑 좀 다른 것 같고요. 좀 지금 팀은 학교에 온 느낌인 것 같아요. 그냥 다 할 줄 아니까 FC 쓰고 싶은 거 쓰는 느낌.
I mean, he's going to pay for that one with his life if he tries to get out sync. Is Bar actually going to work? But the Shy makes it happen! The Shy and SOFM, partners in crime, making the impossible possible.
An old friend of the Shy, champion AD Jackie Love is still a player who can completely control the bot lane. Although the days are missed when they fought side by side, the competition is even spicier now that they are opponents.
因为很长时间也没有碰到，也很长时间没一起碰到过，就希望就打都正常一点。我们比他们比较大的优势的话，可能中路拿一些英雄可能打得会比对面好，其他都看发挥了。
Even in the gate, Trine sets up a beautiful package. Knight going gone, but Trine's on the wing. It's a choke and Top Esports have to get out of here. Zoom coming in. He's dicey, but Jackie Love still alive. Zenith jumping for him, flashes away. Massive counter-strike, a quick QSS. Zenith's actually dying though. Zenith is dead. It's a triple kill.
Towards the beginning of the season, TES fell into desperate situations. They had no real avenues of success. When they needed him most, though, Knight stood up, and what was left to watch was his incredible solo performances unfold. The genius mid laner of Top Esports.
觉得曹博配合可能还需要更加就那种精进一点吧，就可能那种小细节要配合的好一点吧。调整的话，感觉就之前状态输很多了，就主要是训练赛也要找回自信吧，就不能被输太多影响，要比赛再打得更好。
As for Weibo Gaming, the current results are tied hand in hand with Angel. No one takes advantage of the Black Angel of the LPL.
Same position of the Shy on top of LWX. Severin keeps him healthy, but a 4-man shockwave. Angel is a city of heroes right now.
TES are now up against treacherous winds, feeling in better form than ever before. And Weibo Gaming on the other side need to maintain their domination in the LPL this split. This is a challenge but it's also a greeting between old friends. Weibo Gaming versus Top Esports.
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Won't light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let it go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, and then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. Sometimes good people do bad things. Sometimes good people do bad things.
You walk down the streets and see different faces with a hope of the riches. They reach out for love and for freedom forever. Do you remember how it feels? Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. When weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, and the things as they come, it will go further now. Spring arms wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, you fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. Every pain that you feel comes to an end so soon. The time has come now. No, it's not the time to quit. Put yourself together, whoa. And listen right now. Don't care about the tears, all your problems. I'll be there for you in the middle of the night. And I don't care about all of these hard times. I keep pace with you, 'cause the rest is shining bright. Let's walk for a while
Ladies and gentlemen, it's game 3 of V5 versus BLG. And in my ear, moments after we came into break, I got told that Uzi is coming back on the stage for game number 3. It is confirmed, Dagda, because BLG in the last game got handed a little bit by V5. And I'm glad we're going to a game 5 to see this moment. Hysterics, and welcome to Dagda again. Sir, let's talk about game 2 quickly. Before we talk about what this means, Rookie, not only does he get MVP in game 2 after V5's win, he now takes over Uzi, which is why this is such a fitting story. He takes over Uzi for kill leads, Dagda.
So, coming into today's series, and shout out to Jess for sending me over all this information, Uzi was at 2,635 kills in the LPL and was the kill leader of all time in the LPL. Rookie picking up 8 kills in this game now puts him 5 kills ahead of Uzi in the all-time record. And now, Uzi will be coming back into today's game to see not only if he can take down V5, but if he can take back his title for most kills ever in the LPL. This is a battle for the top side of the table. This is a battle for pride, and this is a battle that will be hard fought on both sides.
It's all about that kill count in the LPL. The all-time kill count going to Rookie tells you of the tenure of this man in the mid lane. As for BLG, moments ago, this man sat in the chair for game number 3. Now, let's have a quick talk about what this means, Dagda, because Doggo still, in game number 1, played really well. Game 2 wasn't a great success for all of BLG, but we've seen Uzi before. We've seen him 2 games so far. He's played the Jinx, and let's be honest, he looked a little rusty. It wasn't like the Uzi we saw in 2019 RNG that was focused around, that was at the peak of his mechanical career. Uzi was someone who we looked at and be like, oh, it's his first time back on the stage in so long. It makes sense that he was a little shaky.
Yeah, definitely were some errors in positioning that. And I think the reason they're bringing in Uzi is because when I looked at the difference from BLG in that those few games where we saw him, a huge amount of it revolved around, oh, we've actually got a definitive game plan from BLG. And when we looked at kind of game 1 of this series, we kind of got a little bit of a game plan from BLG. Game 2, it felt like they were lacking quite a bit. So I think for game 3, it's a definitive, we are going to play around bot side. We're going to shut down Photic and PP God, and that's where they're going to put a ton of their attention.
And so, BLG on the red side as well. We've got to talk a little bit about the champions available. Zeri banned against them. Standard here in the final game of the series. Just a quick top up here into what this means for BLG. BLG, this is kind of like a must win. And the fact that they're pulling in Uzi means that they must have a plan, a feeling that brings them into confidence for this final one. Because BLG are only at 7 wins, and that's a dangerous point to be at the start of week number 8. You need a couple more wins to secure playoffs, and here for BLG, as they ban away the Jinx themselves, they're going to rely on this 80 carry to do it. Dagda, Aphelios taken away. That means we're going to see something else for the bottom lane superstar.
And I'm really interested to see what that is, because actually one of the things we saw when Uzi joined last time was 2 games of Jinx. Jinx is actually one of his lowest win rate champions. So the fact that we're kind of getting this ban from BLG is very telling about where Uzi's headspace is. And we'll have to see what they decide to go to as a counter to this. Obviously, Uzi made his name on picks like the Kaisas, the Banes, these kind of things. But I don't know what we'll see as an answer here in the spot side. But for the moment, Weiwei going to take the Volley Bear, take this strong early game jungler, and something that again can set up to player in the spot side, which is what we've seen from BLG when Uzi subbed in.
I feel like Rise, if we're talking about how this team played last time he was on the roster, Weiwei paid all attention towards the bottom lane. Ezreal's not looked at much, but this is such an Uzi classic from the good old days. We get it, and it means that we're going back to the comfort realm for this legend.
Yeah, this is something that Uzi has been a monster on in the past, and a champion that you don't expect to have a ton of pressure in the lane phase, but Uzi's insanely good at finding these correct angles to slip a Mystic shot through, get some damage down, but will lose out on that push in the bottom side. So certainly PP got a Photic. If they do go towards the Nautilus, you got good lockdown, good ability to like get on top of this, and here's the Ahri that has been banned away every game from Rookie. insanely strong pick at the moment, great push, very few bad matchups, and the ability to play through side lanes, which works out super well. We've kind of seen Orianna as an answer to this in a lot of situations, and I feel like that's where Fofo's going to go.
I mean, two champions that could really pop off, right? And Snowball leads out of control. When Rookie and Uzi both have the kill scores, number 1 and number 2 all time in the LPL, then you kind of get your answer in this game, and you know those champions can do it. We get the Karma as well, Dagda. Probably going towards Chris, but we know that's a flex.
Yeah, I'd imagine it's towards Chris from the bot side just to try and answer out for a lot of that push, but it definitely feels to me like if V5 want to put resources into this bottom lane, you've got the great ability to dive, you've got good roam from Rookie, depending on what Carson decides to go with, because we imagine that, as you can see, Zinzao banned away, more junglers will be banned away here as well from BLG side. Maybe we just end up with Carson and pick like the Sejuani or Zac or something like that, so can play towards these dives in the bot lane. V5 banning away these potential good pushing champions against Ari, though. We talked about the Ori, potentially this next ban, and Vizier already taken off the board.
Okay, I like that you mentioned the Orianna as well. That's still left up and available. The Azir you just pointed out. Let's find out and see. For BLG, they've taken away double jungler for Karsa here. Lee Sin Hecarim, make it quadruple. The Viego is quintuple. So while BLG sitting comfortable with Weiwei's Volibear, it means that Karsa's going to have to go down the rabbit hole here, as the final ban is that Aurelia against V5. Dagda, I just love that they're saying, hey, Karsa played with Uzi on the RNG roster of 2019. He knows this player, and he is not going to get in a comfortable position in his champion pool.
Definitely not. Especially when you've got Fofo here going towards LeBlanc. I mean, there's going to be fire with fire in this mid lane, and Carson will more than likely be trying to put some of the resources. Oh, what the hell?
What? Arcane? Vi from Arcane? What?
Well, you just said Carson wants to try, ex-teammates, knows who Uzi plays well. Point and click CC galore for Uzi. Looks like we're going to be having a ton of fun in this game, as he's just gonna get dunked on by depth charges and this Vi ultimate.
Oh my god. It's a lot of fun. A lot of gap close, Dagda. You just pointed it out. Ari, Vi together. What a duo. I want to talk about this in a second. We get the Camille up in the top side. Start me off with V5's comp. What does it do?
So heavily pick focused here for V5. Like, good pressure to try and play through lane states with both mid and top having pushed, the ability to roam down towards bot, but a lot of what they're trying to do is catch people out of position on BLG, even for the likes of LeBlanc, right? A depth charge is going to follow her regardless. Vi will follow her regardless, same with the Ezreal. So trying to make sure they can quickly pick people off and burst out one person. For BLG, a lot of 1-3-1, good team fighting, like a lot of tools here for BLG to kind of match multiple different styles, so this one is going to come down to, well, honestly, Vi. Like, how well can Carson try and interact with these lanes? And he's got good setup in the mid lane, good setup on bot side. We'll have to see if they can try and make it happen, especially when Carson hits this level 6.
I mean, there's just so many rivalries, so many storylines to talk about. Karsa versus old AD. Rookie going against his nemesis in the kill scores of the LPL. Across the board, this has just been a series that has ramped up. Game 1 a little bit slow, but we got those explosive team fights. Game number 2, V5 with a great mentality to bring it back. But game number 3, BLG subbing in Uzi. This is the player that held the kill score for so long uncontested, but Rookie took his place. And for a lot of Chinese fans, for a lot of global fans, that means so much because it was held by Uzi for many years, and it looked like no one would ever catch up. But Rookie taking the mantle, a very big deal, and Uzi's come back on stage to take it right back. Welcome to Summoner's Rift for BLG versus V5. The battle here for our top 6. V5 sitting in first, BLG in 8th right now, Dagda. This win means so much for them, and they want to try and bring the big guns in to try and finish it off.
And there's something special about Uzi being on the Rift, in that he creates this global taunt. And V5 have already, as you can see, responded to this taunt by instantly going to the bot side, trying to see if they can spot out Uzi. This is the exact same that happened the last time Uzi played, where you'd end up having a team fight that would go totally fine. You'd be able to, like, jump on towards Fofo and like pick him off and still win the fight, and like 3 flashes will be burned to get over the wall to pick off Uzi. Like, this man just has a taunt in this game, and it's like a see Uzi, you gotta kill Uzi. And we'll have to see if V5 will be able to do just that. Doubling down on the pick stall here for V5, you get the Ignite for Rookie in that mid lane. They are looking to get aggressive through this mid lane and start those roams elsewhere.
Ari versus LeBlanc, what season is it? Seeing Ezreal as well with the Karma lane, poking the bottom lane, gonna be fun. Yeah, I know, a while back, Dagda. A jungler starting on the top side. We'll be watching this Vi. And yeah, just seeing this champion in the Rift, you're exactly right. Like, such a left turn here from Karsa. As he starts up in the top side here, note that Weiwei's the same. All junglers pathing towards the bottom lane makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think especially for Rich, like the fact that his jungler is pathing away from him is fine, because in theory Rich should be okay in these early stages to just push in the wave, play away from Breathe, and make sure that he's able to stay alright. Fofo, though, hitting level 2, gets a good trade onto the mid lane. And for Karsa, a lot of his pressure either comes through Rookie with a charm to set him up, PP God with a hook, or just fast clearing until he hits that level 6. Then you get that point and click CC that can be such a difficulty for people to deal with, especially as we look down towards that bot lane. Not even just for Uzi. I mean, point and click onto Crisp. Where the hell does Crisp go?
Just a quick stat there on the bottom of your screen. Last time it was played by Ning when he was on IG. As Chris gets the hook in here. Nice little trade from the V5 bottom lane. And it was 2019, 988 days ago, that Vi was last on the Rift, and it was here in the LPL. Of course, LPL only stats. Good little trade against Weiwei. PP God is going to get a dredge line, forces the flash against Weiwei, but he's running back on in against Photic. Uzi on the way as well. Flash over the wall, the arcane shift. Mystic shot too, looking for blood. Uzi still has flash, runs into Photic. Mystic shot dodged from though. The dredge line not needed. Uzi with first blood. V5 still getting chased up as another one goes down. He's angry. Rookie took his kill score.
And he's coming directly for a double kill already for Uzi. Let's make it a triple.
Well,
Asterix.
can they? Weiwei gets the stun down, the flash away from Chris. The arcane shift stolen by Weiwei, but still, BLG turn it back around for a massive bot lane play.
I'm not going to lie, Asterix. I have joined the LPL back in spring 2020. And I started asking the question, where is he?
Yeah.
This was the man that I wanted to cast so damn much coming across. And it has been 785 days that I have waited to cast this man. And to see him pick up the double kill already. God, it feels good. I am so happy to have this man back in the LPL. You can see here, great plays down. Weiwei really understanding how far he could go here with getting the shield. And Uzi's just chasing down, has the heal, knows that he's going to be totally fine. You don't have the damage there to really take him down, especially with Karsa already kind of injecting a lot of that damage in towards the top side of the skirmish. And Vi's cooldown's kind of
Charmid though, and look at this. Once again, another good Vault Breaker from Karsa. Ignite dropping down on Fofo, and Rookie trying to send one back. Unfortunate, but at least for Fofo, he's pushed out of the lane for the time being.
Oh, that CC though, nearly setting up PP God there, but nice job by Chris to tank that hook, and good return damage there for BLG. And I mean, look, Uzi very quickly accelerated now with those 2 kills. The Sheen already completed tier in his back pocket as well. And when you're looking at kind of how quickly Fofo and Uzi like come online now, you're going to hit a really strong point about 12 to 15 minutes into the game, where BLG just off of mid and bot can really look to power through some of these dragons, look for some of these skirmishes, particularly at like, say, things like Rift Herald even at the 8-minute mark. The poke that Ezreal and this LeBlanc have can make it really hard for V5 to operate at these objectives.
Want to ask you more about that, Dagda, if we get time. We haven't talked much about the comps because of how explosive it's been, and we might not get a deeper chance as well, as Karsa is moving into Fog of War, waiting for that backline minion here. Photic's going to clear it away, and I'm not sure if Karsa spotted. No, he's not. In Fog of War, still looking for that Vault Breaker onto the backline, but still hard, Dagda, when Karsa doesn't have the ulti yet, and BLG are all the way back at their turret.
Even having the pink there. Oh, it just goes wide. I mean, I think that's going to give the jig up, but Crisp stepping forward. Now got Weiwei here. This could go disastrously for V5.
Yeah, they're coming in. He's got a level advantage as well. The Stormbringer, excuse me. The E comes through. I'm actually blanking here. Sky Splitter, we got there in the end. Weiwei kind of just zoning off the fact that if Karsa was there, which he was, he has to back away. Nothing happens at the bot lane. Dagda, we do have a chance to have a quick chat, and I want to come back to you. Tell me a little bit more about what BLG want to do around the first couple of objectives when you already talked about Fofo and Uzi's impact.
Yeah, so you've got a ton of poke on BLG side as Fofo, good damage onto Rookie, as you can see. Like, the ability to just hop over walls, get some poke down is going to be pretty hard for V5 to try and deal with. The big pressure point, though, is going to be a case of, like, setting up for these front-to-back fights. Breathe, setting up later on where you can lock down one person, a ton of like single target damage on BLG's side, and not exactly a very tanky member on V5 either. So you have to be very careful as you look towards someone like Karsa, how you're using this ultimate, because if you even remotely overextend, BLG can burst you out so fast.
I mean, as well, on the other side for V5, we talked a lot about it in draft where on their angle, they want to chase down members like Uzi, members like Fofo, right? Or, you know, especially Uzi on this Ezreal. There's a lot of gap close here. And even for PP God with the dredge line as he helps out mid with a quick push, we know that they can get on top of BLG quite fast if they miss position.
And I think for the get-go, Weiwei's been doing a good job of trying to deny a lot of that from V5. Because he's been getting that vision, getting those bits of invades off, like setting Karsa behind. You can see Weiwei's already hit that level 6, but Karsa, because he's been trying to play around bot, because he's been trying to help out, hasn't been able to get that. Now, though, they're looking to steal away the red buff and maybe turn that into a topside gank, but Weiwei is in position with Rookie maybe being the difference maker on this topside play.
That's super cheeky. Weiwei, if he walks in, is going to get a slamming to the face from the mid laner and jungle of V5. We're still looking at the bottom lane. There, it looks like they're backing away. Mini-map, folks, bottom right. Check out the positioning. Weiwei was backing away after hitting level 6, and, excuse me, a bit of a tea indigestion. A V5 going to be starting out the Herald here, Dagda, and it looks like uncontested for the time being.
I mean, BLG just understanding, look, Rookie's got full push in mid, there's very little we can do, and that's the strength of this Ahri pick, especially into things like the LeBlanc. She is insanely strong push, and very difficult for LeBlanc to try and answer that, so instead BLG will look for the bot side play. Remember, Storm Spitter, or the Call of the Forward Squad, whatever it is, will turn off the terror.
Yeah, will. Weiwei's jumping in. True Shot Barrage almost thinking PP God, but Weiwei does the rest. Playing towards bottom lane. What a surprise, Dagda.
Yeah, who would have saw this one coming? Especially as it's the exact thing that we saw BLG do last time they subbed in Uzi. This time around, though, it is paying dividends. 2 kills already for Uzi to assist. Pressure on bot side. Even the camps are going the way of BLG, and Karsa's like, sorry guys, can somebody help me please?
On the wrong side, BLG might be sandwiched, so Rookie's moving in. Fofo just hovering for now though, and I love this from BLG's mid laner as Carson wants to go in, gets a steal, but now the Vault Breaker not up. Assault and Battery used instead on top of Chris, but Uzi's got the space. Fofo jumps on in, Weiwei taking the damage, and Rookie takes the ignite. Weiwei drops down into 1-for-1 trade with the junglers, but BLG still ahead of gold in the early game. Dagda, they've still got more kills.
Yeah, looks like the heal wasn't quite enough, or might have gone onto the wrong target from Uzi. So it means that the kill does go across, and as you say, 1-for-1, even the buff going the way of Karsa. So bit of a fight back here from V5, but look at Uzi again, 2-0-3. This Ezreal is incredibly accelerated, and I think this is where you're actually going to see a potential here for the BLG 80 carry takeover. But we'll see it again here. Red buff just not quite in the bush. Chris ends up getting jump on, and I want to see what happens with the heal. So actually just used early, and it looks like it went on to Crisp instead of on towards Weiwei, and unfortunately just the cooldowns not quite there to get a shield onto Weiwei, so Body Bear does end up falling.
And I think it's worth mentioning in that last trade who the kills went to. Both mid laners, in fact. One apiece here for Fofo and Rookie, who are going farm for farm, and you know, a big story of ours coming into this was Rookie versus Uzi with kill score. Now, Rookie is 5 ahead as per the start of this game. Uzi needs +5 over Rookie this game in order to match up with him again. Bit of a grudge match already building up here, Dagda. Rookie just trying to catch back up, but it is nice to see that Uzi's begun with a lead here and is doing so well in the bottom lane and trying to pick up a couple more.
And I think a lot of like the late game fights are going to rest on Uzi. Like Fofo can do some work, right? But he's not going to 1v9. It's the same when you look towards Breathe. He's going to have good setup and good presence in a side lane, but when it comes to team fights, Camille can only do so much. So the fact that Uzi is already kind of firing ahead is going to do a lot for BLG. He is going to have to be very careful of Rookie, though. Rookie, I mean, already got a kill to his name. The dive potential for the backline with this guy alongside Karsa, it feels like that's going to be where they try and take down Uzi.
As Breathe in top lane, getting punished for hookshot, walk-shotting in the wrong spot. Rich close here with a shock blast, missing to the left. Breathe under turret, burning a pot. I mean, this could be big potential, waiting for the Hex Gate. Every time the hookshot, walk-shots up, that needs to connect, but unfortunately, Rich doesn't. And Breathe just walks towards him. Dagda, this top lane, something we haven't talked about because there is a big man in the bottom lane that we almost must talk about, but Rich is winning this matchup quite handily. 20 CS just about, and this is going to be an Eclipse back, most likely here from the top laner.
Yeah, and should be able to TP back up as well, just as that TP is about to come off cooldown. But yeah, I mean, at the moment, he is winning. This matchup does take a turn, though, after you get kind of 2 items in, or even an item and a half in to Breathe. Just where he's able to close that gap, have the burst damage to nullify a lot of what Rich wants to do, and become a little bit more difficult, especially if you're in an extended lane, is Fofo.
Yeah, but Crisp is getting help out here, or at least helping him. Rookie now has to Spirit Rush away. A nice little trade there onto Fofo, but again, Crisp known for how he roams throughout this game. Herald on the top side in the meanwhile. And B5 winning through top at the moment. That's first Heart Blood going over to Rich. Gold equalized at 12-minute mark, but note that BLG have started gearing up towards a Hextech Soul. 2 Dragons already in their back pocket.
BLG now in a bit of trouble. Breed taking a lot of damage. Terror's there, and not going to overcommit here from Rich, realizing that they need to try and make sure that there's no funny business happening from BLG on this bot side. So you're already seeing Karsa rotate down, and they don't want to try and over-invest resources onto the top side because they're watching where Fofo's going, trying to figure out if this LeBlanc is going to try and help in some of these side lanes. But honestly, I think that's kind of been one of Fofo's worst parts of his gameplay, is kind of finding those moments to move or roam with his team. He's much more focused on kind of his own get gold into D versus, hey, you know, the good of the team.
Yeah, it's always about his laning phase. The point stands that Fofo is not having as great of a split, but it is definitely ramped up in the second half of this split. I think spring has been rough for him, and adjusting to a new team where, you know, Fofo hasn't been the star. It's been people like, you know, Doggo, Weiwei in certain games, Crisp as well. Whereas on RA, Fofo was the carry. Fofo was the best player on that roster. Kind of a mixed result here on the new BLG. So, Dak, there's a lot of story here. There's a lot of story here today. Carsa, that's a big move as he's going to Hexgate towards Weiwei, who's taking his red. Wanted to get up topside and see if he could punish Breed. That Assault and Battery is up and waiting. And Carsa wants to start using this early game, Dak. You talked about what Carsa can do here. He's 0-2, but the Vi, who is going for a tank build, still has that ulti, that lockdown CC that he's trying to abuse.
And he's trying to see if he can play through Rich, because they just know at this stage bot lane is in a little bit of trouble, but still Rookie now with the roam will be spotted, and BLG just back away. So Rookie just going to help out a little bit on this bot pressure, but usually you'd see like Photic and PP God would actually be alright in this lane.
Yep.
Especially being able to set up for the level 6 from Karsa, but with how fed Uzi is, they just want to stay away. Weiwei still putting a ton of pressure down here, so BLG will actually crack open the first turret into the spot side. Answer for the turret's already got on top, but again, with V5 kind of putting a lot of the resources into this bot lane, there is always the option for Karsa to just move up towards this Rift Herald and take that for himself.
Yeah, that's very true. You know, again, continue playing topside focus. Uzi with a solo turret gold, so that'll match, or at least close to, for Rich. He's already got an Essence Ray for Dagda, but second item should be coming shortly as Breathe for the all-in on top of Rich. The hookshot's starting to work out. Trinity Force picked up here. Not a Divine Thunder at Dagda. That's what I'm talking about. That's my kind of Camille.
Yeah, full-on split push. All about that attack speed. And here,
they're diving. What a surprise. Once again, depth charge used way super deep on top of Photic, who has the red and white. Uzi flashing forward with the heal, heal the only thing burned. BLG now between turrets as Photic gets the ulti up, heals a little bit, but I guess that's a success. Photic, PP God, no summoners left available, and BLG with full control of this turret.
A little bit sloppy on the dive. Uzi end up tanking it, and well, where's Rookie off to? Because
he wants to go
they want to
super
try and
deep.
wrap around on this.
Yeah, the whole of V5 are coming in, Dagda. It's all about Karsa here with a flash, Assault and Battery. Uzi's in the front line. Chris next to him. There's a lot of shielding, but Weiwei with no ulti. Again, the Vault Breaker forward. Rookie here, the charm. Spirit Rush. Rookie in with a vengeance. Next goes down Uzi. His old teammate smashes him in the face. As on top of Fofo, Rookie lets them know that he's the carry now.
Brilliant collapse from V5 and punishing that overextension from BLG. With them investing so much on towards the dive, they'd already gone too far. They don't get the kills. V5 can come back at a base and using those Hex Tech gates to perfection. Now V5 have control once more of this map. Dragon going to be up shortly as well. But here you can see, right?
Oh,
you've got Camille committed on towards the top side. Carson not quite able to get into range, but flash forward, as you rightly pointed out, Asterix is available. And with that accelerated shock blast and just the burn from Carson, they take them down. Really well played by V5.
Oh, and just watching Rookie again, man, like, there's a lot I have to say, but Rookie once more, just a huge brain. So, again, this guy, the best player from Game 2, and one of the best mids in the world right now. He's back in form, and I don't know if I apologize for last game, Dagger. I said he would smash everyone in the mid lane. You know, he at least would smash mostly everyone.
No. I'm with you on the original.
Okay, I'll stay true to it then. I'll stay true. But he's still, still big.
V5 now in a much better spot coming into this fight. Gale Force picked up. You've already got the Everfrost for Rookie. Like, this is where they can try and, like, find those plays. Get that point and click CC. They're just waiting on the Vi ultimate, which is now ticked off cooldown. This is where they're going to start to push forward.
Fofo on the zoning angle, though, has got PP God down. They're zoning away. Uzi doing a lot of damage here on the Azrael. Trisha Barrage at melee range. Caster punishes him, but it doesn't matter. The whole of BLG there. Caster has gone deep and gives over a kill to the bottom laner. Dragon goes down. It's the third one here for BLG, and they're on the chase. Weiwei with the ulti. Wants to sacrifice himself as the death charge goes through, but Fofo locks him down for the King AD. All hail the President 4-1 and 3.
And that was just such an overextension from Carson. Nobody there on V5 is Rookie.
He's got one. Spirit Rush reset, avoiding Breathe. They're on the wrong side, though. The Hextech ultimatum doing work, and Rich sends him out, but Fofo getting the chain down. Coming through the electrocute Uzi again. Arcane Shift flushes over. The kill lead must transfer. A 5-kill difference. Dagda in this game, they're neck and neck again.
The Mad Dog is unleashed once more as Uzi starting to go forward. Rich, though, finds one. Can he get two?
Breathe needs to find this, but Uzi takes it. There's 4 kills between them. Dagda, one more, and Uzi will tie it up, climbing his way back to the top.
Clawing his way into that kill lead in this game. But, I mean, this from Carson is such an overextension. I saw this up from Uzi, and I got real worried. Because I was like, Carson's right on top of you. Rookie can follow up, but instant arcane shift. Rookie doesn't have flash to try and get into position with the charm, and they can deal with Carson, and then Fofo is able to set them up. But this is where it gets messy. This is where you start to see the mixed calls coming through from BLG. They pick off one here. Some people going mid to try and collect the wave. Rookie picks off Chris beautifully here, and kind of the power of this composition that we talked about from V5, and Rookie using this Ari greatly, but this is where it just gets messy as all hell.
Yeah, it's like kill for kill. We're in a bloodthirsty mode, it seems, at this point. Big shutdown going over to the Star AD. 6-1 and 3. And Dagda, we got to keep track. You said 5 kills is the difference right now where Rookie leads. So we've caught up 4 of those for Uzi. One more, and again, he will be back on track in line with this huge mid laner from V5. And I feel like we are going to have a bloodthirsty game. Let's go back to what you talked about. In this composition, it does feel like Uzi is going to be the star as already. It's setting up to be true now with the crown of the Shattered Queen picked up 3rd. Yeah. For V5, we talked about people like Rookie, Photic, like what this composition does with Caster enabling. So, again, set up for the carries, the big thrill seekers that we talk about from both teams to lead us into this mid to late game.
This Crown of the Shattered Queen is huge for Uzi as well, because a lot of the V5 composition is like one punch onto one person.
True.
And when you've got the Crown of the Shattered Queen to kind of nullify a lot of that, Uzi can play forward like this.
Dodges everything but the charm. The ulti comes through, hoping that Chris helps him out, and he does. Onto Photic, he was feeling it and survives at the end as well. Rookie using the Spirit Rush, keep that in the back of your mind. As BLG aggressing on the mid lane turret. Dagda, they want to open up the map, especially before we get towards this final dragon, or potential final dragon.
Keep your eyes on Rich, though. A lot of poke and just sitting off on the side here. This is where it can be a little bit difficult for BLG to set up, but as you say, like, BLG would love to get this mid lane turret down, get more control for that dragon that spawns in a minute 40, but V5 are all hands on deck trying to stop that from going down. Rookie, though, being forced to clear this bot wave that has been pushed in by Breathe now gives the numbers advantage potential for BLG in this mid lane.
And I just love that Fofo isn't sitting directly in mid. The angles on the left side, hovering around, threatening. V5 don't know where he is as he walks upward. You can see that putting a bit of pressure is Rich in that side lane, but BLG got what they came for. Mid turret goes down, and that's more gold into their core hands. 6-1 and 3 still the score, but the CS lead is huge here from the AD. Dagda, look as well, rookie through mid, only 10 CS lead, but he's on to his second item, and shortly we'll be able to pick it up.
I'm just laughing. This is definitely an Uzi game where he's like 30 CS above everyone else in the game. Same Arcade shifting over to take Raptors. Doesn't mean he's going to be a little bit late on his reset here. Not sure if he was just trying to get like half an item completed or what the story is exactly there for him, but will start to move out of base. Has the Hex Gate, so can reset a little bit later than usual. Just getting the stopwatch. Okay, so wanted to make sure that he's going to be very safe here coming into this next fight.
Dagda, over Twitter, I just want to pull out. I've seen a lot of people say the king is back and things like, oh, the king returns. In Game 2, they called Rookie the king. So this is kind of fitting that we're talking so much about the kill lead. Whoever ends it here in this game for the time being, they'll take the throne, they'll take the crown, at least until, Uzi plays again. Or Rookie does the same. Might have some horrible games coming up, we don't know. But at the very least, who is the king is the biggest question. As Dragon starts, this is sole point here for BLG. Way into the back, straight on it. Look at the backline, Rich threatened down. Dragon getting taken down, it's Soul, Way takes it through as Uzi goes Golden Caster on top of his old AD. Trying to run away, he heals, but V5 on his tail. In fact, in the pit, they want Fofo, but the shock blast. Rich says no, and V5 for the cost of the soul will take the whole team.
The overcommit from BLG onto the Soul means the V5 are able to find the picks they need, find the fight, and now they can turn over towards the Baron. Nobody on BLG alive to contest, and just a great fight all round from V5.
On top of the Baron now as well. I mean, Hextech Soul be damned. You're going to have a Baron with a Jace in the side lane with an Ari Dagda. This is going to be absolutely massive. Now, Chris coming to try and do what Newbie Moore did on a Rakan, which is cue that Baron down to death. Teleport coming in. BLG are like, we have to steal it. It's Breathe there, but he won't get it. Hextech Gold comes through as Caster gets blown up. Catch-up Gold, his Rookie now in a choke, but he has to outplay this. He flushes over the wall. No Spirit Rush available, and Rich sacrificing his life as Breathe almost did the same thing. Baron off of 2 members, but I believe Photic and PP Gold were up in time to get the buff.
Yeah, I believe so as well. So 3 members strong still with it, but Weiwei here goes far too deep to try and make this play happen, and it means that Uzi is exposed in the backside. You've got Rookie as well, who's just been able to zone away so much of BLG, and Uzi does a good job here with the stopwatch to cancel the ultimate from Karsa, but that's your main source of damage. Like, that's your main DPS in this fight, so the longer he's out of the equation, the easier it is for the consistent damage on V5 to stick and carry through.
Dagda, that turn and fade away from Rich was literally looking to the right, quick turn to the left, and then continues to chase after Fofo. Beautiful stuff here is, I feel like for V5, now with the Baron buff, it's all about what comes through from this play. 25 minutes in, Dagda, and we're at a point where they need to get something going here. We already talked about what the Vi does, what this composition does. We're fearing things like Camille in a side lane. We're fearing BLG's angles and what happens when we go later into the game. I need you to run me through the goals here for V5 and what they do over the next 1.5 minutes.
So the big thing for V5 is trying to get as much gold back into the pockets as possible. If you can get towards 3 items, this is where your composition kind of starts to teeter over, with Photic being a massive carry, Rookie going to be in a good spot as well, although he's going for the Banshee Veil, so may need kind of 4 to, or at least 3.5 items before he's able to have that full like one-shot potential. Rich, though, huge at the moment. Serpent's Fang even picked up for himself. It's about seeing if you can keep this poke going and consistently keep up this pressure.
As B5 going to do exactly that, it seems, but pressuring from the wing. It's Rookie over the wall. Spirit Rush use. Uzi burst out. Fotic running forward. Out goes the 80 carry. B5 running through mid. They force it and they win. Crisp is down again, and BLG on the back foot. B5 pulling in that aggression we know and love.
Rookie's doing such a good job of finding these moments to go for it. The Everfrost slowing everyone up or just locking them up straight away for the easy charm. And now BLG once more on the back foot. V5 have done such a good job of fighting back here.
Oh, Uzi taking too much damage from Rich without the crown. Ultimate comes through. The true shot barrage only really hurting PP God. And V5 with the Baron push Dagda. You talk about getting gold into the back pocket. Well, they've done that. 2,000. It's not a massive Baron power play, but it's at least it's something when they lost the Hextech Soul.
But it's enough to get them back in the gold. Ooh, hang on. Fotic trying to see if he can get Uzi there, but
close enough.
Up until this stage, you actually had bounties available for V5. So this was a team that was certainly far behind. Now the 3,000 gold, 2,000 gold lead is
Fofo's timing. Casa caught out as the Hexgate was taken by Rookie. Fofo stopped the back. And now over the wall, Rookie's there. Everfrost used the charm as well. A good little return, but he's going to get out of there. And that's a cheeky play if I've ever seen one.
Really nicely done, picking off Karsa and starting to get back in control. Now you can get the push in topside and maybe even look for a turret for yourselves as well as resets come through. Breathe. Might be able to fish for Rich here, who's very overextended.
Solo kill, Dagda. We're just not stopping, are we? Feeling confident now with the Death Dance. The damage on Rich. Hextech ultimatum to dodge away from the skies. And Breathe does it with ease. BLG, they're solo laners. They want to make it about them now.
This game is so back and forth. You think, okay, V5 have got it. They've managed to right the wrongs, but Fofo with that pick, as you can see. Now Breathe finding Rich overextended, and BLG are back in control. Look at the timer, Hysterics. 50 seconds until this Elder Dragon. Full control of bot side for BLG. You can have Fofo one-shot people. You can have Uzi set up nicely in the backside. And this kind of pick opportunity is going to be so hard for V5 as Uzi. That was dangerous.
Yeah, it was. The crown going down. That's what you want to see here if you're a V5 fan. But BLG, if you're one of theirs, them moving into position, getting one of these picks, the burst damage, the poke, the range. True shot barrage layering through onto Casa and Fotic. PP God left alone, though. And as Fofo jumps across, Uzi will not be following this through. Ulti comes in. Good little kite away. A double kite here from the 80 carry. And V5 now using a couple of tools to try and get their picks have failed.
Now Uzi stepping forward aggressively, has Chris to enable them, and the damage.
Forward. I mean, Castle wants to go over the wall with the assault and battery, the vault breaker, excuse me. Rich, though, needs his poke to land, and BLG's AD stepping forward, shielding to burst them through again. Another arcane shift, V5 though on many different angles as Fofo gets burst down from Rich, I believe. And they're trying to buy this out. Elder has spawned Dagda. 35 seconds as again he does it. True shot barrage. Golden in the nick of time. He's buying the space, but Caster runs into it. Flush from the dredge line. Gets him out of there. BLG's AD surviving, but the jungler not. Assault and battery used against the turret. Shock blast only hits Chris. It's a depth charge, and Uzi is down. Breathe comes through to clean it up, but V5 again have picked apart the pieces.
They were trying to protect the puppy for so damn long, but eventually the puppy goes that bit too far forward, too curious, and BLG will fall now. Fofo, can he make the play happen again?
Well, it's going to take a lot here. Rookie is down, who was a superstar of that one, is over to Rich. He's found him. That'll buy some time. Fotic with the red and blue as Casa is the smite. Way up in 5 seconds. Dagda, it's going to go down quick, and it relies on Crisp and Fofo.
Hex gates are available, but it's going to be so tough. Fofo trying to see if he can make the play.
He has a lot of burst here. Onto PP God as his first target at 4K. The Dragon's going down. They need to stop it, but Chris is deleted by Fotic. Way running in, trying for this one, but the Smite secures. V5, the first team in the LPL, trying to hold on to the reins.
And Baron up as well. That means the V5 have that Elder buff available for the Baron. BLG trying to see if they can establish themselves on this top side, but that could be the difference maker here for V5. Up against Hextech Soul, up against the ropes. V5 are fighting back every step of the way. we're going to catch it here in the replay, is this from Uzi was so well played at the beginning. He's got so much pressure, but that bait from Rich there sets up beautifully for Rookie, the man we've been highlighting so much for V5. And with that, BLG are scattered. Carson with the point and click. Crisp tries to keep that ult away, or the follow-up away, but it doesn't matter. And now, with that play, V5 turn towards Baron. It will be secured. 3-minute buff for V5. A minute and a half still on the Elder Dragon. And V5, can they bring it back?
Well, can BLG do that, right? Because BLG's Uzi, who came onto the Rift today to claw back his kill score and be first in the LPL, has been denied. Rookie still holds the title and is showing that the newer blood reigns true. At the time when Rookie was in the LCK, Uzi was sitting here and getting to World Finals. V5's mid laner carrying the play while Breathe tries to push. Now Dagda, that's going to go down.
Wait a sec.
A little base race coming through, but remember, Baron buff there. Uzi misses the ult. Rich will get his back in time. Breathe has to back away. Inhibitor for inhibitor. It is a trade.
Crucially though, it's that bot side inhibitor, but as you say, like, Elder Dragon going to be the first big buff to spawn. Fofo
playing with
let's
fire.
see what he can do, but Banshee's Veil helping out.
Elder's up for another 30 seconds. That guy'd be scared, but PP God. Arcane shifted into. Now with the Frozen Heart, feeling confident as Breathe is still here. Gonna take the back for now though, Dagda, and 20 seconds until Elder expires. That's gonna be a big window, a big opportunity. Baron in a minute 40, that'll expire too. Just like the BLG, they'll get a bit of a reprieve, only losing one side of their map.
I mean, big win for BLG. The fact that you had that double game-ending buff available for V5 and you trade even, that speaks volumes to how BLG played that. Playing through the fact that Breed will beat Rich in a side lane now with the items that he has picked up. So you need to make sure that you're not having Rich overextend, that Breed isn't allowed to go solo against Rich. And that's what's going to start to cause issues now for V5, especially with Bot going to have super creeps. Breed back in top side. The only upside for V5 in this still, at least a little bit of Baron play to make, and also not much in the way of wave clear for BLG, which can help them siege.
But I want to point out that V5 are committing everyone here. Breathers in the top side and not there yet. Rich bursted out. True Shot Barrage again. A little bit to the left here as BLG want to defend inner, but Photic running up. They're confident. Dredge line close to Uzi again. Teleport being burned. Breathe. This is a game-ending flank if they can pull it off. Rich has just teleported in, Dagda. And I'm a little scared. Still hasn't been spotted out. He's waiting for his moment.
No vision behind him. He snuck by it. V5 have no idea. Here we are, Hysterics. This could be it.
Inhibitor broken open. Is V5 going to stand against Breathe, waiting in the lane? BLG moving forward. Ulti out from Weiwei. Here comes Breathe. Running on in on top of Photic, but the jungler's dead. Ultimatum big. Uzi firing from the back line. Caster jumps in, but he's a tank. Look at the damage. Look at the health bar from V5. Caster running away, but he can't. Uzi still lives. BLG on their last legs. As Uzi pretty close to that one. V5 running forward, Dagda. They're going to try and end.
They can try and end. They don't have to wave clear on BLG, but they're chasing down.
So close for PP. God, Photic flashing away. Rich is next. Uzi and Crisp, they need to give the shielding for movement speed. They do. Fofo over the wall. Photic tagged out. The shields come through. PP God blocks for his 80 carry. Uzi running forward, but Rookie again. Everfrost massive. Rich doing it too. Victory 5 are going to stay on top.
The solo lanes for V5 have been so clutch consistently in this series, and now it's Weiwei left on his own. Dodges away from the charm, but he's got one. Can he get two?
Smite. Rookie opens up the Nexus. It's the jungler versus the mid laner. The man, the myth, the legend against the giant bear. And unfortunately, nature wins.
Give me more of this series. I need a best of 5 of this immediately as Weiwei will try and just clear the base. We've got Elder in a minute. Baron in 2. Full build for Uzi and pretty much there for Photic as well. It's a battle of the AD carries, but with no GEA now for Photic, if Breathe can find that same hero play, maybe they can take down Photic. Maybe V5 can be thwarted. But with the way Rich and Rookie are playing, that just seems so hard to do. This Jace has been so crucial alongside Rookie finding these plays.
I mean, Rich has improved a hell of a lot on your screen. Here's the end result towards the end of the split. Dagda, I'm sweating in this little booth. It's a 6K gold lead. It's 36 minutes in with 44 kills. We were not only hyped for Uzi returning back to stage, his third game of the LPL regular season in such a long time, but the Vi coming out. This game has given us the perfect end to the Titan Tuesday. A pleasure to share it with all old fans and new. And as Elder spawns again, Dagda, set me up.
Breathe, not here though. Creeps are pushing in the top side. That's exposed
onto
Nexus.
Weiwei. Everfrost goes gold. It's Weiwei, in fact, who does exactly that. Elder given over with an open Nexus. Uzi with the true shot barrage doesn't matter much. And BLG Dagda, their last legs truly coming in front of our eyes.
And you've got so many waves that you have to deal with. All three inhibitors down. BLG, it looks like they're just going to be swarmed as they try and clear the base. But here marches V5.
Dagda, help! BLG can't defend this. V5 want to stay on top, and in a nail-biting series, BLG defending an open Nexus, but the depth charge on Uzi, V5 running forward. Your team stays on top in the LPL 2022 spring. All hail Rookie, all hail the kings of the LPL.
V5 keep their top spot in the LPL, and by God, that they have to fight for it. That was an insanely close series. Hugs shared between Karsa and Uzi at the end. There will be no victory still for Uzi in the LPL, but V5 will once more reign supreme.
This was a game that was not only a test, but a testament to V5 and how, we'll say bloodthirsty, but how aggressive this team can be. Bringing some of that IG magic as Rookie, bringing some of his own skilled magic. I mean, Rookie is the best mid laner in the league right now. And the way he's playing League needs to be admired. People going out for Knight, even your gal, Scout, Doinby. No one holds a candle right now to Rookie, who is not only a world champion, but an LPL superstar.
And for V5, again, you try and count them out. Every time I watch them, they're like, you know what? They're done. This is how it goes. There's no way you can bring back into this. Uzi picking up several kills in the early stages, setting himself up nicely. But, as you say, Rookie making the plays to bring it back. Rich stepping up massively on this chase. 2 games in a row. It was Rich and Rookie putting on, and well, the R-rated show that just brought that back from the brink. Like, it was absolutely insane to see what these guys were able to do.
It's a game that, you know, really showcased individual skill, right? And coming into this, we didn't expect that from BLG. We talked down to BLG because they're a team that played it slow. They hit tit for tat. When Uzi was in the roster, they had a lot of direction. And you have to admit, in the early game, giving all the resources, of course, Uzi was fed, but he still played the majority of that game well. On his most played champion of all time in the Ezreal. That was his 81st game of Ezreal in his entire career, his most played by far, and he gave us a bit of a run for the money because he was matching Photic and even Rookie a lot of the game, but there were clutch plays that outdid that kind of magic from the solo laners of V5.
And I think that's the difference maker, is that, like, Uzi was kind of on his own in that regard. Breathe and Fofo could do some work in team fights, but it's super hard for Fofo to operate in these fights when you've got the double point and click of both Karsa and PP God. So Fofo has to be very careful with how he chooses how he goes in. Whereas when you look across, like Rookie, he's free to kind of just fire away as soon as Breed's ult is down. Rich as well is just free hitting from the back line. Photic, absolutely massive when he did get access to these fights. It just felt like you had too many members of V5 that could get damage done, and there just wasn't enough on BLG's side. And you can see it in the damage graphs there, right? Rich and Rookie, nearly 30k, 1,000 apiece. And where is that answered for on BLG's side apart from Uzi?
Yeah, like how do they accomplish damage? Like, Breathe was huge in the solo lane, but again, like, the team fight we wanted to see wasn't there. Dagda in that game, something like an Orianna alongside the Ezreal maybe changes the pace, but that's nitpicking. At the very least, we got that game. At the very least, we got the man coming back. People might hate on it, but, BLG being 7-6 in a very honorable fashion. Like, if BLG can adapt like this, I have a lot of hope for their upcoming games, even against EDG. Ultra Prime and LGD should be wins. I wonder how this team's going to run from here on, because this is a much better look at the AD, but importantly, a much better look at the dynamic that BLG could play towards, unlike the previous other games where we saw him come in.
Yeah, and look, we kind of talked about already, when Uzi's in, there definitely is that call to bot lane. Like, let's play around that side. But even taking out the last game, game 1 and game 2 was far more of a quicker pace from BLG, and I'm delighted to see that come through, because that's the big thing that we've been missing. Now, unfortunately, again, BLG not able to pick up the win here, but I mean, they push V5 right the way to the end.
Yeah, and a small side note that, V5 at some point in that game were losing control. The Hextech's all taken, and it felt like, V5 were going to be pushed back. So props to BLG for giving that series. Props to V5 for dealing it out. Casa is our interviewee at the moment, so we're going to hand it over to Wendy to talk to the superstar jungler about that series.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and I'm standing by with Casa from Victory 5. Congratulations on today's win, and my very first question is about this champion choice, V. In Game 3, you just locked down this champion, but we haven't seen her for such a long time. So what makes you just pick this champion in Game 3? 那首先恭喜卡塞，恭喜威武获得了本场比赛的胜利。第一个问题也想问一下关于魏的这个英雄选择，其实我们也很久都没有在 LPL 的赛场上看到这个英雄，那是你们为什么会在当时在第3局的时候非常果断的选出了魏作为打野呢？
主要打野英雄也被办的比较多嘛，然后其实魏加狐狸是一个比较远古的组合吧，然后想说就是训练赛有试过嘛，然后效果也还行，然后我们就想说在比赛里尝试看看。
At that time, there are so many jungler champions got banned, so I don't have much choices to choose from my champion choices. And around that, it feels like Ari together with V is a very old school mid jungle combo. And we have tried this a couple of times during the scrims, and we feel like the result is okay. So we like to just give these champion choices a try on the stage of LPL. And definitely we can see your V really performed so good for today's game. And in Game 3, we feels like BLG, they would like to build the lead from the very early game through the ball lane skirmishes. They have so many skirmishes around the ball lane to get Ezreal many kills. So what's the reaction from you guys in order to just play the game in the mid game? Tell us more about the communication around the mid game in handling that situation. 那其实说到第3局，感觉对面好像在前期就有围绕着下路来爆发比较多波的团战，也让对面的 EZ 有一个比较好的发育嘛。然后也比较好奇，你们可能在中期是怎么样来进行一些沟通、处理和运营，然后呢，能够使得最后的局面能够胜利的天平导向你们这一边呢？
主要我们其实第3局的话，在前期的就我们下野3v3就溃败了嘛，然后我们中期的话就是我们中上一直努力找机会，然后把局面稳下来吧。然后后面就是我感觉就平发育到后面的话，他们的阵容的话 ADC 是比较难活下来的，因为我们基本上就是全冲阵嘛。
So I think for the 3v3 early game skirmishers for the ball lane together with jungler, and to be honest, we just lost all the skirmishers for the early game. And after that, our mid laner and also the top laner, 2 of them would like to seek more opportunities to try to stable the situation, to try to get some leads for the whole team. And after that, we feel like if we try to scale up to the late game, to be honest, the opponent's marksman Ezreal is very hard to be alive in all the team fights, because we can just make the hard engage based on our draft. And the hard engage, you just mentioned that. I would like to talk a bit more about the hard engage made by you guys around the mid lane. Before you guys were able to get the first Elder Dragon, you were able to have a very perfect team fight around the mid lane, and the hard engage made by you and Ari helped the whole team to win that team fight. So tell us more about the short calls around there and what details happened around that team fight scene. 那其实就像你所说的一个强开的阵容，你们也很好的利用到了这一点。那其实，在拿到第一条远古龙之前，你们也在中路有一波比较激烈的一波团战，当时你也是和 Rookie 的阿里也是找到很好的机会来进行了一波强开，然后呢，在拉扯之中也是击败了对手，然后呢，接下来你们能够很顺利的拿到了远古龙大龙。想问一下，当时那波团战，你们是进行了怎么样的一些沟通或者指挥呢？
哦，因为其实到后期我们 C 位装备有跟上以后，就是其实我感觉我们整体阵容还是比对面好一点的嘛，因为我们的输出比较多嘛，然后我们就是等到他们上来 poke 的时候，找了一波机会反打他们。
So it feels like in the late game, our core item for all the dealers is okay, it's very decent. So we just can make the hard engage. And around there, we feel like based on our compositions, we can be stronger than the opponent's team. The opponent's team would like to just make some poke on us, but we can just seek a very good opportunity to fight back, to make the hard engage on them, and easily win that team fight. And my last question is, and now Victory 5, you guys have 11 wins in your hands, and you are the top in the standings. So what's your personal goal for this spring split? 那现在呢 ，V5也是来到了11胜，又一次占据了榜首的位置。所以说，卡萨选手对于整个春季赛有什么自己个人的目标吗？
个人目标可能是希望能先拿下常规赛前2，然后就后续看季后赛能不能有更好的表现。
So recently, my goal is like we would like to secure the top 2 seed for the regular split, and after that, in the playoff, we would like to try our best to see whether we can have an even better performance. And definitely, we are all looking forward to that. And congratulations again! 再次恭喜你们，也希望你们接下来的表现越来越好。And back to you guys, bye bye.
Thank you to Casa and Wendy, and congratulations to V5, who now undoubtedly are, first in the LPL. Whether that remains true or holds true is a question. But Dagda, as Rookie picks up MVP, we have a defining moment to finish this series on. Rookie is the #1 in kill score in the LPL of all time. Congratulations to this man, who now has 8 MVPs as well. And a hot fact on that, he is now tied first with Xiaohu, Scout, and Betty for most MVPs of spring. Rookie is back.
I mean, this guy was an absolute monster. Not only did we see that insane Orianna performance, but here on the Ahri as well. Look how consistently he was able to find the crucial charm or the big Everfrost that was carrying these team fights, setting up for guys like Rich. It was just insane. Such a joy to watch in this game. And again, as you say, like, most kills now in the LPL, but by far, like, it's not only just the fact that this guy has so many kills, it's the impact that he has every single time as well.
I mean, just clean stuff like each and every fight. God, it's nice to watch him. We're obviously focusing a lot on Uzi in that game, guys. It's hard when, a world superstar 80 carry comes back on.
What are you talking about? I'm in no way at all biased for anyone at all in this series. Not even a little bit what I consider being biased for someone in this game. It's my little Uzi beer, my little Uzi caps.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I wouldn't be.
What?
I would not at all.
Oh, hang on. No. Bring it back. Let's have another look. You say Uzi beer?
Yeah, I've got an Uzi beer.
Uzi beer. Bring it back.
Yeah. Hang on. Oh. There we go. I got an Uzi beer.
Oh my god. It's a Harvard Uzi beer.
Yeah.
Holy crap. You made so many people jealous.
It's a little sign as well there. Yeah.
It's signed.
This is why I've been waiting 785 days to cast Uzi.
You had that
I finally got to it. He lost. A little bit bittersweet.
That's good though, dude.
He tried his damnedest.
That's good. Take good care of that. That's going to be, in 10 years' time, you're going to pop that out, or maybe 20 years' time. Your children are going to ask, what's that, Dad? And you're going to say, let me tell you the story about Uzi, world champion of 2024. It'll be a good story to look back on, Dagda. Or it could be this year, who knows. But anyway, what a series. Let's go through the results of today. It was a long one in the end, but definitely well-deserved. Because we opened up with LNG getting smashed, but we finished with an absolute barn burner.
I loved it. Look, whoever I need to pay off, whoever I need to pray to, whoever I need to, like, do a couple of favors for, whatever it takes, I need this series again in playoffs.
Yeah.
I need 5 games of what I just witnessed, because my God, that was class. That was so fun.
And who would have expected it? BLG touted as a team that's kind of, falling down. A team that is slow and kind of reactive, but not proactive in this series. We didn't get that at all. We got a very proactive BLG that almost stopped B5 from holding a strong first position. A 2-win streak now for them, though, and in such a fun way. BLG denied their win to move up to the LNG, JDG, EDG, top esports pact. For now, they'll sit just below, and Dagda, we're in week 8. Our top 10, I don't know right now. I don't know how solid it is. Teams like RA and OMG fighting to stay alive, too.
I mean, but even teams like V5, right? You were looking to see if they could take the 2-0 today, because really it feels like between themselves and Weibo, the race is on, and only getting the +1 goal game difference could spell a big issue here for them, as you still have Weibo with top esports, Rare Adam, IG and JDG to play. A little bit of a tougher time, but every game will matter, and those games will be kicking off tomorrow as Ultra Prime will take on TT. One that Ultra Prime will definitely want if they hope to keep their contention for top spot there, and RNG will be looking to keep themselves going against LGD.
Yeah, a loss from Ultra Prime will put it at a max 7 that they can pull out. It's getting to elimination territory. LGD, the same deal as well. If they lose, they'll still be able to hit 9. No, wait, I need to do math, Dagda. Hang on. No, they'll only be able to hit 6. So if LGD lose tomorrow, I'm pretty sure they'll be down, or at least assumed down and out anyway. At the moment, our top 10 requires at least a 7 to get in alongside the boys. So we're in the penultimate week. We've only got a couple of days left as we move to a Wednesday. And Dagda, our playoffs again. I don't know. It's just fair to say that our playoffs are once again going to be huge.
I mean, you look at our top 8 teams, and it's like Billy, LNG, Edward Gaming, JD Gaming, Top Esports, RNG, Weibo, V. Any one of them could win. Any one of those could win playoffs. And that's some of them are going to have to be eliminated in our first round. So I don't know. This is just insane. It
really is. I mean, again, it started off slow, but we've ramped it up. And ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you being here tonight. It is always a pleasure. Big thank you to Dagda for joining me, especially that last series and for the full night. Thank you to our English production, as always. It's bye for now, but not forever. LPL back with you tomorrow. God damn.